Hello. Okay, we're here. 6 o'clock. We have a crowded room tonight. Okay. Didn't plan on going home early. All right, I'm going to call this meeting to order. It is 6 o'clock, and we did not have closed session today. So I just want to roll call City Council, please.
Councilmember Ginsburg.
Here.
Councilmember Brand. Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember San Marco is absent.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
And Mayor Aspel.
Here.
Thank you.
Please join me in saluting our flag, and then we're standing for a few moments of silent invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Well, before we go to the main events, and it's time for public participation on non-agenda items. If you want to speak for 3 minutes on anything not on the agenda, it's not to talk about the project that we're talking about tonight. It's not to talk about the development block grant. So come on down. You got 3 minutes, and it's up to a half hour. Okay, come on down.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor, City staff, everyone else. So tonight's a great night. We have a ton of people here, a lot of activity, a lot of interest, and it's great to see everyone down here taking time out of their special lives to be down here, not at home. The problem with that, though, is that we're all here because of a broken general plan, and we have a broken general plan on more than just mixed use and one just individual development. We have a broken general plan all the way throughout the system. Why that's important is because I talked to a gentleman named Bill Lippert earlier today, and he sat on the community forum that developed the community plan, general plan, back in 1992. And he said, when he was on the plan, one of their basic tenets that they worked off of was that the power plant would never be removed. And because of that, they included parts of the general plan for the commercial buildings to be 65 feet in size. And the reason for that was to drown out so that people would not be able to see the power plant. Well, we all know today that the power plant will be disappearing. So that's one basic tenet, that's a very important tenet that we should update in our general plan that needs to be taken out. In addition to that, the grand experiment of vertical mixed use along Pacific Coast Highway to create focal points of activity has absolutely failed. We've seen that for the last many developments that have happened, including our neighbors in Torrance. So instead of trying to go down the path of vertical mixed use, we should concentrate on what we know what does work in the Riviera Village, and that's horizontal mixed use. We can simply do an overlay on the Riviera Village area, and we can create a vertical mixed zone down there if we need to. But everything lies down to the fact that our 23-year-old general plan is broken and needs to be updated. People are here. People are taking tens of thousands of dollars just for tonight. City staff over the last year and a half has spent a ton of money and a ton of time. The cost to the city is great. The cost to the community is even greater by having these failed projects come up and dealing with a failed general plan. Thank you very much and have a great night. Okay, we have a written request, Candace Nafisi.
Okay, I think you're all here for the main event, so we will move on to it. This is item L2. It's a public hearing to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny revised mitigated negative declaration. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. So, we have the public hearing open. I'm going to go to staff here, and you want to do your presentation. And what I'm going to ask you before we start, there's a lot of people here. There's a lot of people in the lobby, and I really want you to stick to 3 minutes when it comes your turn to talk. And we all have notes up here. We'll write down your names and everything. And be respectful of people that may not agree with your opinion. and it makes the meeting easier. And you know what we don't want to happen is have this meeting go till 3 in the morning, and then have somebody say, well, they made a decision in the middle of the night. So if I do let one of you go 3.5 to 4 minutes, then I have to let the next person go, okay, or else their lawyers will be calling. But everybody has the right to speak, but just be respectful if somebody doesn't agree with your opinion with anything. You know what I'm talking about. And then we'll try to move through this rather quickly. And we've been studying this as a council for quite a long time, so I think we're working on it very diligently. So, Aaron, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight we'll have a presentation which we're going to bifurcate between Anita Kroger and myself. We'll keep it brief, and then that will be followed by some information from the appellant this evening. So with that, we'll begin our staff report.
Thank you. Before the City Council considers the Legado appeal, it is important to consider the history of this project. Planning staff first started to review proposals presented by Legado back in 2013. However, the formal process started in March of last year, 2015, when a mixed-use proposal with 180 units, 36,000 square feet of commercial space that was 56 feet in height was first presented at a public hearing. After taking testimony from the public, the Planning Commission continued the hearing to allow the applicant time to address community concerns and to conduct a more meaningful community outreach effort. Legado returned to the Planning Commission July 2015 with a newly filed proposal for a mixed-use project with 149 units, 37,600 square feet of commercial space with a height of 38 feet. Following the public testimony, the Planning Commission continued the item to allow staff to prepare the required findings for the denial of the project. In August, this was followed by a request from the applicant to continue the matter. The public hearing continued in November 2015 at the Planning Commission. Staff recommended either the denial of the 149-unit project or that the Planning Commission continue the hearing to allow the applicant more time to complete their plans for the 146-unit project. Although the Commission was willing to continue the hearing, Legado ultimately asked the Commission to take a vote on the 149-unit project, which they did. It was a unanimous vote to deny. Shortly thereafter, Legado filed an appeal of the Planning Commission decision. In the intervening period, Legado has worked on providing a complete set of plans and supporting documents for a 146-unit version of the project. Legado would like the City Council to consider approval of the 146-unit version as part of this appeal hearing.
Interrupt for just one moment to cover one item. Today at 2:39, I received a 65-page document from council, 14-page for the applicant, 14-page letter, and 51
page. 65-page document.
Correct, and 51 pages of exhibits. One thing that has not previously been covered that was in there was a challenge as to whether or not Councilmember Brand could sit and whether or not he has a bias based on comments made. It's referenced in October 21st meeting, I believe it's actually October 20th, and comments made when discussing the possible issuance of a moratorium. The problem is it refers to a transcript and incorporates it in full. I don't believe there is such a transcript. I've reviewed the minutes and had the opportunity to only briefly review the video, and it shows that the minutes are not complete. If this were to go forward, it would be inappropriate. It would be impossible for me to advise Councilmember Brand as to whether or not he had a conflict. I've spoken with counsel for the applicant. They wish this to go forward, and therefore they're willing to waive that one argument regarding Councilmember Brand having a conflict, since I would not have an opportunity to review it tonight. Council, if I could just get you to state that for the record, that
Yes, good evening, members of the City Council and Mr. Mayor. The City Attorney has correctly described the conversation we had about this issue.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I'll turn it back over to.
Why did the letter come in at 2:39?
Okay, we've worked.
Yesterday.
Look.
Okay, I will later. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Mayor and Council, thank you very much. Aaron Jones, Community Development Director. As Anita has just done, she's provided you with an extensive project history leading up to this current appeal. The applicant's appeal filed in November 2015 lists 4 specific grounds for appeal. The first contention is that there was no basis for the Planning Commission to deny the proposed project, and the application satisfies the city's general plan and zoning. The appellant also contends that the city cannot make the findings required in the regional housing needs allocation. Staff's comment is that in denying the 149-unit development project application, the Planning Commission did make specific findings that the project did not satisfy all the general plan and zoning requirements. In particular, the Planning Commission found that the project would have adverse traffic and parking impacts. The Commission concluded that the proposed traffic mitigation would not be effective and that the proposed parking would not be sufficient during their deliberations. The Commission also found that the removal of a mature tree for traffic improvements was contrary to provisions of the zoning and general plan regarding preservation and maintenance of trees in the community. The Planning Commission also found that the residential development of this site was not essential to the city meeting its regional housing needs allocation, as sufficient sites were available and would continue to exist even if this site was not developed for residential purposes. The second contention of the applicant is that the Planning Commission erred in not considering the 146-unit project on November 19, 2015. As clearly discussed in the staff report and minutes from the prior meetings, the appellant failed to deliver the revised plans by the established deadlines and provided staff with only 4 working days to review the revised plans. Typically, applications and revised plans are due no less than 30 days prior to a hearing at which an applicant would like the plans to be considered. While the appellant was offered a continuance by the Planning Commission to allow them to file a complete set of revised plans, the appellant refused and asked the Planning Commission to render a decision that evening, resulting in denial of the then pending 149-unit project. The third contention of the appellant is that the Planning Commission erred in not making a decision on the 180-unit project. Staff finds no merit in this argument, as the applicant voluntarily withdrew the 180-unit application by revising and refiling the 149-unit project application and revised studies and analysis. The final contention of the appellant is that the Planning Commission erred in not adopting the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. Again, staff finds no merit in this argument, as there is no reason that the Planning Commission needs to or should have certified the environmental documentation for a project that they were not approving. Next slide, please. Throughout the numerous public hearings on this project, we've heard from the community, and there are a great number of concerns. We received extensive testimony, both in support and against the project, and we found that most of the testimony revolved around the concerns summarized in this slide. With respect to traffic, there is a general concern in the community that the project will increase traffic congestion and that the circulation for the project was not designed in a manner to avoid conflict. The public also questioned the effectiveness of the proposed mitigation measures. With respect to parking and safety, the public was not convinced that the parking would be effectively utilized due to the reluctance of members of the community to use this type of subterranean parking. Therefore, they were concerned that off-site parking impacting the neighborhood would be a significant problem. The public was also concerned about pedestrian safety. In particular, crossing of Pacific Coast Highway was described as being difficult and unsafe under current conditions, and the testimony revealed that the community felt that this would make conditions worse. A lot of discussion took place about the mass, scale, height, bulk, and so forth of the project, and whether or not the project was compatible with the neighborhood and consistent with the city's design guidelines and standards. While several revisions were made to the project to address these issues, the 149-unit modern design was not determined by the Planning Commission to be in compliance with these standards. Design was another item of discussion in which we found that the public expressed significant concern about the modern design of the 149-unit project. There appeared to be overall support for changing the project to a new, more traditional Mediterranean design. We did receive testimony from residents about housing tenure. Some residents expressed opposition to rental versus ownership housing. With respect to noise, we also received testimony that the project would result in unacceptable and increased noise impacts. And a final point of discussion that was prevalent in public testimony was that residents were concerned and asked why the plans did not include specifics on the renovation of the Palos Verdes Inn Hotel. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Anita.
Thank you. So what we're looking at today at the appeal is potential for 4 different types of action. And you'll see this again as the recommendation slide. Essentially, the City Council can look at denying the applicant's appeal and sustaining the Planning Commission's decision to deny the 149-unit project. Secondly, the City Council can sustain the applicant's appeal and approve the 149-unit project. Similarly, in number 3, sustain the applicant's appeal and approve the 146-unit project. Or another option would be to continue the applicant's appeal and refer the 146-unit project to the Planning Commission for review. Before we go into a comparison of the 2 different versions, which is the 149 unit, which is the official discussion of this appeal, and also another variation, the 146 unit, I want to show you this is the 149 unit project with 37,000 square feet of commercial space, contemporary in design, and approximately 38 feet in height. This is a rendering, granted it's from a different angle, of the 146 unit project. This has far less commercial space, 23,800 square feet, and it has an average height of 33 feet. This table looks at the different variables between the 149 and 146 and puts them side by side. In terms of the residential units, there's only a 3-unit variation. But when it comes to the commercial square feet, there's a considerable change. Also, the 146 unit has more buildings of smaller mass and also variations in terms of stories. The advantage of the 146, if there is one, when it comes to parking, is that proposal provides for 16 more parking spaces. Furthermore, it has a Mediterranean design, which members of the community have stated that they prefer. This is an interesting slide that demonstrates the fact that commercial space generates quite a bit more traffic than residential land uses. If you compare the 180 with the 149 with the 146, you'll note that the largest and more substantial decrease in traffic is between the 146 and the 143 because of the substantial decrease. 149 and the 146, sorry, because of the substantial decrease in commercial space. There are some other considerations that the Council should note before taking any actions. One is the fact that there needs to be a correction on page 20 of the Council staff report. Under the heading of Community Outreach, the report states that Legado had 12 meetings with various organizations. It should state that Legado had numerous meetings with 12 local organizations. There's a difference. Now back to these considerations. The first is that the comparison In comparison to the previous proposals, the 146-unit version comes closest in addressing some of the community concerns. Second is that the answer to the question, are the changes enough, is a policy decision that can only be made by the City Council. And last, it is not known at this time if the applicant is willing to make further revisions. With that, I will present once again the 4 recommendations. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can, at my suggestion, the city clerk put in the blue folder so that the public has it available, all of you have it available, this brown or tannish item, which has the longstanding council rules regarding quasi-judicial hearings. It was adopted back in April of 2007, I think is the last time it came forward. I just want everyone to be aware so that when we go through this, the way your policy, and that's why I stopped you, Mr. Mayor, I apologize for asking the questions, because in something where I would describe no matter what your decision, whether to deny or support the project, I would describe the risk of litigation as elevated. It's particularly important that you follow your longstanding procedures. So after staff presentation, you will have testimony and presentation of the evidence. It would go the proponent first, since they have the burden. Proponents in favor, persons in favor of granting the request, persons opposed, and then the proponent has an answer or a rebuttal at the end. At that point, you have city council questions. I would urge you to try and get all your questions out before you close the public hearing and make your motion. I just want everyone to know, because although you have written questions and normally those go first, the clerk has been asking people whether or not they're speaking in favor or in opposition to the project. So you'll be hearing from them, and it creates a easier record to decipher if we're going forward. So I just want everyone to have this in front of them so they'll know why it's being divvied up the way it is.
So you recommend that we reserve our comments till after the public speaks?
It's your policy. So, yes.
You're recommending that we do in event of a lawsuit?
Follow your policy, correct.
Okay.
So.
And the people who would, so we'll ask our questions after the public speaks.
You'll have their presentation. The public will speak in favor. The public will speak against. They'll have a chance to rebut, and then you can ask whatever questions you want. Make that as extensive a period as you want it to be, but those are your longstanding rules. And since the risk of, no matter what your decision, the risk of litigation is elevated, I strongly suggest you follow those rules.
This time. Okay. That's a good idea. But so my understanding is people will go in order, so the proponent, people in favor of the project would speak, and then the people opposed to the project would speak. And what if somebody shows up late or something? Can we mix and match after that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Before you close it, you can do it. It's just for the initial, you're going to have, the written ones are all, should be in order of who's in favor. When you complete the written ones, ask if anyone else wishes to speak in favor. You then go to the written ones opposed. When you're done with that, ask if anyone else is opposed. And before you close it, you can always ask.
Gotcha.
You know, we want to make certain that you have as much public input as possible, but you also want to follow the rules that you set forth.
Okay, I agree. There's a heightened sense of potential litigation, so we're going to follow the rules to the letter. But if you forget to come down to the podium and you're a proponent and we're already into the opponents, then you can still come back down. Just don't leave the room mad. Everybody in this room or coming in late has a chance to talk, okay? Whether you fill out a card or not. So I'll invite the proponent to come on up to the podium and tell us you've.
Motion to receive and file.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Second. All's in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Aspel, Council. My name is Edward Zucker. I'm the president and CEO of Legado Companies. Proponent of this project. I'm here to share with you a little bit different or more detailed presentation on certain aspects of the project. I'd like to...
This is going to be on the PowerPoint for the public.
Yes. We first bought the property in 2006, approximately 10 years ago, and have been strong taxpayers and property owners in the city of Redondo Beach for 10 years. As you may recall, at the time, Chez Milan's was a bustling restaurant, community icon, and rent-paying tenant. The city and, in fact, the general economy went through a significant impact, and with the Great Recession, which obviously affected the Palos Verdes Inn economically, which unfortunately negatively. And by 2010, Bristol Farms had closed and had its own financial problems. And we then were presented with a property that has seen its cash flow and economics greatly diminished, and therefore the need to come forward with a plan to revitalize the property and bring back the charm and come up with an economic project that would enhance the city as a gateway project, as well as provide revenue of different kinds to the city, became important. Next slide, please. Some of the background: we started working with the city staff and the planning department back in 2011, discussing a vision for the property, which included a mixed-use concept with retail on the ground floor and residence above, which the property was properly zoned for, consistent with the general plan, consistent with all the entitlements and zoning code for the property. And we started our outreach in talking with neighborhood, both businesses and individuals and homeowners, to get some input as to the early stages. From 2012 to 2014, we had envisioned a mixed-use project with affordable housing, utilizing not only the city codes but the state law to provide some affordable housing on site. And we were met with some resistance from both the city and from the public. If you note that after about 2 years of working with staff, hiring attorneys to help explain through study sessions how the affordable housing laws and the state laws work for SB 1818, we were successful at finally meeting all the burdens and the high standards that the city had presented to submit our formal application at that time for a 180-unit project. I should note that the property could have been presented with up to 203 units, and instead of the 203 units, which would have included more affordable housing, we had tapered it down based on input to an initial application that was 180 units and 37,600 feet of retail with 9 low-income units on site. Next slide, please. Based on the feedback that we were getting from the general public and additional public outreach, which is actually fairly extensive, which we'll have a section on public outreach in a minute, we were encouraged to reduce the scope and size of the project to meet the city code limits but not take advantage of the state law, and come back to it with a code-compliant, zoning-compliant, general plan-compliant project with no variances, which effect was the 149-unit project with 37,000 feet of retail. What is noteworthy is we actually started with a Mediterranean-style project, and based on the initial outreach, were encouraged to change it to a contemporary design, which then became the backbone of the project, both for the original 180 and then for the subsequent 149-unit project. The 149-unit project lowered the height. It chopped a floor off. If you turn to the next slide, please. It reduced the units from 180 to 149, reduced the density per acre from 43 down to 35 per acre, increased the parking ratio to 2.33 from the 1.37 that was permissible under the state law. Next slide, please. The way the density is calculated is noteworthy, and that is you take the entire property's land mass, the site, times it by 35 units to the acre, and that gives you the number of residential units that the property can sustain. Similarly, you take the same site, the entire site, and you apply a floor area ratio, and then you subtract the improvements that you were planning on keeping. In this case, it's the hotel, where the square footage of the hotel would then be subtracted from the remaining project potential. And that leaves you with what the zoning code and what the general plan would allow as the development capacity that's allowable on this site. If you go to the next slide, please. If you notice on the top, push the button, please. You'll see that the top floors are being reduced and eliminated as part of a change from, one more time, from the 4-story to a 3-story, again stepping and setting back the project into the hill. If you recall, there's sort of a grade change slope as you go from Pacific Coast Highway up Palos Verdes. Next slide, please. You'll note that the original design, which had up to 56 feet with 4 stories in the rear, was chopped down to a maximum of 38 feet. Next slide, please. What's noteworthy here, and some reason this projector is messing up a little bit, is the city had a fiscal impact analysis done. We actually don't agree with this fiscal impact analysis. I think it understates the revenue to the city. Specifically, it doesn't assume that the hotel revenue would be greatly enhanced by the renovation of the hotel. It just maintains the relative operations that pre-existed. And it doesn't really fully vet the potential that the increased retail businesses and sales tax revenue would generate for the city. But just using the conservative cities analysis, we have an additional $752,000 that would be annual to the general fund revenue of the city. Well, this project would also provide over $2 million worth of off-site public improvements, which include upgrading the city's water main and the traffic mitigation on all 4 parts impacted by Pacific Coast Highway and Palos Verdes Road, which we'll deal with in another slide later about traffic and how traffic improvements were being made, including land from our property that is being added to the city right-of-ways and a widening of the streets and the traffic lanes and queuing in both left and right turn. It also creates over 222 new local jobs. So between the local jobs of 222, between the over $2 million in public infrastructure improvement, and up even on a conservative basis, $752,000 in general fund revenue, that equates to anywhere from 8 to 10 new public employees, whether it's firefighters or police officers and public safety, that would be enhanced by the increased revenue that this project would generate to the city budget. Again, we believe that the revenues would be probably more than $1 million higher than the city's fiscal impact analysis because of the upgrades both in the retail and in the hotel revenue. If we turn to the next slide, before we continue with public outreach, I'd like to hand out can someone assist in handing these out? We did extensive community outreach, which actually flies in the face of some of the comments that we received from staff, in that we started in 2012. We actually documented who we talked to, when we talked to them, and any correspondence we received in return. And we have those files that each of you will get a 3-ring binder.
There's a motion to receive and file, please.
Document the feedback we received directly, good and bad, from the public at different stages. We have what we'll call the outreach that occurred before August 15th, which dealt with concepts and the design. You'll note from I don't need to go through all the different HOAs and community groups and city staff, the different council member meetings and open houses that we had both on site and in restaurants. Next slide, please. Since August, we continued that outreach, but obviously with a changing design concept and with an open mind for feedback from the public. And of course, as you well know, when you open it up to the public, you get multiple opinions. No one speaks with one voice, and you have lots of people that have conflicting ideas of what they'd like to see there, whether it's height or density or uses. Many of those inputs were valuable, and we learned, and I felt that were meaningful. And, we've incorporated many of those design features and addressed them in our evolution of the design concept, including, where and how we orient the public open space, what type of retail uses should go there, and how we step the elevation into the hillside, and how we make efforts to, not block anybody's view. And even though, the views and shadows and those type of things are not protected under the code, we went out of our way to be sensitive to people's needs. And even as late as the last, say, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we've had continual meetings and have been asked by various homeowners or individuals to add different studies or create different exhibits to help them understand the height, the transition, and some of those are coming up. So, for example, this is a relatively new slide that was prepared at the request of some more recent outreach within the last 2-3 weeks. What's noteworthy about this is if you look to the Sunset Riviera condominium project directly behind us, you'll note in the middle is the retaining wall. You'll note that the span between our proposed building and their building heights is approximately 60 feet of separation. That's a lot of light and air. You'll note that our property is recessed, meaning it's significantly below the grade of where their property sits. And it probably even more noteworthy is those are triplexes. The ground floor is typically a parking garage. The second story is typically living space. And the third story are typically the bedrooms. So you'll note from the picture that the residences to the rear are looking well over the roof line of our proposed structure. And that's where there's a solid building mass. In many places, there's no solid building mass, so there's absolutely no obstruction whatsoever. But here on the second and third floors, you're clearly looking over the roof line, and views are not being impacted. If you go to the next slide, it's perhaps more noteworthy. The orange roofs are the neighboring property. You'll note that the first two buildings are sideways, which means there's no windows that really front the property line that abuts us. The middle two buildings have units that face our direction. The middle one is slanted, so it actually takes advantage of the view corridor to the side, and the breakup in the building mass also gives direct view corridors where there's absolutely no building that we're being proposed by on our part. The next slide, please. We were asked to also in the last few weeks and month conduct different shadow studies for different times of the year. The most impactful, obviously, is the winter solstice, which is this particular slide, which, if you can see the darker shadows, those impacts are going sideways and are really not impacting the neighbors to the rear at all. Next slide, please. This is a different time of year. Oh, this is 12 p.m. Next slide, please. And then this is summer solstice, which is, next slide, please. So before continuing, obviously the project that we presented to the Planning Commission, it was a complete and full application for 149 units, and with the greater retail that obviously generates the higher revenue for the city in terms of both police, firemen, general fund, as well as the public improvements, as well as the street improvements where we're upgrading the traffic flow both on Pacific Coast Highway and Palos Verdes Road significantly, both by left turn queuing and right turn queuing. And there's a slide coming up on that in a minute. But obviously the subject of the 149 is code compliant and consistent with the general plan, is not asking for any variance, and is the subject of our appeal, and we would like you to address that tonight specifically. But as we go to the revised project, again, part of the public outreach also showing our openness and willingness to hear and talk to our neighbors about, do they prefer contemporary, do they prefer Mediterranean, do they prefer, what type of feel and look, and showing our flexibility in dealing with it. This is the beginning of the last version where the 146 units reduced the retail substantially by 40%, reduced which obviously cuts the revenue, and reduces the units by 3 in this stepping design. Next slide, please. It's just a different angle as it orients towards the hotel. Again, this is us changing from a Mediterranean to a contemporary at the request of the public, back to a Mediterranean at the request of the public, because, not everybody speaks with the same voice, and we're trying to appease and address as many concerns as we can in meeting all the community comments. You'll note in the next slide how the retail and the parking for the retail orients. You have a narrow band of retail facing Pacific Coast Highway. You have the reduction of the commercial from 37,000 feet to 23,000 feet, 700. Next slide, please. You can see how the building mass was chopped into 5 buildings with open public space put closer to the side of the hotel for public use, and whether it's parties or receptions or community activities. Next slide, please. This shows you how the maximum height, even though per city code, could be as much as 45 feet. Here, again, trying to be good neighbors and addressing people's concern about size and height and massing. This is below code. This is below requirements that are necessary by the city. Next slide, please. Let me address briefly traffic. Next slide, please. I think the color code is helpful. If you note the light blue that abuts our property, that is our widening, where we're dedicating 7 feet of street widening from our site on both sides of the property, meaning on Palos Verdes as well as on Pacific Coast Highway. You'll note the orange, which is a new dedicated right turn lane that is both, and I get my north, south, east, west confused, I'll call it east and west, or maybe it's north and south? Okay. If you look north and south, you see the orange on the bottom of the left-hand corner as well as the orange on the top Both of those are a queuing right turn lane dedication that doesn't exist today. We were taking and providing left turn lane queuing as well. That's the darker pink, and you'll notice the darker pink exists on both sides of the intersection, whether it's on Palos Verdes Road, whether it's on Pacific Coast Highway, on both sides of the traffic light. That queuing means that the through traffic, which currently gets impeded anytime more than one or two people want to make a right turn or a left turn, slows or stops the flow of traffic with the two yellow bands in the middle, which means traffic comes to gridlock. What this actually does is it improves anywhere from 10 to 20% the current flow of the property. We're also widening and standardizing all the lanes to 12 feet when they're currently anywhere from 8 to 11 feet in individual lanes. So all of that will improve public safety, will improve traffic flow, and this is the only development project that will improve the intersection and will provide the dollars and impetus to upgrade the flow of traffic. So this improves the intersection by between 10 and 20%, and it allows for different times of day for the flow of traffic to not be impeded. I should tell you that these improvements were approved by Caltrans, and they were improved by the traffic engineer based on the 180-unit project. So while these traffic mitigations improve based on the 180-unit project, as the project scope has been reduced, both the retail and the unit count, that means that the street improvements haven't been adjusted or reduced. It means the grade upgrades and the percent improvements are only getting greater based on the smaller scope of the project that's currently proposed. In summary, the project's been revised substantially multiple times to meet the community concerns. It complies with all city codes and general plan, and it's not requesting any variance. It's a project that meets all the standards that are published by the city, and we have gone through tremendous public outreach to arrive at design and uses that, while not everyone is 100% happy, and it's almost impossible to make everyone 100% happy, we've gone a long way to making a lot of people happy, and hopefully you'll hear from some of them this evening. The project brings significant economic benefits to the city, both the general fund revenues, that'll be somewhere between $1 and $2 million in additional general fund revenues, based on our estimates. The increasing jobs of 222 jobs per the city's own estimates, and the public infrastructure that we will be providing that will not be paid for but for our project, paying for these public improvements like the main sewer mains and the sewer lines and the street improvements. The project provides sorely needed housing in a city where especially rental housing is scarce, and it meets the adopted housing element that the city itself has published and signed. And so we believe the project will significantly improve the community with its ability to have this live, work, and play where people can live there, ride their bicycles, park their bicycles, walk to the village, enjoy the retail of the village, enjoy the restaurants of the village, and not have to get in their cars to travel, but to have a place that's integrated with the Riviera itself, and the village will all be improved by additional customers and a sense of place that hopefully everyone can be proud of. And so with that, we recommend approval, and that we'd like you to consider that the project, and here's the puppy that we found.
I was going to ask you that. Okay, we're going to move on. Thank you very much. I'm going to grant Councilmember San Marco had one question, so but I don't want to light up the board here. So go ahead.
So you just said in your testimony that the project.
Can I just one last attempt,
Okay,
which is
well,
why
I
you
tried
have
to
the
get it
record
by
in
for
front of
you.
you.
Okay, we'll
Council
wait.
questions come after the public,
Okay.
in part because you have as long as you want, and the statements from the public, both for and against, may spur some questions that you have. So feel free to change those rules at any point, but I would urge you one final time to follow them tonight.
Well, I don't want to lose in court, so we will continue on the rules. Thank you, Dad. Appreciate that.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Appreciate the
Okay, right
opportunity.
now, you guys can have a seat. I'm going to ask everybody, do we have the cards? Proponents. And again here, for better or for worse, we're all neighbors, so I would appreciate everybody being nice. You wanted to continue talking, or?
Yes, please, if that be.
You're still part of the proponents?
I'm
then?
still part of the.
Okay,
proponents.
so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Michael Schonefeld, and I'm an attorney for Legado. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the project, and I will be brief. I know. With respect to the letter which I authored, I'm going to just hit the highlights of that letter in brief fashion in three parts. I'm going to talk briefly about the law, and I mean very briefly. Next, about the project, also briefly. And then third, a position. First, it bears reminding to all of you sitting here that this project is a housing project, and housing in the state of California is an area of vital statewide concern. That's the highest expression of state preemption that you have. So unlike 7-Eleven, where a CUP is being requested and you've got your full police power discretion, in housing projects, that discretion is somewhat constrained. It's constrained by the Housing Accountability Act of Government Code 65589.5, which requires very heightened findings connected to evidence that is substantial and quantifiable. It's also addressed in the RENA, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation Law, and the General Plan Law. Now, that's because housing in the state of California is in critical shortage. There's a report that came out just last year from the legislative analyst that said that 625,000 residents have left the state of California because they can't find affordable housing between 2007 and 2014. And the number is going up. California housing is 80% higher than the national average as far as price goes. It's becoming almost impossible to get a home if you're a millennial, and it's causing a big bloodletting and brain drain, frankly, into other states. This project originally appeared before the City Planning Commission as 180 units, and what we did is we invoked a state law called the Housing Density Law. Now that law, if you were going to put a certain percentage of affordable housing in the project, the cities are required, as a matter of law, with no discretion to approve that project with a bonus density. So we went 180, which is a bit above the general plan density. We also asked for a couple of required incentives, which was to bring the height a little higher. That project was not only consistent with state law, it was also consistent with the general plan and the housing element. It wasn't just consistent, it's featured in your general plan housing element. This city council met, some of you weren't there, I don't think Laura MD or Councilmember Horvath were there, but March 18th of 2014, this city council adopted a housing element with the 180-unit Legado project enshrined in it. It's locked in your general plan. And it was heralded as an example of how density can be incorporated at the corner of PV Boulevard and Pacific Coast Highway. And in that same housing element, the city made clear that their RENA housing is 1,397 units short of the state allocation or the state requirement, 186 short on very low-income housing, 186 short on extremely low income, and 223 short on low income. So this city is falling well under what it's required to have by way of housing, and this site, this project, was heralded by this city council on its housing element as an example of how to meet those RENA numbers. So that is a legislative enactment. The law says that the general plans of cities are the constitution for land use development. That's how important those documents are. So I just want to remind you of that. That was only March 18th of 2014. So this project has in some sense been already before you. Now, with respect to why we came down to 149 and then finally to 146, that's the second part. Look, we wanted the 180. We had a right under state law, but we didn't want a firestorm, and we didn't want to upset the residents, and we didn't want to upset the staff, and we wanted to work with the community. So that's what we did. We gave up quite a bit, frankly, to do that. And the 149 unit project, which is now officially before you, is the result of a lot of hard work, 8 months of delay in Planning Commission. That wasn't good enough, so it's 146. And then we weren't able to present that to Planning Commission, but at a certain point it became clear we're chasing a vanishing point. We can't please every single person in the city. We'd like to, but we can't. And we had to have a hard stop at 146. We still have a hard stop at 146, if that's the question that staff has. We can't go below that. We would like to have a vote on the project tonight, an up or down on the 180, 149, or 146. No more sending back to Planning Commission unless this council really retains its appellate jurisdiction and there's a short fuse on that review and it comes back with a continued hearing. But that's the best we can do. It took a long time to get there. Again, this project's been on the drawing board since 2012 at least. Please remember your general plan housing element. Please remember your RENA numbers. Please remember that this site and this project are in your general plan and a legislative enactment. And that should give this project pride of place. And please consider the good faith and all the hard work and, frankly, the drain of resources or the expenditure of resources and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to come up with a project that's before you. We really are proud of it. We're happy to present something that the community would embrace and that you would embrace as well. And I'm here for questions and response to any public comments if we need to rebut.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now we're going to have the written public in order that we'll receive them. And these are people, proponents. And when you come up to the podium, if you've never been here before, please state your name and the city you reside in. And we don't need your address, the city you reside in. So the first one is Michael Schoenfeld. Michael?
It's me.
That's you.
You had a question, Mr. Mayor, though I might want to address
there's somebody else.
Can I answer your prior question?
Now I know your name again. Okay.
I would like to answer your prior question about why that letter came a little late.
That's right. Well, I'll ask you later because that was not good.
Oh, they were holding the questions to later.
Keep going.
I'll be happy to answer it later.
Later.
Well, it's late in the game because we only got the staff report I only saw it last Friday. We only got it last Friday. That gave us the weekend and Monday. The other thing is applicants have the right to submit comments up until close of public hearing. And then third, we did ask for a preview with the city. We wanted to see it in advance, and that was declined. So we did have a discussion with staff, and we weren't able to get a preview of the staff report. So thank you.
Thank you. You can send them. We just don't have time to read them. That's the problem. Okay. I know this guy's in talk. It's Scott Tregarthen.
Hello, I'm Scott Tregarthen, local resident my whole life. I spoke last time on this appeal. I support Legado Redondo, and I think it'll be a beneficial project for the city. Last time I came up here and spoke, somebody counter-argued my point for more housing for people in my age bracket, and they said, just check out the apartments on Avenue G. But I happen to know that there are some really poorly managed properties on Avenue G from firsthand experiences, from my struggles getting housing, my friends' struggles getting housing, and just noticing the entire city.
Okay, don't worry.
Okay. Just a sec. What a lot of people don't know that counter this plan is that the original plans with the 180 is obviously not on the table anymore. but the people I've reached out to in the community are still arguing against traffic complaints that only apply to the old rhetoric of the original plans and not the new ones with the new parking and the new street modifications. I've also met a lot of conflict online, speaking in public forums and having people instantly attack me and speaking about old rhetoric when it clearly does not apply anymore. There is a lot of respectful passion for Save the Riviera, but they have kind of already won in their own right. And this new plan is something that I can not only want to be a part of, but I know it'll benefit my generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Lawrence Chavez.
Lawrence Chaves, Redondo Beach once again. Greetings, Mayor Aspel, City Council, and my fellow Redondo Beach citizens. I am a recent Redondo Beach returning resident and longtime resident of South Bay in general. Up until about 2 months ago, I lived in Hermosa for 2 years. Prior to that, I lived over on Beryl Street across from the Vons for about 6 years. So I'm happy to call Redondo Beach home again. I'm also a local realtor here with Keller Williams Beach Cities, and I'm very familiar with our South Bay community, the new developments, and our citizens' concerns. I know Redondo Beach faces multiple new developments in the works that seem to divide the city nearly 50-50 at every election and every step of the way, whether it's AES, the Center Cal redevelopment, or the Legado Redondo development in Riviera Village. There seems to be pushback from enough citizens to slow the developments with bureaucratic red tape. As a realtor, I welcome any and, quite frankly, all these new developments that will bring life and business to our city. And quite frankly, I look forward to the discussion moving forward on all three of these developments. But also as a realtor, I'm compelled to advocate for landowner rights. Based on the presentation, it's my understanding that Legado developers do indeed own the land at 1700 South Pacific Coast Highway. They followed all the zoning laws and regulations as well as the city's general plan. And they've even gone the extra distance to reach out to the community to address concerns we have. So kudos to them. Sounds like they're doing the right thing. It's also my understanding that the current use of the buildings there are either non-existent or seasonal at best. There's the empty pop-up gallery there where Bristol Farms once stood. I think prior to that it was a popular dance and band venue well before my time. There's also a seasonal Halloween store. And then, of course, the outdated, fire-damaged Palos Verdes Inn that's not currently in use. Quite frankly, the entire vacant and dormant real estate there is an eyesore, and dormant real estate leads to a dormant community. We can't receive any TOT tax dollars from a hotel that's not in service or revenue of any source from empty buildings. So this land and these developers have a vision to bring life back to the location along with new jobs and revenue for the city. They followed all the laws. It's their right as landowners. And in my honest opinion, that 146-unit Mediterranean plan is actually quite nice, my opinion. I see no reason for the current city council to delay this development any further. And I recommend you follow your policy and your general plan and allow this development to move forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Lawrence. Okay, Robert Rycroft.
I'm Robert Rycroft, and I'm here in support of the project. I think first off, they've done a tremendous amount of work so far. They've done everything they were told to do. They've reached out to the community through countless meetings that I've been a part of, and everybody seemed very happy at all of those meetings. This project will create a tremendous amount of jobs, both building the project and the ongoing operation of the project, and obviously a tremendous amount of city revenue for the city. And I think it'll create some beautiful, affordable housing that I think the city really needs. Thank you.
Where do you live, sir? What city?
Oh, I live in Newport.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm not doing this to, come on. We're not doing this for heckling, okay? Just want to find out. Okay, Jimmy Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Jimmy Watson, and I'm a resident of Torrance. However, I'm a very proud resident of the South Bay community. My family and I spend quite a bit of time down here in Palos Verdes, in Redondo Beach, specifically the Riviera. I don't see any reason not to approve this project. I've looked at both sides, listened to both sides, both online and in public forums, and it appears that Legado Redondo has done everything they've been asked to do. Therefore, I stand by that, and I'm here to support the project. Thank you.
Okay. Andrew Fella, please. Andrew?
Thank you for having me today, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Andrew Falla. I do currently live in Lakewood. Definitely would love to move into the Redondo Beach area. I work just down the street here at the Bank of America office as financial advisor. And I heard about the Legado project, from my girlfriend and then from some few of her colleagues and everything, and just wanted to support it just because I'd love to get into this area, and I think it's important for younger generation like myself to get into the area, and because we're the next generation, I don't want to take away from the previous generation, but I think we would have a big impact on the future of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Aiden Martin. Come on down.
Thank you, Council, Mayor. I live in Redondo Beach with my parents, and my name is Hayden Martin, and I work down here as well. And I will be graduating from college in a few years, and I currently work part-time. And I'm here to support this project because I've started looking at housing options in the area for when I graduate, and I've been disappointed by what's available. The Legado Redondo project is the kind of housing I'm looking for, and apartments within walking distance of the Riviera. I urge you to act in the best interest of the residents in the city and approve the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. To speed things up, what I'll do is I'm going to get the person in the batter's box, so I'll have two people come down, so you'll be ready. The first person is Brianna Van Zant, and the next up would be Sean Ostraker, I believe it is. Brianna Van Zant, and then Sean. So if you want to come down and wait up near the front, it's better.
Good evening. I am Brianna Van Zant, and I live in the city of Torrance. I do support this project. I believe it would open lots of opportunities for jobs and housing for, again, my generation as well as others. I think they've done a lot of research and met the requirements that they needed to do, so I am here to support them tonight.
Thank you. Okay, Sean. And next up is, looks like Tim Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sean Ostriker. I've grown up in the South Bay my entire life, and I currently reside in Palos Verdes. My friends that live in Redondo Beach were the ones that initially told me about this project because they knew that I've always intended on moving to Redondo Beach someday. Legado Redondo is what I consider to be my ideal living situation. I want the freedom of renting an apartment that is conveniently located within walking distance of restaurants and retail stores. I ask that you please support this project so that young professionals like myself can have the opportunity to live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Okay, Tim Smith, and next up is Albert Grosch.
Hi, my name is Tim Smith. I actually reside in Eagle Rock, but I have a business here in Redondo Beach, actually the Palos Verdes Inn. So I work with the management team there. So I can tell you that one of the struggles we have at the hotel with the vacant space and the kind of rundown stores that are next door in that retail space is the perception of safety and security for our hotel guests. So I can talk about in real life that that's certainly a downfall of the hotel and what they are able to offer people who come to Redondo Beach. It seems to me that the project has gone through substantial revisions and meets all zoning requirements and has met, at least the presentation I see, has met all or traffic requirements, parking requirements, will provide substantial new jobs to the area, new housing that can be affordable for those people who are coming up and growing up and wanting to move to Redondo Beach and live here for the first time. So I am in support of the project, something that's allowed by zoning, has met all the required studies by independent folks, will help the hotel, selfishly, elevate our standards and help bring a new level of guests to the Redondo Beach market. So I am in full support of the project.
Thank you. Albert. The next is Ben Woodruff.
Good evening, Mayor Aspel and Council. My name is Albert Gosh. I reside in the city of Los Angeles. I actually grew up coming to Redondo and fishing off the pier with my parents. It was one of my favorite memories that I have going there with them. And as an adult, I looked forward to actually being able to live in this area. I recently got married, and I'm looking to start a family now. But I'm looking for beach area housing that would be affordable. Unfortunately, I'm a millennial. We're in a two-income household, and we still can't afford it. There's nothing available at this time. Legado has gone above and beyond what they're required to do. They've done a great job, in my opinion. They've met the requirements, and they've even done things to make sure that the community is happy. Unfortunately, they can't please everybody. I urge you to approve this project, revitalize the Riviera, and make it welcoming to the future generations. Change needs to be welcomed and embraced instead of persecuted. Unfortunately, there's a lot of heckling going on in the past when I've come to these meetings, and it's very difficult to come up here because I'm scared of what people are going to say about me or say behind my back, and that's frustrating. We shouldn't feel scared to come up here. We should be proud of our community.
Thank you. Ben Woodruff, and then Goran Libinick.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. My name is Ben Woodruff. I'm a local resident. I've been living here since I was about 10. I'm just going to touch on a few of the issues that I feel are important to me and someone in their mid-20s. Some couple items that, why I feel that the program Legado should be approved. It will provide the businesses of the Riviera Village with more people to market to. Obviously, it's a highly desirable destination to live. In the past couple years, personally, I've had some negative experiences with individual landlords owning and renting property. I feel having more professional landlords in the future would help limit those encounters. And it's going to create up to 200 or more new jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, that was Ben Goran. And next up is Elijah Cameron.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Goran Ljubinovic. I've been a resident in the South Bay since 1990. Been working in the power project for 21 years now. Seen a lot of changes, a lot of downsides since 1995. A lot of empty buildings, rundown PVN. But this project will definitely help hotel guests. A lot of things that I hear from hotel guests, that they don't feel safe with empty buildings that are. There is nobody at nighttime. There is no restaurant. There is no room service. This new project will bring that back to PV-in guests, will bring the option for wedding receptions. That's something that we're trying to bring back to Redondo Beach to make a wedding destination. And having this new project in Redondo will definitely help improve that. Thank you.
Thank you. Elijah Cameron, and then Anthony White.
Good evening. My name is Elijah Cameron. I'm a first-year college student at El Camino. I live right now in West Torrance. So I'm fascinated with real estate. I like to look at where I would ideally like to live after I graduate from college. And, after seeing that I'm going to have student loans, tuition is increasing, housing and pricing is increasing. Something needs to give, whether it's more development happens or the prices of homes decrease, which isn't going to happen anytime soon. So I think Legado is solving a big problem here and offering housing for us millennials. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony White. And then Mark Rick.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Anthony White. I live and play in the Riviera Village for nearly 14 years now. As a piece of disclosure, I work with, as a pro bono community liaison with the Church of the Beach Cities, Blue Zone Projects, Cancer Support Community, Torrance Memorial Medical Center, but I'm here as a resident. I would call to your wisdom a vote up and down on this particular project. I am in favor of it. I've engaged with the community on many different sides of this, the opponents of this project, as well as the people who want to see this project. But there's another bit of a group that isn't here today, and that's the group of people who don't oppose this project, but don't see a need to get involved with it. Their expectation is to rest it on the wisdom of the council to approve this project. I've spoken to many, many different people, and wise people can argue on many different things. But the thing that I like to come back to is what's measurable, what's not subjective, what's lawful, and has a burden been met. And when I talk to the people at Legado, and excuse my voice, I'm also surviving head and neck cancer, so I'm reliant on this. When I talk to them, they have a very detailed plan. I've seen them make many, many different changes to acquiesce to some of the wants and needs of the community. When I talk to people that may not want to be involved, they're excited about the project, but I keep hearing, I don't want to get involved in all the mudslinging. And I think some of the things that people are together on is the benefits, the addition of jobs, the additional improvements to the city, the addition of housing that we so need, raising the level of civil discourse in this community, to remember that we're neighbors, to look at this project as a beacon for our community with the available communal space that's there. The business community seems almost 100% behind this project. And we need to remember that there's 66,000 plus residents here in Redondo Beach. And we all know that the people who are opposed to this project, they'll show up. There's going to be a group of that 30 to 35 people that are going to show up. And they have shown up for years on this project. But they're not getting any bigger. And a lot of their times, there's levels within that opposition group. There's levels of I've talked to them, their needs, or actually their wants, are understandable. Some believe that we've already too overpopulated and want to put a moratorium on all development. Some are very reasonable, and we're close. There are a lot of people that we're very close. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay. Next one is Mark Rick, and then Jonathan Tammer, I hope. Mark Rick? Okay.
One minor correction. It's Mark Risk, R-I-Z-K. Anyway, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Mark Risk. I live in South Bay, and I work at Sabres in the meat department. Thanks for letting me speak. Some of my friends have told me about this housing and retail project here in Redondo Beach, and I fully support this project. I would love to live in this community, but there are not enough apartment units. I'm not ready to buy a house yet, and I can't afford a condo, so something like this would be great for me. I hope one day to start a family and buy a home, but for now I really just want an apartment that's close to restaurants and stores so I can walk to and from my house. This proposal makes sense for the city, and I hope you will vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jonathan, and then Jonathan Tamner? Hold it. Jonathan Tamner. Okay, Eric Cooper? Excuse me, next up is Julie Oakes.
Hi, I'm Eric Hooper. I currently reside in Rancho Palos Verdes with my parents. I've lived in the South Bay since I was 3 years old, so 19 years. Yeah, 19 years. I'm not very good at public speaking, so I'll try and keep this short. I just like any real housing development in general. Apartments are kind of expensive for me. It's been kind of hard to find a job, so any real, expansion of the housing market should reduce prices in general. So yeah, I just support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Oakes, then, oh God, help me, Siegfried. You've got to read your handwriting, so, okay. Julie.
Hi, good evening. Julie Oakes, Hermosa Beach. I'm in support of this project. I've seen it go through many, many changes. Notably, there are two very nice plazas on the 146, one that can interface with the hotel as well as the public, one at the corner of PCH. The building actually has been reduced along the corner of PCH to 1.5 stories. So the whole bulk of the building has radically changed, and the aesthetic appears to be what this community has asked for, and so I'm supporting this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Siegfried. Handwriting here. You can, okay. And then after that is Lee Oakes.
Good evening, Mayor Aspel and members of the City Council. My name is Siegfried Kalakian, and I'm a Torrance resident, and I have been for the past 15 years. For me, Legado is an opportunity for a fresh start. A fresh start for a young professional like myself who can feel like they're part of a community, as opposed to a community that judges you based on your financial standing or background, and as opposed to a community that's going to judge you based on a different set of beliefs. Please take the time to think about your decision, and thank you for your time again.
Thank you. Lee Oakes, and then after that, Kathy Kapliner. Okay. So.
Lee Oakes, Hermosa Beach. We are the architectural company that has been working on this project diligently for quite a long time now. So we obviously are in favor of this project. We've worked with staff, we've worked with the community, we've worked with Legado, making changes, revisions, trying to create the most beautiful building that we can create. And I think it is at a point right now where it looks really good, and I would strongly suggest approving the project.
Thanks for the transparency.
Yeah, thanks. It was good. Kathy Kapliner, and then Jordan Almeida.
Good evening, Mayor Aspel and City Council members. I've been a resident of South Redondo for more than 20 years. I've seen a lot of change. I was promised when I bought my condo that the power plant would go down. It's still there. And I'm going to lose my ocean view very soon because a tuna lot's going to be built next to me. So I'm used to change, and I'm accepting it because I want to live in the beach area. The main reason I'm supporting Legado is due to the fact that they're building a complex for renters. And I know a lot of folks out there have been doing a lot of community outreach, folks such as myself who wants to downsize because I don't want to live in a 4-bedroom house anymore. And the young generation that's working in Playa Vista is coming down this way, the millennials and so forth. They're trying to find apartments. They can't afford a house. And a lot of these kids are saying that, not kids, sorry, millennials are being told that, hey, if you can't buy a home, you don't deserve it. And I'm getting kind of tired of hearing that. I like the fact that this is a multi-use complex for the community as well. And with this, businesses are going to grow, the Riviera is going to improve, and tourism is going to also expand. The fact that Legado will also be improving the PVN is also very, very key. PVN is going to, do well with this, and also the complex. I think one thing is I've been doing tons of outreach And one thing I keep hearing is how Legado Redondo is a huge company that's just going to stomp all over people and leave and take their money. This is not the case. This is a company that's small, family-owned, and it's going to stay throughout the entire life of the complex. And I think this is a key thing for everyone to understand in the community. Key points that stick with me are the fact that we're going to have significant financial benefits to the city. We're going to create more jobs, and we're going to raise, I think a lot of people don't realize in the area that their housing property values are going to increase because of the complex. And lastly, I think we really need to take care of the new generation, the empty nesters, the folks that want to move into the area who are having to commute into the area because their jobs are here and they're having to live elsewhere because the rents are lower. And I really support Legado because I really have seen how they've been building their communities with purpose. And I think they've proven over and over and over again, as we've seen, that they really want to make this project work for the community, and they want to work with the community as a teammate. Thank you very much.
Kathy, someone told me you work for Legado. Is that true?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I don't work for them.
Jordan Almeida. Then after that, Bert Lau.
I just want to start off by saying thank you for having me here, and I want to say good evening to the community of Redondo Beach and to the mayor and city council. My name is Jordan Almeida. I recently returned from working overseas at a U.S. embassy in Maputo, Mozambique. I was working with public affairs there, and I was doing international development. Fortunately, I was able to come back to California, where I'm from originally. I'm from Torrance, and when I returned, I began looking for a cheaper place to live. I also just graduated a year ago from the University of Laverne. And fortunately for me, I had friends and family who encouraged me to look in Redondo Beach. I am familiar with the area since I grew up around here. And I took their advice. So I started exploring the city. I started exploring for housing opportunities. And unfortunately, it was a very unsuccessful venture. As we all know, this is a very steep in price range area to live for someone my age, in other words, a millennial. So regardless of the price range, I was still really interested in looking for places to live here. It's a wonderful community, especially for someone as young as myself. So I started researching, and I came across the Legado proposal, which was rejected earlier this year. And so I called Legado, and I started asking some questions and saying why this was rejected. Now, I'm not here to testify for the approval of this residential development for my own self-interest, but more so because it's in the best interest of hundreds of young professionals like myself who just graduated or are young aspiring people who are looking to improve the community that they live in and further their professional life. And Legado is that. This residential development can provide that for people like myself, or even people who are older than myself. So I urge you to pass this project proposal for the sake of not just the young professionals, but for the well-being of this community as well. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. Okay, Bert. And behind Bert will be Cameron Wessel.
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, thank you for giving me time to speak tonight. My name is Bert Liao. I was at El Camino College a few weeks ago, and some of my friends told me about a petition that they signed in support of a proposed apartment and retail complex. After I learned a little bit more about Legado Redondo, I decided to come and speak in support of the project. I like that it is apartments and retail space in the same location. The design fits Redondo Beach, and I would really like to live here someday. I think you should support this proposal since it creates additional living space for South Bay residents like myself. I grew up in Palos Verdes, Rancho Palos Verdes. Parents still have a house there. And I would like to live in this area because it's near the beach. It's, not as high price as the Palos Verdes area. And, I've been a South Bay resident all my life, and it would be, preferred to have, additional living space for residents of this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Cameron, and then Young Chen Chu. Okay, Cameron.
Good evening, Mayor Aspel and City Council members. My name is Cameron Wessel. I recently moved here to your beautiful city. I've been enjoying it so far. Very nice place to live. I've gotten to know the team here at Legado very well in the past couple of weeks.
And I have to say, I really like the project that they've developed. I've been speaking to people here in the community about this project, and so far it's been overwhelmingly supportive. There seems to be a lot of misinformation out there as to what this project actually is. But I can tell you firsthand, after explaining this project to a number of people in this community, they all support it. They think it's a much-needed housing and retail center, and they'd like to see this go through. As someone mentioned earlier, it's easy for people to come out who oppose a project, but the majority of people who want to see something happen in their city, they trust the council to do the right thing and get that done. I must say that Legado's done an excellent job of community outreach. You heard this earlier. They've had over 250 meetings and talked to hundreds of people and organizations in the city, and it's been interactive outreach. They've listened. They haven't just, spun their wheels and told people what they want to hear. They've actually listened to what the people have to say, and they've made revisions to their project to reflect that. This is a project before you that the community can be proud of. They dropped the 180, they went to a 149, and you also have a 146 option there as well. These all fit within the general plan that you've all passed. And as you've seen, it will actually improve traffic, both of these projects, the 149 and the 146. It's going to bring a number of good jobs to the area, also bring significant revenue to the city to hire more public safety officers. And, we're all here to see you guys make a decision tonight. There's no need to kick this back to planning. The Planning Commission's already heard this project. They have the same information that you all have in front of you. You've seen both designs. You know what was in the 180 proposal as well. And we all came out here tonight because we want you guys to make a decision. So I urge you guys to please consider this project and please vote in favor of this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. Young Chan Chu, is that right? Good, okay. And behind Young is Bruce Ellis.
Hi, my name is Young Chan. I'm a working young professional that works and lives in the South Bay. I've lived here most of my life, and I currently reside in Torrance. I remember when I graduated from school, from college, and I came back here looking for a place to live, and Redondo Beach was probably at the top of my list. But looking at the available housing options at that time, and presumably it's still the same, I was frankly pretty much disappointed. There was only condos and houses that I frankly didn't want to pay the high rent for, and also there was apartments that frankly were just too old and not taken care of properly. And after hearing about the Legado project and doing a little bit of research, I'm frankly really excited about the prospect of having a new apartment complex coming to Redondo Beach, a place where that not only fits my preference and specific needs, but also is affordable and is a place that I would be willing to live and really not be too regretful, which happened like right when I came back here because I lived in a pretty poorly situated condo. So all I want to say is that I support the project.
Thank you. Okay, Bruce, and then after Bruce is Coney Tanaka. Get this right. Bruce Ellis. Is he here?
And their supporters.
I'll wait.
Well, I have your card here in order, so.
I'll wait until the opposition.
Okay. Oh, the non-supporter. You had that get mixed into this. Okay. Be no support. Okay. I'll put that over here. Remind me. Okay. This is for, okay, Coney, is that right?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Connie Tanaka. I moved to Redondo Beach 8 years ago. And one of the things that's always struck me about Redondo Beach, driving down PCH, is the condition of a lot of the commercial buildings, or the poor condition and the number of vacancies. And granted, it was during a recession I moved here, but still, the vacancies continue. And I wonder, is it because we don't really need that kind of retail space anymore? We don't really go to offices. Many of you probably shop online, and you probably do many of your service, with your service providers, do conference calls instead of in office visits. So then it makes me wonder, what happens to commercial buildings? Most of these were built decades ago. And one thing that I think we see in many cities is the combination of residential and commercial, because the residential provides that stability that the commercial no longer has. I think Legado is very unique for a few reasons. First of all, it's a large lot. And because they have the large lot, they're able to leverage the lot so that the buildings, the commercial buildings along PCH are less than 2 stories. There's no residential above them. Additionally, they're able to provide a large community space. If this lot were broken into subdivisions and sold separately, you wouldn't be able to ask that from any developer. Also, it provides badly needed apartment spaces. For existing commercial buildings to be used, one way they could be used is for small businesses to move into the area. One negative aspect of this area, though, is that there aren't any new apartment buildings. And lastly, what I really appreciate about Legado, and having been an office tenant myself, is that they're family-owned. They're not a property management company run by a corporation or a group of investors, because that gives them a lot more flexibility to work with their tenants. I think you've already seen how flexible they've been in working with the community. This could never have happened if it were an investment-driven group that was the owners of this property. So I really urge the council to step back and really look at a broader view of Redondo within the entire community and see the opportunities that the project brings to Redondo Beach, as well as working with Legado going into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next one, Clea Zailing. An autograph here. Clea. Hi. Okay. And behind that is Marissa Downs.
Sorry, I just came from school. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Clea Zwilling, and I'm currently a resident at Lakewood, but it's not because we didn't try to move over here. I'm sure you've already heard from many others who've also tried to live here. I'm currently a student at Whittier Law School, and my boyfriend spoke earlier. He's employed here in Redondo Beach. We would love to move in Redondo Beach, but we found that there's not enough housing options, as many stated earlier. I'm here tonight because I support this proposal, and I want to share some information with you. As a law student, I'm obviously very fascinated by the laws that the state imposes on local municipalities. I've also done some research into state mandates for housing and found that the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, also known as RENA, encourages the cities to increase the housing supply and the mix of housing types, tenure, and affordability in their region in an equitable manner. Just to kind of quote that, it states, the RENA plan process requires local governments to be accountable for ensuring that projected housing needs can be accommodated and provides a benchmark for evaluating the adequacy of local zoning and regulatory actions to ensure that each local government is providing sufficient appropriately designated land and opportunities for housing development to address population growth and job creation. The Legado Redondo proposal would provide housing within the requirements set forth in the city's general plans. Respectfully, if you do not support this proposal, you would have to explain to your constituents why you allowed the city to be held accountable, not for adhering to the requirements of the RENA plan. I urge you to make the right decision and support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Marissa. Marissa Downs, and after Marissa, Sheila Kutkis. Good, we're good.
Hi, I'm Marissa Downs, and I split my time between my mom and dad's house in Redondo and in Torrance. I currently work in Redondo Beach, and what a main thing for me for the Legado project and why I support it is because of the lot that it would be built on. I drive past it almost every day, and it's an eyesore. There's nothing going on. There's nothing really appealing about the area because of that. It was a Bristol Farms, then it wasn't. Then sometimes it's a Halloween store, and then Halloween's once a year, so it's not. I really support this project because I am a student. I'll be graduating sometime next year, and I would like to have a place to live that I would be able to afford, that wouldn't be going through a completely private homeowner. Just because renting a home is difficult. I've done it with my parents for years. Trying to find rental properties, trying to rent apartments is so much easier than trying to rent homes. And I've looked at both sides of this project. When I first heard about it, I was not on board at all. It was like, no development, don't make any more housing. But then it kind of dawned on me, there are people my age who really would like this project to go forth because they want to be able to live where they grew up. Their parents bought these houses and they started living here when it was more affordable, and they are not as affordable anymore. So I support this project, and I really hope you guys do too.
Thank you. Sheila, and then Ruben Chen.
Mayor, council, staff, good evening. I'm Sheila Kutkus, a 40-year resident of District 5. Good evening, Laura. Yes, change is a scary word. However, without it, we would have no butterflies. I am very happy to support this project. I feel that we have an opportunity here for a beautiful project that will lead our city into the future, if you will. I also would like my granddaughter to live nearby. It is my desire. We are looking at some recommendations. 1 and 2 do not interest me at all. They are our 149. Number 3 would be my preferred because I feel that we have had an awful lot of public hearing on this, if you will. I know that we want to give our Planning Commission every opportunity, as well as our staff, to work on this. I do believe number 3, will help us to move forward by approving of this, and that will give us the opportunity to have a revised impact report along with that. So we would not need to take it right back to the Planning Commission, if you will. My feelings, and I hope that we can move forward tonight. Thank you for hearing us out.
Thank you, Sheila. Okay. Ruben? Then after that, Michael Donovan.
Hello, I'm Ruben Chen. I live in Redondo Beach. I've lived here for about 4 years. Moved here from Minnesota, so I clawed my way back to come to California. And a lot of people who are young professionals, and you probably have already heard it, usually they stay in an apartment in an area so their kids can go to school. I've got 4 children. They can send the kids to the school that they like, living in an apartment nearby as they look for housing. But because of the situation here, my wife was flying back between here and Minnesota probably at least once every other month, looking at different houses because we didn't know what would come up and we couldn't find an apartment to live here in the short term. Some people may disagree, but I know that the Legado people have been very forthright. They've been doing a lot with outreach in the community. I've had a number of discussions. I've seen all of their plans for the different building projects, and have been supportive of the 146 unit, and I think that it would definitely benefit the community. It would help young professionals like myself be able to find a way to move back into the area as we look for housing, because that's one of the best things about living in an area like this, is to own your own home. And I think that it will obviously benefit Redondo Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Michael Donovan.
Good evening. Michael Donovan, resident of Redondo Beach. I support the project, and with that I've been going to the various events and meeting with the developer I've been supporting the project. I've been accused of being an employee, being paid to be here, being bussed here. It's just crazy, the things I'm hearing from the back, and even to this day, out in the lobby, even right now. Because people that support the project doesn't mean we're bad people. This is a wonderful, well-designed project. I happen to be an architect and a developer, and I get constantly asked to speak at USC and UCLA on these matters. This is a typical classical have-nots versus haves. The people that want housing, that want a vibrant community, a project that they can support and be in favor of, are clearly want this thing to happen. And the people that have a house or inherited something way back when, they're opposed to it, and they're clearly against change. I moved my young family here about 5-6 years ago because it was, I thought, a progressive city and ranked really high in education and other things. And I think that needs to continue and will continue if there's change and improvement. But having this property sit vacant and no improvements and no plan B by the opposition to make it a better project or a better community, what are other options? You're talking about much needed housing, which I can't even believe is a debated issue. All the stats prove that we're just underserved, and the housing stock in this community is not up to par, and this project would go somewhat of a way towards improving that. It's what I see, a community that needs improvement projects like this, because you're either improving or dying, and I see too much rundown, vacant retail establishments. A project like this will add vibrancy to the community, accommodate the local residents. I've heard them, talk to them, and see what they have to say and adjust the project accordingly. I don't know what their plan B is, the people that oppose this project. I please would hope that you would not let the NIMBYs win this thing. I don't want this to turn into a ghost town. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Did Jonathan Tamner show up or come back? Okay, that's the last of our written for the people in favor. Is anybody else here in favor? Come on down. You can still talk. Okay. Okay, thanks. You're in favor?
Yes.
Okay. Name and where you live.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. We are Michael and Lisa Malgeri. We've been living in Redondo Beach for over 25 years and about 36 years in the South Bay community. We support the project because it'll be a welcome aesthetic and economic upgrade to our wonderful city, and it'll provide housing for young people and others who have a right to move here. But most of all, we support it because we believe strongly in private property rights and free enterprise, and we believe our country and our city needs a very solid dose of capitalism, and we should support these upstanding business people who do so much for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, don't be shy. Come on down. Oh, no, I'm not shy. Okay, good. You're not shy. Good.
Hi, my name is Radica Hurt, and I live in Torrance. I am here with a friend of mine. I think, come on here. She came from work. That's why she's in uniform. We are here actually to support Legado. I like Legado because it's family-owned. It's not a huge corporation or whatever. I met those people. They're wonderful people. I like what it did with the project, the 146th project, Mediterranean style. I show actually a lot of pictures to my friends. My daughter likes it. She's 8th grader. Someday, I plan to move to Redondo Beach. She's going to go in 4 years. She's going to go to college. But my plan is to move to Redondo Beach. And this is a perfect opportunity for me. What I also like is the Legado is going to actually, they're going to, hold on for a second. There is a space for the small businesses, the people, retail. They're going to create more jobs. I like that, especially 222. That's a good number. When I think about Legado, I think about our future generation. You cannot just think and be stuck in the moment, in the, let's say, in 1 year, 4 years, 5 years. You have to think about what's going to happen in 10, 20, 30 years. Who doesn't like to live in the new building? Tell me about it. First, I do. I like new stuff. I like new clothes. I like everything new. Why you want to be stuck into something that is not appealing to the community? Also, you have to believe in better. That means we have to think positive. When I say positive, it means we don't have to oppose everything, whatever there is the people that probably after me, they're going to come and say, hey, I don't like this. Not just because they have stuff to tell about the project, because, let's say, simple, because they don't like anything new. I like it personally because the building is a building. It's beautiful. It's going to look beautiful. It's going to attract more people, more tourists. We're going to have more money. The city is going to have more money. But the most that I like is actually that it's going to create more jobs. We have to think about that because there is a now shortage of the jobs. You know that. I am here strongly to support Legado, and I think that you should too. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Come on over.
Good evening. My name's Chris Gray. I think I win. I just recently moved my young family all the way out to Thousand Oaks. I went to school at Loyola Marymount, which means I consumed a lot of beer in the South Bay. So I'm an honorary resident. I'm here today really to give you a different perspective, quite frankly. My company operates over 10,000 apartment units in the city of Los Angeles. Over the last 5 years, there's been 30 to 50% rent growth in the non-rent control units. Now, earlier when you guys were talking about L1 on the schedule, and you heard 50% price or cost cutting from the federal government, you should have saw the sour faces in the room, right? Think about 50% increase over 3-4 years. Think of the sour faces on the residents, and it's all due to supply and demand. And unfortunately, due to the barriers of entry, some of the city obstacles, and of course the financial crisis we had, supply has not kept up with demand. So here we are in a crisis. It's led to a new movement, quite frankly, and that's what I really want to come to share from my perspective. The new movement isn't deal with the cities, deal with new development. It's called buy existing units, 60-day the residents to get them out, and remodel and kick up the rents 50%. Unfortunately, I'm the guy that does that. I'm not the owner, I'm the operator. And it's sad, quite frankly, because the supply is not there, and you have a great opportunity tonight to not fix the entire thing, but certainly take a step in the right direction. Because as we're talking about from the City Commission earlier when you were reading the report, you talked about noise, you talked about traffic, you talked about parking. I heard pedestrian safety. I heard about the uprooting of a tree, potentially. And I respect the other side. I respect those points. But not once has anyone talked about, in the last 2 years in our city of Los Angeles, 55% increase in homelessness. 55%. I'll leave that in your hands. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Anybody else? Come on.
Good evening. I gave a card, and I don't know where it ended up.
Okay.
Yossi Mintz, the local rabbi here in town. I usually stay, first of all, thank you so much for hearing me. It's a pleasure to see you, not on Hanukkah. I usually stay out apolitical when it comes to any situation regarding anything in the city. Being a community leader, I have to be supportive of everything and really stay out of anything that's political. But I come to you with just another perspective as a community leader that moved here to Redondo Beach, first actually to Manhattan Beach, and moved to Redondo 20 years ago. Opened up the organization here in Redondo Beach, which I love this community. I fight for this community. I promote this community. I encourage people moving to this community, and I'm really building this community because I love it dearly. And the biggest challenge that we face is housing for youngsters. There is really no place to live. There are families living here that the kids grow up that I know. I encourage the kids to come back because I love this community. I have older kids. I want them to move back here. They cannot afford this community. It's just blowing people right out. I hear from parents, I hear from youngsters. Therefore, I strongly encourage you to find a way to create that environment. Number two is driving up and down this community, which I love dearly. There are so many vacant lots, so many, it's the community that I call home. I want to see flourish and look beautiful. And I understand we have to try to keep the community as a small community, but we also have to think about really coming into the times and changing and upgrading the beauty of our community, which it really is a standout community on a little island that I call it, Redondo Beach. And the last thing, two other quick things. Number one, people say, you know, Legado is just a company that's just coming in just to step on the community. I studied them a little bit. I have no personal relationship, never earned a dollar or received a dollar in donation from them. But I studied a little about them recently because I heard about them. And I came to the conclusion that they care about the community that they invest in. And just take a look at where the background they've been involved in. And I strongly believe they do the same for our beautiful community. And last but most, you know, for some people that I hear don't want change, life is about changing, upgrading, and really doing, and it's all about compromise. Anything in life is about compromise. At first, everything is no. That's the easiest thing to say. But I encourage you to find a way to say yes. They've worked hard to change this. I've seen it. I've asked, I requested to see the package. Not that they were, you know, just giving it out. And I ask you all today to help our beautiful city, my city, your city, make it look beautiful and continue to be beautiful. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Don Zerlip, City of Redondo Beach. I have been the subject and the result of the housing shortage. I was evicted from, or asked to move from the property that was previously owned by an individual. When it was sold to somebody else, it took me more than 4 months to find a one-bedroom apartment in Redondo Beach. I'm not a millennial, but I certainly would have loved the opportunity to have this unit as one of those places I was looking. As it is, I'm in Heritage Point, who've had their moment in the sun already this evening. And the only reason that I could get there is because there weren't 20 people in front of me trying to rent the place because they didn't qualify because it's senior housing. You know, if you don't, you should know that 50 to 55% of all the residents of Redondo Beach are renters. You should also know, because you see these figures every year, that over the last 20 years, maybe as many as 30, the City of Redondo Beach has only added maybe 100 new housing units throughout the entire city in each of those years. Those are condos, because there are 2 on a lot. It was 1, now it's 2. You get 1 new unit. Not everybody is in the market for a 3 or 4 bedroom house. Many of us are looking for much smaller, much more practical units. Just exactly what's being built here. Then again, we should look at when was the last time we actually built rental units in the City of Redondo Beach. I'm probably living in one. It was in the 1970s. And we are not addressing more than 50% of this population when we don't build additional rental housing units. I don't recall in all my years hearing a development that actually was giving mitigation to a traffic intersection, that was improving it. That alone should make you want to put this unit in there, this development in. And in addition, I want to add something I would prefer to see you do, whether this is approved or not. You need to address the situation of Vista Del Mar. One of the biggest problems, and it's out of the scope of this project, but it's right across the street, and you get people leaving that street to make a left-hand turn, blocking 2 to 3 lanes of through traffic. I recognize this is Torrance, but there should be some way that you should either make that as a required mitigation that staff can institute at this location, or you should pursue improving that intersection regardless of what you do here. Though I highly recommend and hope that you will pass the 146 unit project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, come on over.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name's Yael Senesan. I did fill out a card, but I don't know what happened to it.
Repeat your name, please.
Yael Senesan. I'm a
Cards are
resident of
little
Los
bit-
Angeles. Sorry?
okay. Our cards are a little bit out of order, I think, so go ahead. Just
Oh, okay. I'm a resident of Los Angeles, and I'm looking to move in the South Bay. I've been looking to move South Redondo for quite a while, and there are significant barriers to entry to purchase a home or a condo. And looking for rental housing, there's just not significant supply, especially newer supply. Everything that I've seen is much older, and so I support this project, and I ask you to support this project to just create additional opportunities for affordable housing for young professionals and young families like me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
My name is Jessica Travis. I've lived here ever since I was 2 years old. And I'm all in favor of this project because I believe that it'll open doors for young business people like myself. And I feel that, because I would like to continue to live here in Redondo Beach. I currently live with my parents because right now it's very expensive, as previously stated. And I feel that by doing so, by going forward with this project, that we will open new doors and new opportunities for people who are looking to live here. And we should be more inviting with them by just offering them the opportunity to live here. And when I hear comments like it's going to bring the wrong element here, I find it very discouraging for people who want to make this their home. And I hope we see it go through. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay.
Good evening, City Council and Mr. Mayor. My name is Melissa Mladenovic. I'm a resident of Rancho Palos Verdes, but living in South Bay for about 25 years. Only three things I want to talk about very quickly. I know this is probably a repetition to everything that you're hearing tonight, but I am by heart a builder, and I build my own house with my husband. And for me, driving down the PCH and looking at that corner is quite disturbing. Every time we pass by, we will always mention things like that, like, oh my God, this corner is such an unused space. Look what we can do with this. So this is something that even before any building was being in plans, this is what we were talking about. Number two, I'm really pleased with Legado. I prefer that they're family owned. I think they have done, I did my research on the planning, and I think they have did so many changes to please the residents of South Bay. Number three, my daughter of 22 years old is studying to be a physical therapist. She would prefer to live in Redondo Beach more than Rancho Palos Verdes, so that's her wish.
So would we.
So exactly. Maybe we can benefit by her business. But even being a physical therapist in South Bay, you would not be able to afford a house of $1.2 or $2.2 million. So this is something that, she always expressed the wish to live there in South Redondo, and perhaps this will be an opportunity to give a little bit more option. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, come on over.
Good evening. I've been sitting listening all night. And my name is Brian Felton. I actually live in Westchester. I'm not going to be able to say anything that hasn't already been said tonight. There's clearly a disconnect with the demographics in the room, and that's unfortunate. I was just kind of thinking about the week and it being the week of the Masters and thinking about Augusta and kind of trying to make a correlation between the uniqueness of Redondo Beach and especially the Riviera and Augusta, and how over time the changes that have been evolved with that golf tournament are kind of representative or correlated with what we're watching here today. There's change that needs to be implemented. We can talk about the economic factors, but really it's social change that we're talking about some inclusive nature to the community. And you guys have a tough job. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Come on up.
Hi, Joan Irvine.
I'm a resident of Riviera Village, Redondo Beach, and as many of you may know or may not know, I used to have a house, a townhouse, in Riviera Village. And what happened is when we moved in, there was a one-story apartment building in front of us that, because of that, we had a view of the water. And before we moved in, we checked with the owner and said, are you going to build up in the near future? And he said, no, we're not going to build up. And I said, what's the near future? Okay, 5 years. 5 years go by, and all of a sudden there is a fire there 3 years ago before Christmas. And all of a sudden, we knew that that lot was going to be built up. We were going to lose our view. We were going to lose lots of value in our house. And we took a look at what was there. We found out there's no corridor view, and some of you may know that I do support private property rights and owners' rights. So I wasn't, since I had publicly done that, there was no way I was going to try to go, hey, we're different, because, it's us. And it's, and so I take a look, so I really feel sorry for the people who are going to be losing their view. But I've been through that. We decided to move, to sell the house, and I ended up moving out of town for about 1.5 years, and then I came back into town, and what I could do was a rental, and I wanted to be in the Riviera Village. And I can talk to what Don was talking about, I went up and down streets for months, going up and down the avenues, looking for places. Some of the places were scary, and for the rents that they were being paid. And I found a place, and I'm really happy, but it would have been lovely to have something like that that was new, that had amenities, and would have filled my needs for coming back here. Also, so I can kind of relate to them, but I also know what I had to do. Once again, I think it's going to be unique to the village. It's going to be great because you're going to have, the retail amongst the renters, and for the millennials, it's going to be great. Also, I think it's going to be good-looking, and...
Something with the lights are not turned on.
Oh, okay.
But you've been about 3 minutes.
Oh, I hit about 3 minutes. Okay, then I will stop. But I would support number 3, and, so that's my personal experience, and you're going to make the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening.
Mayor Aspo, council members, residents of Redondo Beach. My name is Arnett Travis. I am a almost 30-year resident of Redondo Beach, and just a few years ago I kind of woke up, and I began to delve into issues that were happening all around my community, and found my voice to speak out on some of those issues. The issue that brings me here tonight, as it does everyone else, is the Legado project. A private landowner with full entitlement rights that has revised their development plans 3 or more times in a futile effort to appease the unappeasable. I'm pleased that Legado has done extensive traffic studies, and the proposals that they've made to mitigate and improve the traffic flow, I think, are just nothing short of amazing, even to the dedication of 7 feet of their own property to widen the sidewalks. As we strive to lessen our carbon footprint and make our public spaces more people than car-friendly, Legado's design is looking forward, not backward. The notion that these developers are holding the city hostage and that residents will suffer for decades if the developers are allowed, as is their right, to develop their property is delusional histrionics and part and parcel of a larger and darker issue that some residents expressed in previous hearings. That being the blatant racism that stripped the affordable housing portion from the original plans for this project. Provincial and proprietary attitudes are being passed off as community pride. They are very different sentiments. The First Amendment gives us the right to speak, but not to be right. All residents have the right to enhancements of our shared and public spaces. All residents and visitors have the right to the benefits of improved infrastructure. Every resident has a right to the best Redondo possible. I recommend that the council do number 3, recommendation number 3, and sustain the applicant's appeal, approving the 146th unit.
Thank you. Anybody else in favor? Okay. That took about 2 hours. I think we need a break so we can have, it'll be about, there's a lot of people here in favor, opposed, so we might be talking for another, we can go on, but the council may need a bathroom break. Okay, we'll keep going, unless there's a motion. Okay, just be advised. Well, I think we should take a...
Motion to take a 10-minute break.
Not 20 minutes, just 10 minutes and be done. Is there a second?
Second.
That way, people won't get up and leave when you're talking. That's good. Hello. Hello, everyone. All right, can we get back, we'll get back into order, please? Okay, we are all here. Trying to find a nice way to say that. Okay, we're going to get back into order, please. I think we're all back here. So I'm going to have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ginsburg.
Here.
Councilmember Brand.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember San Marco.
Here.
Councilmember MD. Here. Mayor Aspel.
Here. Okay, so we have speaker cards, but it's been brought to my attention that I don't know how to word this properly without getting anybody mad at me, but in case there's people that want to go home or seniors, I don't want an 18-year-old coming down here, but if you want to, I'm a senior, so I can say this, if you want to come down out of order before your number is, that's something I've been requested to ask people. So if you feel like you want to come down early, please just come down. Is anybody, this is the people opposed to the project? So you're not a senior. Okay, I get to be the judge. I get to be the judge on who is or isn't. So, okay. So,
thank you.
You're up.
Mayor Aspel and members of the council. Thank you for listening to me. I am a senior. I've been in business in Redondo for 55 years, and I'm 77 years old.
State your name and residence.
So I'm a senior.
Okay. State your name, sir.
Sorry, Joe Olivieri. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I keep forgetting.
We lost a hat recently, I know. So.
What? Yeah, lost
a hat.
Yeah. It got Redondo a little attention.
It did. I can't believe
it went national.
I know.
Can you believe that? Yeah. CNN.
Okay. All right, start the timer.
Okay. I'd like to address a few issues. I'm not completely against Legado's project here, but somebody earlier mentioned it should be a beacon of the community. That lot is hot. That hotel could be a prestigious hotel, and with all due respect to the millennials, who says it has to be low-income housing? Why don't you build 75 units?
Look, no, sir.
And double.
Joe,
yeah.
They don't vote, so you got to.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Why don't you build 75 units and double the price? You talk about feeding the Riviera with commercial advantages. The millennials can't afford anything in the Hollywood Riviera, can they? Maybe we should ask them to lower their prices so the millennials can spend their money there. Or why don't we do just a kick-ass project there that I'm telling you makes the statement of Redondo Beach. The surfer guy that's out there like they have in Huntington Beach. Make it a beacon of Redondo Beach. I think that would be a nice thing to do. So in terms of your voting, I don't know which one of these you give me to choose from, but I would like you to consider what Mayor Aspel said when he said, yeah, I'd like to live in Palos Verdes. Well, you know what? There are a lot of people that would like to live someplace else. I'm sorry.
I said that. When did I say that?
Learn you should not keep your back toward the audience. So maybe I should do it this way. Anyway, I don't want to run out of time.
Now, okay, so let's go.
I don't want to run out of time, but Mayor Aspel said he'd like to live in Palos Verdes. Well, what's Redondo doing to help him? What's Palos Verdes doing to help him? With all due respect to the millennials, let's make it a prestigious location. Let's make it a prestigious location. And from what I heard the rents are supposed to be for the millennials, you could easily double the rent and build half the number of units. Something beautiful. Something that represents Redondo Beach. In regard to the renderings, they didn't do anything to the hotel. I didn't even see it in pencil on the hotel. Did you notice that? Probably didn't, did you? Okay. What else? Yeah. Okay, that's what I've got to say. I'm not against it, but it should be a beacon. It should be the thing on T-shirts. Okay, on T-shirts all over the world. Redondo Beach. That corner. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. For the record, I did not say I want to move to Rancho Palos Verdes. So, check that aid. Okay, now, anybody else want to come down and top that? Okay, we're going to go in order then. Okay, well, I have, the first card I had from it was in the wrong section, though. Bruce Ellis, come on down. And the next one will be Jeff Abrams.
I respectfully give my time and switch cards with this gentleman.
We're not horse trading up here, Bruce, so come down.
He has kids.
Bruce?
He has kids.
Bruce? Okay. You can come next.
Good evening, Bruce Zellis, the City of Torrance. I was disappointed in hearing the attorney for the applicant pretty much drawing the line in the sand. I mean, I thought that there would be some kind of negotiation, since our negotiation, a group of us in the Riviera Village, sort of broke off somewhere in November, right before the Planning Commission meeting. But as it stands now, I would urge you to uphold and not fold on the Planning Commission decision. I would encourage you to try to get some substantial plan. I went through hundreds of documents. There's no substantial plan for the hotel. Super important to put that first. That shouldn't be the end of the cart or the end of the horse. That should be the driver. Now, to their credit, let's say if they need some financial incentive to do that, then maybe a TOT tax suspended for a year, 2 years, whatever it is, to give them some financial incentive, carrot and the stick. That would be a good thing. But as it stands now, I am not in favor of the project. I also like to hand this out. Receive and file, please. There's also a copy for the city attorney.
Okay,
and
go ahead. Now, before I get back to Jeff Abrams, if you have young children, how old are your children? Come on down. Better not be 18. Okay, come on down.
And 3.5.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. It's like a vacation.
Yeah.
in
Right, Rolf?
Not a lot of sleep.
Now, you're just getting away. You're going to have a beer after this. Okay, go ahead.
No. Well, my name's Chris Jewett. Thank you for hearing me. I've lived in Redondo for 10 years. I've owned for 8 years. My wife and I both own businesses in the South Bay. We love the community. In fact, I'll never forget the first time that I drove into the Riviera, and I was like, this is like a beautiful Norman Rockwell painting. It was just gorgeous and exactly quaint and the beautiful place that I wanted to live. And so we both work 7 days a week, and so when we heard about this development, we live pretty close to it, and I have to admit that every time we walk our children down to that intersection, it scares my wife because of all the traffic. In fact, just the other day, a car flipped over when we were walking our children there, and she thought about, wow, you add more units here, it's going to get out of control. And it's just something that I personally feel we don't need in the community. And I think it's wonderful that they're creating affordable housing for the millennials, and maybe they'll get a trophy with those affordable housing as well. But right now, you know, it's a great community, and I think it should stay the way it is. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else with kids?
18-month-old child. Keith Palumbo. I am a resident of Redondo.
What's your name?
Keith Palumbo. Resident Redondo Beach, California. Moved here from Chicago. I'm his neighbor. I don't oppose change. I oppose congestion in that corner. I would just suggest some sort of ramp over PCH there for safety of everybody to get into the Catalina, the area, the Riviera Village. And I don't hear anything about the big hotel. So there's two things I would just ask to consider: safety from that intersection, and what are we going to do about the hotel?
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're back in order. No little kids around here. All right. Jeff Abrams, and then next up will be Jane Abrams.
Mayor, Councilman. Just a couple of anecdotal things. Just so you know, I'm not against development. As a matter of fact, I'm not against development of that corner. It's an eyesore. I've lived there for 19 years, and I've watched a failure come and go, come and go, come and go. So it needs something. It doesn't need this, but it needs something. The other thing I found is from all the conversations we were hearing earlier in the evening, anybody who thinks that this is affordable housing is really running down the wrong road, because it was when we asked them in one of their outreaches what were the rents going to be, they told us market rates. So this is not designed as affordable housing. This is designed to maximize the return on investment of the developer. Okay, and the other thing is, if they took out 10,000 square feet of commercial space, which is all well and good, where are all the jobs going? If the jobs were dependent upon having that commercial space, they take 10,000 away. Job where? Anyway, so Legado states that everything on their latest proposal is 100% legal according to Redondo Beach zoning laws. But the problem is they use the general plan, which is the big granddaddy of all, is supposed to, you know, rule the roost of Redondo Beach. In the housing element, it states that in multiple use, or MU, it's 35 dwelling units per net acre. Net, not gross, not maybe, not, it says net. So stop to think about that for a second when you consider that you can't use the hotel in the parking lot because it's already there and they can't build on top of it. You only have 3.175 acres to work with, okay? So they're not legal, because at 3.175 acres, which is the hotel, the parking lot, and the dedications that they gave back to the city for their sidewalks, you only can put 110 units in there and be legal at 35 units. And Legado knew this because way back when, at the very beginning, when they gave us a presentation, they showed us how they were trying to show how their density was the same or better than the apartments on Avenue G behind them. And they came out at 56 units per acre, and the problem is, to get to 56 units per acre, you have to do the 3.175 acreage, which they even had on the slide. That's what it is. So if you take their existing project and you put it on what they can build, because they calculated it at 4.275 acres, that's how they got to the 149. If you put it on the buildable area, they're at 44 units per acre, which is not within code spec. Okay? So, you know, in our meetings with Mr. Zucker, the density was brought up, and his reply was, well, if the hotel wasn't there, we could just spread everything out. But the hotel's there, and you can't. So let's talk about the hotel here for a second. The hotel, they claim, is part of their the project. It's not, because if it was, they would have already turned in plans, and they haven't. For the life of us, no one knows how much they're actually using on this hotel. They say, if we don't get the 149 units, we can't put any money into it. Okay.
You gotta wrap it up, Jeff.
Okay, wrap it up.
Yeah.
I recommend that it's 106 units, all 2 stories, and they build the hotel first and before they get a CUP. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next up is Alexandra Wayman.
Good evening, Mayor Aspel and council members and everybody here. You just heard from my husband, Jeff, and we've been 19-year residents on Avenue G at Sunset Riviera Homeowners Association, and we are the nearest neighbors, I think, of residential, except for some units on Avenue H that are right on Palos Verdes Boulevard. And I thank you for this opportunity to speak again on Legado that you haven't made a decision yet. I know the Planning Commission, thanks to the guys, they worked endless hours on 4 hearings in 2015, and they ended up with the denial, and it was supported by staff, from what I read. I want to just touch on a few things I'd like to see where there's more work needed, and the following elements are, details are important to me. I want to see change. I'm tired of the Warren Bristol Farm site, but I don't want to rush into it. And these people back here that are new to the area or coming from other regions haven't followed it as closely as some of the Redondo Beach residents. I want to see the 2-story maximum height on the new mixed-use buildings. I want to see a limit of the commercial space to the 23 that Legado has declared in the 146 plan. The Mediterranean style design is okay. I do agree with Jeff's buildable acreage presentation just now. I don't see how you can count the Palos Verdes Inn land in the parking lot next to the Palos Verdes Inn, and that's about an acre. I'm supporter of the existing medians and the trees to stay in place for both safety and to respect the look and feel of the village area. They've been there for years. They are a safety buffer for pedestrians and for the drivers. I'm a 17-year commuter on PCH, and I drive that intersection, so I know how important the medians are. And there's medians on Palos Verdes Boulevard. I don't see any discussion in the Palos Verdes Boulevard and the avenues traffic mitigation. So I'd like to see the city work on that, the traffic engineer work on that. And one of my biggest issues has been the underground parking garage. I've come to accept the idea that you're going to need it to accommodate 100 or 150 apartments, but I only want to see the small ground lot next to Palos Verdes Inn marked and secured for the hotel, guests, and the employees. They're going to have to do something, otherwise you're going to have beach parking there if it's an open parking lot. The gated security and the separate level for residential is fine, but you want to have reserved on-site parking for all employees, retail, commercial. You need signage in that garage to warn the beach parking people, because they could go to a restaurant, spend an hour, and leave their car for the day. And I have another item, the access road. I really think it needs to be for emergency and service vehicles.
Jane, you got to wrap it up.
Okay, I'm just going to sum up by saying that I don't approve the 146 plan yet. I see it needs to still come down. It's bulky and out of character, and I hope that you'll send Legado back for a little bit more work. Either you can do it or the Planning Commission can do it. Thank you very much, and get it right.
Okay. All right, Alexandra Wayman. And please try and stick to 3 minutes, please. And after Alexandra is Patricia Williams.
Good evening, Mayor Aspel, City Council members. My name is Alexandra Wayman. I am from the City of Los Angeles, and I am a research analyst for Unite Here Local 11. Unite Here is a hotel and restaurant employees union representing 20,000 members in Los Angeles and Orange counties. This includes members who live in Redondo Beach. We agree with the Redondo Beach community and do not support the project as proposed by Legado companies. We are concerned about job quality at the future development, as well as the environmental impact of the project on the Redondo Beach community. We believe that this project is not yet ready to move forward at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. That's how you get under 3 minutes. Patricia Williams and then Don Moore.
Hi, Hi, good evening. Mayor Aspel, City Council. Thank you so much for all your work this evening. We do appreciate what you do, and we haven't said that to you tonight, so thank you. I moved into my house on Avenue G in 1999. I'll never forget the first time I walked in and I felt the cool breeze through the open sliding door with the bright sunlight coming into my soon-to-be kitchen window. All the while, the sun was setting over the Pacific, and I knew in my heart that this would be my home. Now, as an owner on Avenue G, every afternoon when I return from work, I sit outside on my balcony, and I enjoy that cool breeze blowing from the water with the sun on my face as it still slowly sets into the sea. My neighborhood is quiet, and it's safe, and it's a welcome oasis from the bustling city of Los Angeles. My sales job can be very taxing and stressful, so it's important to me to have a place where I can relax and enjoy the beautiful outdoor living Redondo Beach and the Riviera have to offer. I've worked very hard as a single person to ensure that my home will be a place where I can grow old and continue to enjoy the California lifestyle of the South Bay. This is the quality of life that I enjoy on Avenue G, and it is this quality of life that will be taken from me should you allow this huge project, so out of place in the Riviera and the avenues, to be built. It's simply too large, too tall, too dense, with too many people and too many automobiles for the area and the space. I understand and support the need to develop the property and would welcome something much smaller and more appropriate for our neighborhood. Please deny this developer's proposal and allow me, a homeowner and taxpayer who supports the city of Redondo Beach and the Riviera, to keep the quality of life I have paid for and enjoy on Avenue G, and I thank you. And I have one last question. Where are the designs and the plans for the PVN? I did look for those, and are they available somewhere for me to review?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Donnie Moore, and then Donna Keller.
Hi, Don Moore, 28-year resident of Redondo Beach. Mayor Aspel and council members and staff, thank you for all the hours that you put in. We appreciate them, and we hope you come to the decision tonight. If I was one of the young people that showed up here tonight only for the first time, and I saw that PowerPoint presentation, I would probably be in favor of it too, because it hasn't been fact-checked the way we do when we've come here months after months after months, meeting after meeting. That presentation needs to be fact-checked. We're not against change. We're not against development on that site. We want something there, but we want a good neighbor. The older I get, the more I realize that what my folks taught me, and probably your folks too, those old sayings that we might not have understood when we were young, actions speak louder than words. The Legado Corporation and their carousel of PR flacks and lawyers have given us many, many, many words, countless words. But you judge people on what they do. Every opportunity that they have had to show us that they're going to be a good neighbor, they've done the opposite. And if we approve this plan, I am certain that they will continue with their actions to break promises, and then we'll be stuck with this massive overdevelopment. I'm a capitalist, I'm a business owner, and I want that development to succeed there. But unfettered capitalism is called greed. That project needs to be smaller, they need to accept a lower ROI, and make something that really does fit with our community. For all the reasons that the millennials and everyone that spoke proposing it said, we do want good housing, we want the kids to have a place to move if they can afford those apartments. But 146, they started high knowing that they're just negotiating. It's a great sales pitch we saw tonight. Let's not buy it, please. Thank you all.
Thank you, Don. Donna Keller, and then after Donna, Geraldine Kirby.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak. I'm Donna Keller. I live on Camino de las Colinas. I've lived there for 45 years. Our street is directly across Pacific Coast Highway from the driveway into the Palos Verdes Inn. It is a very narrow street. We have no sidewalks in that area. It is a cut-through street for the people of Palos Verdes coming through that want to avoid that horrible intersection of PCH and Pacific Coast Highway. And the traffic is very, very fast. In fact, I'm a walker. I walk in the mornings, and I wear things on my arms and on my back and everywhere so that cars can see me and slow down and maybe miss me. the traffic is a big, big issue. The project is still too big. I love the idea of the 2 stories and just 100 units would be wonderful, and fix up the hotel. I love that idea too, Joe, about a marvelous hotel would be great there. When we have guests come from out of town, it would be a great place for them to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Geraldine Kirby, and following it is Mary Trainer.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm Geraldine Kirby. I live just a half a block from the project. And I, too, have a question about this word affordability floating around, and how much are each of these units going to rent for? I'm not sure it's going to be affordable to these students just out of college. And 2, I want to see the plans for the hotel renovation. Whatever the number is, 146 or 149, it's too high of a density and is not appropriate for this corner in our community. The traffic's already congested. We recently had that car accident that was mentioned right by Bristol Farms. And adding more lanes and turning this into a freeway-like atmosphere is not in keeping with the quaintness of our community or its safety. As Donna mentioned, we have a problem on Colinas because people don't want to wait in line to turn onto PV Boulevard, so they cut up Colinas and they race through. We don't have sidewalks. People walk in the street, they walk their dogs, the children, and so on, and we've had some near collisions. We want to keep the beautiful trees and the main meridian there also. The whole village area is so congested, it's hard to find a parking space now for any of the places that we want to go to, and adding hundreds and hundreds of more cars and people will make it extremely difficult for us to have access to our businesses and restaurants. Yesterday, in the middle of the day, I had to sit through 2 lights to be able to turn from PV Boulevard onto PCH. We just hope you will not let a monetary or a political issue sway you. And I really resent the fact that anyone considered this a racial issue. So please, think about our community and what we are trying to preserve and deny this project.
Thank you. Mary Trainer, and then Burton Guillory. Mary Trainer.
Hi, my name is Mary Trainer. I live in the Hollywood Riviera. This development is of such massive scope that it encroaches on public property. And I'm referring to the plan to remove the medians on Palos Verdes Boulevard and on PCH, and to widen PCH to 6 lanes in order to accommodate the increase in traffic from Legado Redondo. This intersection is already fraught with danger for pedestrians. Legado's plan will not only remove a pedestrian refuge, it will remove islands that function as traffic calming medians. The removal of these medians and the widening of PCH does nothing to lessen the amount of traffic. All it does is speed up the traffic that's already there, just as cars are approaching a very busy pedestrian crossing. Adding 140-something residential units to this location not only increases car traffic, it increases pedestrian traffic as well. In their denial of this development, the Redondo Beach planning staff stated, the northbound PCH left turn pocket reconfiguration will be ineffective at mitigating this project's additional traffic generation. The mitigation would also require the removal of a tree, which is inconsistent with the general plan land use element policy. That is a beautiful, magnificent, mature tree that sits on that median. Legado will counter this argument, saying that they intend to plant trees along the sidewalk. But even after decades, these replacement trees will not provide a fraction of the environmental benefits of the existing tree. This is a healthy tree in the prime of its life. It will take 20 to 40 years to replace its benefits. Furthermore, the land policy urges cultivating the full potential of street trees as providers of shade and designators of key corridors. That graceful tree-lined curve that PCH makes as you come into the village and continues down to Prospect Avenue demarcates the Riviera. Legado's tagline is building community with purpose, but our community is already built. And yet, at the July hearing, when asking about removing the islands and trees, Legado's traffic engineer said, I don't know why the medians are there now. Perhaps for aesthetics? As though aesthetics isn't a compelling enough argument for preservation. Those trees along PCH and Palos Verdes Boulevard are among the aesthetic attributes that give the Riviera its distinct appeal. Please, don't allow Legado to destroy our property in order to overdevelop theirs. I ask you to refer this project back to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Okay, Burton Guillory. And then Sheila Garcia after that.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I am a homeowner on Avenue G. I've been a resident of Redondo Beach for almost 20 years. I've been a homeowner for 4 years. I believe this project is way too big. It's still 146 unit, 149 unit is too big for that spot. The traffic is going to be bad. No matter what their traffic engineers say, it's going to be bad. Right now, I don't believe you can trust a traffic report that does not include the hotel, and none of us know what's going to happen with the hotel. If they're going to add rooms to this hotel, that's going to add to traffic. If they're going to take away rooms from the hotel, add more ballroom space, anything to that hotel, that's going to affect traffic. We need to know what's going to happen with that hotel before anything should be approved. Also, on PCH right now, it's my understanding we have construction plan on Knott and PCH, Prospect and PCH, and now we're talking about Palos Verdes and PCH. The construction and the trucks alone would be a safety hazard. We should not allow this to happen. Let's wait. Let these other construction happen. Let's take care of them, get the trucks off the road, let the highways open up again, and then we should talk about this project. Right now, if we do this project and we have 3 constructions on PCH, the streets that are going to that's going to bear the burden is going to be Prospect and probably Catalina, and that's just going to be more burden on the residents. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Okay, Sheila Garcia. And then Eunice. No last name, Sheila. And Eunice.
Good evening. First, I want to say I appreciate everything you're all doing, and I've been hearing a lot of things, and so I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Basically, I believe the proposal should be denied based on density issues. My fellow residents have already said everything that needs to be said, and I'm appealing to the City Council, all of you up there, need to make their decision based on what you feel is the spirit of the City of Redondo. You've all been residents. You all know what's going on. And I believe in public officials. You guys were elected for reasons. And I hope you guys use that tonight and listen to everybody. It's not us against them. Like, I was very controlled. We were all very controlled. It's not a fight, okay? But let's keep the city in mind. And I truly believe, and I do respect the mayor and everybody on the council, and I'm hoping you guys will use your heart and your soul when you make a decision tonight. That's all I can say. So that's the angle I'm coming from, and I do strongly oppose it, and I do feel there's a lot of work that should be done, and I believe if you believe in the heart and the soul and the spirit of Redondo,
Look at us,
you would understand
please.
where we're coming from.
Us.
Thank you.
Okay, Eunice.
Hello, my name is Eunice. I used to live here in Redondo Beach for 10 years. I love this place, this city.
You have a last name, Eunice?
Eunice Broderick is my
Okay,
name.
that's for the record here, so, okay.
And I used to live here for 10 years. I loved Redondo Beach. I think it's a wonderful city, wonderful people. And in my opinion, I think that because they tried to build a very higher building. And also, we talk about the environment we have here, health for everyone. And also, I think it's possible they keep the hotel, rebuild the hotel, and you still make money anyway. So keep everything nice, beautiful, keep it help Redondo Beach community. And also, Palos Verdes, they have a lot of business, a lot of shops. They are empty because the rent is so high. Nobody can afford to pay the rent to do business. So you want to make business when you have low rent and everybody start, do business. I don't know what they do it, but make money. This is what I call business. Because I'm a businesswoman, and I like real estate. Don't take me wrong, but everything has to be right to everyone. And I deny. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Marilyn. Is that, you know I can't get your name right, so you can. Yeah. I know. Okay, you can say it for the record, though. I didn't want to butcher it too bad.
Hi, I'm Marilyn Brajevich.
Okay.
And I just want to say I oppose the project because of all the traffic, and I live on Prospect and PV Boulevard. And that intersection's a nightmare to begin with. And we've seen a lot of accidents, and I think this project, especially with the right turning lane, it's going to drive it all our way. And then what about when people go to turn left, they're going to go down Prospect and go around to get into the project. So it's a crazy street and intersection. So I would like to oppose this project.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Lynn Peterson and then Barbara Schroeder.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor. Lynn Peterson had to leave because she's disabled and in the state.
Okay, thank you. Wait, hold on. Okay, Barbara Schroeder, I did not wish to speak, but please note I was here to oppose the project. Okay, Barbara Schroeder. And so was, okay, we got it. I got him on the cards here. Okay, Louis, help me. Quaglietta, is Louis here? Okay. Let's see here. Michael Bay.
I'm Michael Bay. I live in Hollywood Riviera, Village Palace Verdes condominium complex. On the face of it, I oppose the project. But one of the things that really bothers me about what is going on is that hotel. The hotel had a fire in June, was it, of 2015? Nothing has been done since then. I think it would show a lot of good faith on the part of the applicant if he either submitted plans or started renovating the hotel at this point in time. The hotel generates, if I'm not mistaken, close to about $200,000 to the City of Redondo Beach in occupancy taxes. I know you guys work really hard, all of you and ladies work really hard to run this city, and you're faced constantly with budget considerations. And I think that it's kind of, I feel like a sense of coercion going on there, and I'd wish that that was not the case, but it seems to me that that is a problem, and I think the applicant could go a long ways towards solving that by submitting some either the new plans for the hotel or starting the renovation. There's no reason to stop that. It's a gold mine, that hotel, and it's a landmark in itself. So that's all I have to say, and thank you for all the hard work you people did.
Thank you. Okay, Pam Cumbar, and then, oh, wait, was there somebody else here? No. Michael Bay. Come on down, Pam. And then Gloria Balcom.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Everything's been said. I'm sorry, Pam Cumbar. I live on PV Boulevard, technically Torrance. But just as the proponents, there's obviously many concerned citizens from other areas on this project. When I first sat down to get my thoughts together, it was about what the Planning Commission findings were. And the things that stood out that weren't repeated by the city staff tonight was one, they said their findings, they feel that it does not conform to all of the requirements of the zoning ordinances. including design, review, and architectural compatibility. This is regarding the 149 units. And it is not consistent with the comprehensive general plan. I spoke to somebody in city government, and they told me that Caltrans can't approve or agree to anything until the project's got permits and entitlements. So I don't know where they're getting this information that they've already made a deal with them, unless Caltrans has made a backroom deal with them. You know, affordability's been talked about, density's been talked about. Small company, this small company, I researched this small company months ago. He owns 15,000 apartments across Los Angeles. I think the idea that Joe Oliveri has is wonderful. It would be totally workable with this area. This is an affluent area. There's condos on the Esplanade that are going for $4 million now. New condos. His new units, because they're new and desirable, just like these new condos, he could downsize. Knock the third floor off. Go 110 units. Get $3,000 for your 2-bedroom units. There are very expensive apartments on the Esplanade, and I'm sure you guys all know that. As far as all his proponents, the affordability, the young people, I think I've covered it. I just would like to see this community stay, the community feel. We want to see revitalization. We want to see the development. I drive through this intersection 3 times a day, and I do want to see something done to it. And for the record, I am not a racist. I have very diverse friends of all races. Thank you very much. I would love to see more diversity in Redondo Beach, actually. Thank you.
Let's stick to the subject here. Gloria Balcom, and then Michael Dubé. Gloria.
Yes.
Dubé. Okay. Are you Gloria?
I'm Gloria.
Hi. Okay.
Yes, I'm Gloria Balcom, and I grew up in Redondo Beach, and I currently own a home in the Riviera, just a few blocks from the Legado site. And I want to commend the staff on doing such a good job of outlining the reasons to deny Legado. And I strongly urge the council to send it back to the Planning Commission for Legado to make meaningful changes that will include the hotel, which seems like a terrible oversight. I agree with the many others who've already stated that the project is way too dense and way too tall. As submitted, it compromises the health and safety of the residents and visitors in a myriad of ways, but including that is traffic and water usage, just to name a couple. I know that the ones that spoke in favor of the project were looking for affordable housing. I can understand that, but they seem to have no understanding of the potential negative aspect to health and safety that could result from the proposed site as it is right now. Personally, I'm horrified that Legado wants to cavalierly cut down that magnificent tree on the PCH median. Apparently in the dim hope that drivers will want to sit through 2 or 3 signals in order to turn left on Palos Verdes Boulevard. My guess is instead they'll choose to dangerously navigate through the narrow and winding residential streets in the Riviera where there aren't even sidewalks where children, dog walkers, and pets can escape the menace. In short, don't let Legado destroy the unique and wonderful character of the village. We are not Beverly Hills, and we don't want to be.
Michael, and next up is Kim Fine, Halloran.
Hi, I'm Michael Dubé. I'm a 43-year resident of the Redondo area. I've owned a house a few blocks from the proposed project for 30 years. First of all, let's make clear that everyone wants to see that eyesore of a property that's gone neglected so long developed. We want to see it be a jewel that's a gateway to the Riviera area and something the entire community can be proud of. So we want development there. What's proposed is a high-density, market-level housing project. This is not affordable housing in the sense that you heard many of the, well-meaning but perhaps naive young folks talk about here. These are going to be expensive places. Now, we're here tonight as if this is all starting from scratch. The Planning Commission did 2 years of analysis and developed a recommendation denying this project. The general plan is more than just numbers. It's about character as well. The denial that I'm sure you have copies of goes through point by point and lists how this proposal is contrary to the general plan in terms of density, traffic, character, and many other issues. The need for affordable housing in Redondo Beach as a whole is already covered in your general city plan. It doesn't need to be covered at this corner. The hotel remains a big unknown and a critical part of the project that seems to be kept behind the curtain. The community has suggested a counter-proposal, something in the ballpark of 100 units that could be terrific here and not such a prison block style development. Legado has consistently failed to deal in good faith with the community in its submissions to the Planning Commission, and I think in the parade of people we saw tonight. I hope you'll reject this project, or at the minimum send it back to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Kim here? Kim Fine? Saw her earlier. Okay. Julie Moore. Then after Julie, Suzanne McCune.
Hi, my name is Julie Moore, and I live on Avenue G for 28 years here in Redondo Beach. And I want to thank all of you again. I feel like we know each other all very well by this time. I really don't know where to start. First, I guess I'd like to know all these young kids who have these jobs that can afford the housing, because I really like my kids to have that job that just graduated from college. But as everyone has said, we do want development on this corner. But we also want a good neighbor. Legado is very good at twisting and manipulating the facts while claiming to be part of the community and good neighbors. All we need to do is look down the road at Playa. About community and good neighbors, City Councilman Bonin's planning director there is quoted as saying, the Legado Del Mar project threatens not just the character of the community, but also the safety of the community and the surrounding areas. Simply put, the project is out of scale and out of character with the quaint beachside community of Playa del Rey. We have a number of concerns with the project. Sounds familiar. To me, being a good neighbor is not whining and dining developers, real estate agents, and North Redondo residents. Being a good neighbor is not letting property deteriorate. Since Legado has owned this property, it has gone downhill, leaving Chez Melange and other businesses no alternative but to leave. I now get to try to sleep to the sound of torn awnings flapping in the wind. And I look at a building falling apart, the hotel. Being a good neighbor is not ignoring the residents who have asked for an upscale hotel in meetings with Legado, with a nice restaurant and pool to add to the community, to be put in first as a priority before all the proposed apartments. Not a hotel with a pool and restaurant attached to the apartments. We don't want a Motel 6. We want a nice boutique 5-star hotel on this side of Redondo. Being a good neighbor is understanding traffic and density in a beach community and to address residents' many concerns that have already impacted traffic on the avenues. I feel the avenues are being ignored. We have major traffic on the avenues, the cut-through streets, and also on Palos Verdes Boulevard. It's not Palos Verdes Drive, it's Palos Verdes Boulevard. Being a good neighbor is respecting the fact that we live here, we vote here, we pay taxes, we support our schools and shop here, and we don't drive home to Beverly Hills once a profit is made. The council represents the entire city. I ask each of you how you and your residents would feel if this project was proposed for your district by this good neighbor. This end of traffic congestion in Redondo dictates traffic to all the districts. You all have the unique opportunity tonight to be remembered for setting the tone of the future and vision of preserving the beachside community that I believe is the jewel of Redondo Beach by saying no to these good neighbors, for they have proven they are not good neighbors. Please say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Next would be Cliff Newmark.
Good evening, and thank you, Council and Mayor, for listening to us. I have lived here this month. 40 years ago this month, I closed escrow on my house on Gertruda. I love the beauty of the gateway to the Riviera, which is where the PV Inn is. There's a beautiful blue sky and sun, and I would like you to please deny this project as it is. I want to keep the safety medians with those beautiful trees. They're beautiful and they're for safety. The proposed project is too tall, too dense. It's going to block views for the hotel. And why would anyone want to stay in the hotel and look out their window at an apartment in someone's bathroom? So I'd like to see the hotel fixed so those people that work there can get their jobs back. The traffic is bad at this intersection. It has an F rating. So we don't need to build so many units. Actually, I would like no units built there, but I'm the exception here. I would like to see the Bristol Farms building that used to be the Plush Horse Hotel restaurant, where my wedding rehearsal dinner and reception was 43 years ago in that building. I would like to see that building restored and come back as a beautiful, fine dining restaurant. And I know my neighbor would like to see it be another Velvet Turtle, which we used to have in the village. That's my neighbor. I think it's a good idea. And maybe have fine dining and a nightclub and dancing. Yeah, let's bring back good dancing into the South Bay. So I just I'm for revitalizing this corner. Fixing it up, fix up the buildings, the hotel, and let's keep the beautiful blue sky there and preserve the view of the ocean for the hotel and preserve the view for the homeowners on Avenue G. So please deny this project, deny, and send it back to the Planning Commission. Oh, no, it just needs to be redone, redo the whole project. And then we can go back to planning, and maybe in the next, 10 years, well, probably not in my lifetime will anything happen.
Thank you, Suzanne. Yeah, Beef Wellington, that'd be good. Cliff Newmark, and then Jim Phillips.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, and City staff members, my name is Cliff Newmark. I live at 116 Camino de las Colinas in the City of Torrance. I'm a former City Council member. I want to make a process point, and that is with the role of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is designed to be the primary body to review the blocking and tackling of all city plans, city zoning issues, and a lot of the details that are raised here today, hotel, right-hand turn lanes, et cetera. The applicant submitted their 146-unit proposal not in a timely manner and effectively did not allow the staff to review that proposal, and the applicant rejected the opportunity for a continuance. I effectively bypassing the Commission's role, which I believe is to work out the details that we have been raised here today. Therefore, I would strongly recommend to number 4, continue the appeal and refer the 146-unit project to the Planning Commission for review. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay. Jim Phillips. And after Jim is Emily Beeler.
Hi, my name is Jim Phillips. I live in Redondo Beach. And I'd like to say, don't touch that tree. Leave it in the middle. It's part of answering the big riddle. The riddle, you ask, how to end all the strife. It all has to do with the quality of life. Next I'm sorry. What will it take to end the abuse? Just lower the density of the mixed use. 149 units, 146, nay, 100 might be bearable. Better yet, 88 would be incomparable. The sky's the limit when talking of size, but any higher than 2 stories would hurt my eyes. And what of the inn? Don't give it the axe. It's got to be renovated. We need the bed tax. So that is my statement. I hope it wasn't too graphic. Oh, I forgot. Just think of the traffic.
Night. So Emily? Emily here? Emily Beeler?
Millennial, she had to go home and study.
But she's against it. Okay. Chris Jewett? Can't read. Yeah, these are the cards I'm getting. Sorry, don't shoot the. Okay, Susan Rennick. Rennick, is I? Susan. You stood up. And Rolf. Rolf, you're next after that. Wake up. Okay.
My name is Susan Rennick. I guess you got that. Mr. Mayor and Redondo Council members.
Where do you live?
Avenue G in Redondo.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, thank you for your service. And I really mean that. I cannot imagine what would possess you all to embrace the headaches that come with this job. But it's an incredibly
I'm thinking that right
important
now.
job. Yeah. Okay, our current zoning is 20 years out of date. You've heard that before. You know that. But back then, populations hadn't increased to where we have statewide mandated drought resolutions. Quiet is disappearing. Pollution is normal. And traffic is ghastly. It was a different world when those zoning laws were written. Lifestyles have changed, technology's changed, and priorities have changed. But our master plan has remained the same. Legado's community outreach has consistently been used as an opportunity to hard sell. When we show up, all we get is what they're going to give us, and this is why it's wonderful, and they're not really interested in what we have to say. Other than a Mediterranean design, they just haven't listened to the Riviera community. We understand that one of your concerns is affordable housing, and I heard that over and over and over again, but to approve this project based on affordable housing would be a travesty. There is absolutely nothing to do with affordable housing with this project. So all of the people who spoke in that area, I respect their concerns, they're not accurate. There have been no traffic impact studies on Prospect, PV Boulevard, the Avenues, or Catalina. Where would you go if traffic were stuck on PCH? Legado wants to remove the trees and safety mediums at Bristol Farms and mitigate the increase of a minimum, this is the most conservative estimate we could possibly come up with, of 1,750 cars every day through an F-rated intersection. It would create 6 lanes across PCH, endangering pedestrians and destroying the village-like charm that we are all talking about. The project is too big, too dense, and too out of character. The ingredients for mixed-use zoning on PCH are not there. There is no mass transit. The businesses struggle, and there's no master plan. I have so much more to say, but I got interrupted with all the things I wanted to answer. Avoiding density overload is a major key to our future, and the Planning Commission denied this project for many very good reasons. Approving this project will ensure South Redondo will die a domino, piecemeal death along PCH, one project attack at a time. So in closing, Mr. Mayor and City Council members, please be magnificent, be forward-thinking, and be strong in sending this back to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And then Lisa Huber's next.
Rolf Stretzenberg, Avenue F. Mayor, council members, staff, counselor, good to see you all. Having lived on Avenue F now for coming up on 5 years, this project is out my front yard. So I'm not a NIMBY, but I guess that makes me a NIMPY, which may be a little bit worse. We've heard a lot of proponents tonight for this, but they mostly seem to be out of town, if not the majority of them. And I don't think they get a vote here. We do. The people behind me that are the residents, we get the votes here. Just as in the U.S., our neighbors, we listen to them, we listen to Mexico, we listen to Canada, but they don't vote. They can't. So your community is here, especially Mr. Ginsburg, Councilor Ginsburg, your community is definitely here. We've got the general plan, such as it is. I've read through it. It's kind of like the Bible. It conflicts itself in a lot of places. It's not a bad document. I think, as Councilman Brandis noted, it is a little bit long in the tooth. I think that's a whole separate topic. One of the things that concerns me, though, is that the counsel for the Legado company refers to it and says, well, we've met everything in this. They don't. Staff has provided multiple things from this general plan that would oppose this project. And there's many more in there if we go through it and read it in more thorough manner. Now, it may get updated. That's a different deal. I would also offer to you that the general plan is not the community. This general plan doesn't make this city. The people of this community make this city. And that's who's speaking here tonight and giving you the opinions that I hope you listen to. This project is not going to make living here any more affordable. We've heard comments on that both ways, but it's just not. And the fact that Legado's council has drawn a line in the sand once again, that the 146 is it, and they're not going to negotiate any further. They're not willing to work with us. I'm going to offer you a quote that I heard recently from one of our long-term Redondo Beach police members, and I know Chief Kaufman is here, so I hope he doesn't get in trouble. He said, and I quote, "One of the worst things this community has done is build residential too close to proximity of business. A mixed-use development is the epitome of that. It's not a good thing to do. It might have been the in vogue thing several years ago when it got put in. It's not anymore." So as a resident very nearby this project that will be negatively affected by the density and the traffic, I implore you all to deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Red light goes on. Okay, Lisa Huber and then Mike Riley. Hello.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Aspel. I, too, would like to...
Tell her where you live for the record, Lisa Huber.
Lisa Huber, I live in Redondo Beach.
There you go.
I live at Prospect and Palos Verdes Boulevard, and I'm very concerned about the traffic that will be cutting through that area with the Legado project development. It's a terrible intersection right now at Prospect and PV Boulevard, and obviously it's only going to get worse. Being one of the later speakers in the evening, everything that I would like to say has pretty much been said already. Mostly, I'd just like to say I am not opposed to change. I do want to see that corner developed. It's an eyesore right now. It's been an eyesore for a very long time. People have brought up the hotel situation. I don't understand why nothing's been done to the hotel. My parents come to town. They stay at that hotel. Several times now they've had to stay elsewhere. They enjoy staying at the hotel. They're really looking forward to seeing it renovated and repaired from the fire damage. This project is just simply too large. The traffic on that intersection at PV and PCH is going to be ridiculous regardless of how much you do to it. Mr. Zucker said that when Legado purchased that piece of land, that there was the hotel, there was the Chez Melange restaurant, there was Bristol Farms, and now he's saying without those currently bringing in any profits, that they need to do something else. Well, why does it have to be so big? Why does it have to be 146? Why can't it be 106? Why can't it be 100? Why can't it be 70? Leave it to Joe Oliveri to come up with this great idea that, you know, it can be smaller. Charge twice as much. It's not affordable housing. It'll never be affordable housing. So I agree there needs to be affordable housing. That's not the location, though. I love this city. I love the Riviera Village. And I ask you to please, please, please vote no and send it back to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Okay. After Mike, we have Jeff Minsandra, something like that. Jeff? Hollywood celebrity, the signature is like, okay, go ahead, Mike.
Honorable Mayor and council members and staff, thank you for the moment to speak. My name is Mike Riley. I live in Redondo Beach on Avenue E. I also own a unit on Avenue G directly above the property. I absolutely ask you to please reject this proposal. I think one of the things you heard tonight, and I really wasn't going to speak tonight, I just kind of wanted to see what people were saying, but the thing that really struck me was all the people who came up in the pro side, again, as many of them were from out of town, they talked about affordable housing, and it just, you got to do the math. This is not at all about affordable housing. These projects are going to, this is prime real estate. It's got a fantastic view, as you all know, of the ocean. They're not going to give this to affordable housing. We heard about homelessness. If you want to solve homelessness, build a shelter. That's not what this is about. So I please implore you, just from listening about the honesty of things, come from a place of honesty. All right? Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, Jeff. Tell me how to say your name.
Jeff Morosevich, Redondo Beach. I live on Avenue G. The folks I heard at the beginning, I was kind of surprised. I was sitting out there, been at these planning things for 2 years, and I've never heard a word of this. As far as affordability goes, this is the most affordable beach community you're going to find in Los Angeles. I came down here from Santa Monica. It's 2 to 3 times as much. And I lived through building up that place. They let in big developments, and the whole thing changed, and it was never the same. People talked about these medians. They were all put there for a reason in the first place. Coming down PCH, going south, there's the median to turn left onto PV Boulevard, and that's where the jam is. The reason it's there is people going north want to turn left on Avenue I. It's a blind corner. You'll have head-on collisions if you take that out. Going up Palos Verdes Boulevard toward Avenue G, there's those medians there. There's curves. There's a hill. You can't see the cars coming. You got to slow it down. It's too much traffic. I have a 5-year-old daughter. Hope she can walk to Toledo. But you know what? All those people are going to be turning right out of that development, cutting down Avenue G, Avenue F. There's a church there, there's a school there, a lot of foot traffic. And to reiterate what other people said, crossing PCH now is hard as it is. People don't look out. There's already a de facto right turn lane by Rock and Brews as it is. Nobody watches when they're making those turns. You're trying to walk across that street. It would only be worse. This is a pedestrian-friendly community. It gives it its character. I've lived here for about 12 years. I was a renter, and I heard these things about it's not affordable. There's tons of affordable apartments on Avenue G. Try to drive down it any weekend day. There's moving trucks double parked over and over again. Plenty of affordable apartments. I lived there. I heard, oh, well, the management's not good. No, it was great. We liked it so much we decided to buy and live here. This is too big. It doesn't fit the community. I can't see anything else this size around here. This is not Century City. And the other people brought up the water. I mean, yeah, it's rained a little bit more up north, but we still have a long-term water issue, and all of us, every department's being told to cut back, and yet how can we justify letting more people and more people and more people? Thank you. Please reject this.
Thank you. Okay. And then after Robin, Susanna Zollinger.
Good evening,
Hello.
Mayor and Council. How are you? My name is Robin Krevelt, Redondo Beach. Over 30 years ago, after visiting other beach cities like Santa Monica and Manhattan Beach, I picked Redondo Beach to be my home. It was not overcrowded or overdeveloped. You can actually find parking in the street. I love the warmth and friendliness of the residents and the hometown beach feel. It was a long way from the government-subsidized housing project I lived in Wallington, New Jersey. My rent tripled, and I worked very, very hard to keep up with my bills and enjoying the privilege of living in Redondo Beach, which I always called the best-kept secret in Los Angeles County. I had to sacrifice quite a bit, except, of course, those fun-filled afternoons at Beach Bum Bert's and St. Patrick's Days at Hennessy's. I am a current business owner and was an original business owner next door in the Redondo Shores Shopping Center. I loved how they transformed that old, nasty Thrifties into a beautiful and easily accessible center for our community. That is the type of development that I can easily support and encourage for our city. I'm an original owner in Sunset Riviera on Avenue G. If you have not had the pleasure to walk our complex, my front door actually is just a few feet from the Legado property and faces the Legado property. Ed, I apologize, but I invite you to walk by my home. I live in a two-story. The garage is on the same level as my living room, dining room, kitchen. There is no garage under. It's not stacked. It's two-story. It's not a triplex. And I'd like to address my strong opposition to the 1700 PCH Legado project. I have several concerns, but I also agree with many of the topics that some of my neighbors and friends have brought up previously, so I'm not going to totally repeat them. Aside from the numerous apartment tenants, shoppers, diners, there will also be a large amount of commercial trucks loading and unloading. I'm concerned that anxious drivers pulling in and out of the numerous access driveways at Legado will injure or kill the many, many pedestrians walking or cycling along PCH and Palos Verdes Boulevard. How are we going to mitigate all the traffic and all the driveways? On PV Boulevard, the Legado project has a driveway entrance, and it'll be in and out. And then next to that, not far away, is a service road that will be in and out. And then that service road is actually going to be immediately next door to the entrance exit of Sunset Riviera. I don't know if you're familiar with, we have an entrance onto Palos Verdes Boulevard for our 41 units. Basically, 4 roads within a few hundred feet. It's already a problem to make a left-hand turn onto PV Boulevard from Avenue G. I anticipate that most drivers will take the shortcut and turn right onto PV Boulevard, then make a left from PV Boulevard onto Avenues E, F, and G to get to PCH, hence causing heavy traffic backed up and on all those streets, danger to any children out there playing, and it will basically be a traffic frenzy.
You've got to wrap it up. Your time's up.
I'd also like to see some plans for the hotel. It's always been a guest house for our family and friends, and I feel like it's being held hostage. I urge you to reject the proposals for 149, 146, and just maintain the character, beauty, and charm of Redondo Beach that we love. Okay. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Because you remember Beach Bum Bert's. That's the only reason. So.
I forgot all about it.
Yeah, Suzanne Zoll. You're Suzanne?
Yes,
and the next one up is Andrea Madenwald. Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for lending us an ear and being so patient with us. This is, as you know, so important to all of us neighbors over here, your residents. I feel that the project is still very dense. Too many apartments, 100, 106 would be better, and they're not exactly affordable for all the millennials, but I oppose to getting rid of the trees and the safety medians that are so important. I live in Pacific Coast Highway between Prospect and Vista del Parque, and I am already feeling the squish from the project of Prospect and now this Legado. But I really do not want to live in front of a freeway. Please, please do not get rid of those trees and the safety medians. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Andrea? And then Bruce Cocken.
Hi, my name is Andrea Madenwald, and I am a 20-year resident on Camino de las Colinas, just up from directly across from Palos Verdes Hotel. And my statement, it just mirrors everybody else. Legado doesn't get it. Legado doesn't live here. Why is it that we have to battle to get reasonable development in our neighborhood? Again, we're not opposed to something, but opposed to something that doesn't fit in. The traffic is so bad up on Colinas already. We have one sidewalk on one side, so it's a thoroughfare. And I just ask that you reject this development. It's just too dense and too busy for this whole intersection. I'd hate to see the trees go. We lost Vagabond Hotel, which is a wonderful hotel that we had, and I think that is 16 units now, which to me is still pretty large for 16 because we walk down that street every day, but the hotel hasn't been addressed. We go down I walked over to look at the pool the other day because we've had a lot of mosquitoes. I don't know if that pool is drained or not. I couldn't see the bottom of it, but again, looking around the property, there is no parking whatsoever addressed for that hotel for 110 units.
Thank you.
Too dense. Thank you.
Okay. Bruce Calkin. And Paul Schlichting.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, attorneys, and staff. I'm a little embarrassed how little I have to say, but I did take a couple of notes. I've lived in the Riviera since 1949, and then going back and forth. My parents have passed away, so I'm still living in the house that I resided in. So I have a lot of, memories of this area. Like when you could take a Sabbath down to King Harbor and just take it on your back. Mr. Abrams and his wife have become heroes to me because besides Save the Riviera newsletter that they contribute to, he researches everything. So 106, if that's really the legal, number of units you can have, then that should really be a decision right there because you don't want to break the law. Let me just see if I missed anything. Yeah, I'd like to stay here unless we get more Fukushima radiation. So we're going to be stuck with this project forever. And can they build condominiums out of these units? I mean, I didn't hear that, and of course everyone's talked about the rent. So I think we're getting into a problem. When the Seabreeze unit came up, I drove my car there in front of the church and between the medical building, and I thought, wait a minute, how can this be a two-way street? And so then I saw these gentlemen present 2 lanes in front of, or maybe it was 3 lanes in front of going to the airport, so that would be northbound PCH. Well, if you have any more than 2 lanes, then Fatburger gets more customers than it wanted to get, Torrance isn't going to move their side of the street, or, of PCH. So you're stuck, I think, really with just 2 lanes. And then with the left-hand turn lane problems, I think you're going to have a lot of problems. So I wish we would stick with the conclusions of Mr. Abrams, and, of course, all the people here that are against this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Paul. Paul is Ellen Margetich.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Paul Schlichting, Redondo Beach, District 1. First of all, we all know, you folks know, you and the Planning Commission have latitude. You don't have to approve things just because they technically, by someone's interpretation, conform. You have all kinds of avenues of rejecting a project. And I have, first of all, also a technical question for Mrs. Webb and Jones. I don't want them to answer while I'm during my time, but I believe your only options are really only 1 and 2 up there, because I don't believe 146 has been formally proposed to the or even the Planning Commission has acted on them. And having gone through an appeal myself, I know how technical those things are, what you can and can't appeal, and whether it's all that. So they should give a technical interpretation. I believe that since 146 has not been been formally proposed and acted on by them, that you cannot act on it because it has not gone through the proper process. But regards to what I see here, I see a good guy, bad guy. I really resent the fact that we have the thug type mentality, and someone else has mentioned something similar to that, that they come up and they're going to kind of exert their muscle. I would ask, why isn't the hotel functional? If they have good intentions, why don't they have the hotel up and functional? If they're bleeding so much, they should have the hotel up and working. An outfit who has a property like this wouldn't drive all the tenants out. I talked to the bookstore owner before they were driven out. He was very upset. Chez Melange, I knew, left because they had horrendous hours they had to keep. They had to be unprofitable through part of their times. Bristol Farms, I heard that they were, in a way, forced out. It wasn't simply they couldn't make a go of it. I talked to some of the employees there because I was sorry to see it go. And one thing that was there in the past that hasn't been mentioned much is the Strand. The Strand was a beautiful place, fabulous, a lot of fun, music, live music, something like that, if someone wants to propose something like that. Also, I think a lot of the local people here have come up and talked about affordable housing. The housing here would not be affordable housing. Even the woman who made a point earlier, which I feel badly, I think she was misinformed. Even at the higher numbers, it wasn't affordable housing. It was always even mentioned at the Planning Commission to be market rate housing. And the other technical question I have is, yes, it was just brought up, if these are indeed built as, they were originally condos, and then somehow they mystically, magically changed into rentals. And if they're built to condo specs, I have a question I'd like to hear the answer to sometime. What does it take to convert them back to condos? There's no guarantee, no promise. These are going to be even affordable rentals for local people who work in the Riviera for any number of years. So I think that that should be addressed.
Thank you, Paul.
That's it? Yeah. Okay.
Ellen? Okay.
Hey, Beach Bum Birds.
And Joseph Gennaro after Ellen.
Good evening. Mayor Aspel and council members, thank you for your service. It's not mine. Anyway, I'm here tonight to voice my opposition to the Legado project for 146 or 149 apartments, and I'd ask the City Council, please demand or require that Mr. Zucker and the Legado companies repair and reopen the Palos Verdes Inn. The Legado companies and Mr. Zucker have clearly demonstrated they are not good neighbors, nor are they good landlords. Mr. Zucker has owned the Palos Verdes Inn and the former Bristol Farms property for more than 10 years. During this time, Legado has allowed the property to deteriorate to the point it is now an eyesore and a blight on the entire community. I am sure that you have heard of the broken windows theory. If you're not familiar with the term, the broken window theory comes from the metaphor used to describe this concept. If a window is broken and left unrepaired, people walking by will conclude that no one cares and no one is in charge. That theory says that the little things matter, picking up the trash, keeping the landscaping in good repair, and the property in good repair, in good shape, all seem like minor things, but in fact they're extremely important to a community. Minor, seemingly insignificant, quality of life issues, things ignored, often become the tipping point for the demise of a neighborhood and an increasing crime. In its current state, the Palos Verdes Inn is the epitome of a broken windows theory. Mr. Zucker and his company have made no effort to repair and reopen the Palos Verdes Inn since the fire damaged it in July of 2015. Instead, the hotel sits there vacant, smoke-stained and broken windows and doors, becoming more rat-infested every day. There are more homeless people sleeping and living around the Palos Verdes Inn than there ever have been. And why not? It certainly looks run down and abandoned, and no one seems to be in charge. And it also seems very creepy and dangerous to walk by there at night. Legado claims it is waiting for, at Mr. Ginsburg's meeting, a Legado representative claimed, well, we're waiting for our insurance company settlement before we can begin to work on the hotel. Apparently, Mr. Zucker and his advisors do not understand how insurance coverage works. The insurance is not going to build a new hotel for Legado, nor is it going to pay for the upgrades or damages and other rundown conditions that were there long before the fire. In fact, there was a running joke in my neighborhood that you only put your friends and relatives you do not like at the Palos Verdes Inn. If and when Legado ever reopens the hotel, one will certainly hope that it is restored and upgraded to a much nicer hotel. Please do not fall for Legado. Despite Legado's attorney claiming that they are acting in good faith, I do not believe them. Mr. Zucker is clearly attempting to use the Palos Verdes Inn as a blackmail bargaining chip in hopes of pressuring the Redondo Beach City Council to approve Legado's proposed 146 apartment units. Please do not fall for this ploy, nor throw their thinly veiled threats that they're going to sue the city. Please require that the hotel be repaired and approved for occupancy before you even consider this latest Legado proposal. Legado is still too massive and is completely out of character with this neighborhood. Their traffic has not been addressed properly. You have addressed maybe Palos Verdes and PCH, but you have not looked at the surrounding impact on the surrounding streets. Everyone agrees that Bristol Farm property should be developed.
Ellen,
no one wants an eyesore.
I have to wrap you up.
Okay, I will be quick. However, this project is not the right one for this intersection. We do not want a slumlord building 146 units on that corner.
It's almost 10 everybody scoots over time, it's not fair to anybody in the room. So please respect everybody's time. Joseph Gennaro is up, and then Tatiana Brajagovic or something. Anyway, Joseph Gennaro. Going once, going twice. Tatiana. Okay, Mark Bastian, I didn't see you back there. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Mark Bastian. I'm over a 20-year resident of Redondo Beach. I'm also a business owner of Redondo Beach and a member of the Chamber of Commerce. I went to school at Loyola Marymount, like a lot of the people here. I looked for an affordable place to live after graduating college, and Manhattan Beach was not affordable, Hermosa Beach, and I found a place in Redondo Beach. I had to start out with roommates, apartments, and finally ended up buying something. I'm in the process of raising my family here. I have a daughter at the high school currently. The traffic is so bad it takes me over 20 minutes to take her to school in the mornings. I think the traffic there is horrible, and that adding more units in that area is not going to help matters. We have too many people on these roads currently. People come down Palos Verdes Boulevard and come screeching up the hill there and turn left on G to cut off 2 or 3 lights that they can save there. We try to walk in that area. That intersection is very dangerous. In teaching my children how to drive, I've had to have them not go down G and go the other way because of the cars come screeching up there. I'm committed to Redondo Beach. You know, me and my wife have been members of PTA presidents, that kind of thing. We're involved in the community. I don't come here and speak on these things, but I do think this is an important matter. Just because of the traffic and everything. We like to walk and utilize the Riviera Village, but the traffic down there is just getting worse and worse. So I hope that you go against this project, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, Andy Lesser. I saw him here. And after that is Carol Gramstad.
Hi, everyone. Dr. Andrew Lesser. Haven't been here for a while, but I know that Mayor Aspo would be disappointed if I didn't come down every now and then. I do pick my battles. I just want to spend a few seconds to say I agree with every single idea that people have come up with that oppose the project, the traffic, the density, everything else. So I wanted to say something else. Over the years in Redondo Beach, there have been many, many ideas that were felt to be good by a standing city council, which later turned out to be maybe not such a great idea. One of them was the complete destruction of downtown. I think with the exception of the people that own condos or reside in the village, I think most everyone else would agree that that was probably a bad idea. So now we come to mixed use. And the tide is turning in as much as mixed use isn't all that it's cracked up to be. Originally, it was supposed to be a takeoff on early 20th century urban planning with shops, neighborhood businesses on the first floor, and then maybe apartments above it on a second story, maybe a third story. So some years ago, and I think it was about the time I moved to Redondo Beach 23 years ago, mixed use was instituted, and the concept of hubs were developed. And mixed use is like Pacific Coast Highway from Garnet to Pearl, and now Prospect, and or PV Boulevard and PCH and Prospect. And even though mega structures, mega projects could be developed, the tide has been for them not to be. We have the Chase Bank at PCH and Torrance Boulevard. They could have put up 3 stories, but they didn't. You've got the Union 76 went 7-Eleven. I don't want to get into the red here, so I just want to bring up real quick, there was Pearl Plaza, which was this enormous development to be built to the max of mixed use, and it came to the city council, and city council said, okay, and then Mayor Ginn, in a very brave and gutsy move, vetoed it and said it's just too big. And now there's a movement afoot to lower the density, lower the height in mixed use, which is more appropriate for Redondo Beach. So I'm afraid of a domino effect. You know, Sea Breeze went through. I think you should stop at this project and see that the people want mixed use, but reasonable. Nobody is against development, but as one gentleman said very aptly, capitalism is fine, but when it turns to greed, you know, please stop it. Thanks.
Thanks, Andy.
My name is Carol Scramstad, and I appreciate you all staying so late and allowing us to speak. I live on Camino de las Colinas. I am officially a Torrance resident. However, I've heard several things tonight. One is affordable housing. I know that this is not going to be affordable housing. Two, outreach. I live a half a block from this project, and no one has ever reached out to me. Okay. Three, the traffic. The traffic is getting more and more dense every day. I oppose the removal of the medium. I think the medium is an important part of the character of the Riviera. My history, I grew up in the South Bay. As a teenager, I came to the Hollywood Riviera, and I fell in love with it. And I eventually was able to purchase a home there. I've been a resident of Hollywood Riviera for 27 years. I've been a resident of the South Bay 65 years. And the South Bay, in and of itself, is a community. It's a, you know, we're not Century City. South Bay's never been that way. We have our piers. We have Manhattan Beach with the pier. We have our Hermosa Beach, which I lived in Hermosa. We moved from Hermosa to the Riviera because Hermosa was getting too overbuilt. My husband and I worked on the committee to buy the green space in Hermosa because we didn't want to see that turn into condominiums. I want to see this corner developed. I don't see the value in mixed use at all. I agree that the Legado Corporation should have to bring up the Palos Verdes Inn to the standard to a 4 or 5-star hotel. Personally, I would love to see a beautiful resort there, which would not only bring in a lot of money to the city of Redondo Beach, it would be something we could all be proud of, we could all use, and it wouldn't increase the traffic situation so drastically. And additionally, I support just about everything that's been said tonight in opposition of the project. Please send it back to the Planning Commission. Please come up with, or ask Legado to come up with something, and be good neighbors. Respect the beauty, the ambience that we all worked hard.
Carol.
I worked very
Carol,
hard to
thank
buy
you.
this property
Carol, time's up.
and make it
Thank you.
affordable to myself. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, John Kellum. And then Kathy Juhas. John.
Good evening. I'm John Kellum. I live in the Hollywood Riviera on the Camino de las Colinas, which some other people evidently live on. And it's just one block to the side of Palos Verdes Boulevard, and it abuts the Palos Verdes Inn. Right now, there is a lot of traffic there. I live on what's clearly a side street, but so many people are using that to avoid some traffic lights, I guess. It's virtually become a thoroughfare. I don't think this proposed development will improve that at all. I think the traffic in that area is really quite heavy already. And one thing a lady just a short time ago alluded to, Legado mentioned they discussed with something like 250 individuals about their project. I live about a couple of blocks from that project. I've never heard from them. And a little survey I made with some neighbors said they never heard of them either. The only thing I heard about was when I saw an item in the newspaper about this. And I think I live close enough to be highly affected by that development. And I think this proposed development has a capability of changing the character of the neighborhood in an adverse way. It'd just be too congested. And it's not intended to be that kind of a community. Well, there have been some other developments along Pacific Coast Highway in recent years, housing development. So it's gotten much more congested than it was when I moved in there some 30 years ago. And in closing, I just want to say that there's been a whole lot of people speaking before me who live in this neighborhood who evidently really care for this neighborhood. And they really want to take good care of it. And they're not people from the outside who have some hypothetical reason for supporting this development. The people you're talking to right now are ones who really care about this neighborhood and want to see that it is well maintained and it keeps its character. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Okay, Kathy. Hello. How you doing? Good.
Thank you also. I just want to say that I deny the project. I would like you to deny the project. I'm not in favor of it for all the reasons that have been already mentioned. And I wanted to mention that I'm a realtor, so if Mr. Cruiser is interested in selling, I can help him with that. Maybe we can have a local developer that's interested in our city help.
That's all for the written requests. Before I go to the proponent, anybody else want to come and speak?
Against. We're still against?
Anybody? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Andy Shelby. I'm a Redondo Beach resident. I'm opposed to the development. I'm not going to repeat what people said. I want to focus on, main reason is the traffic, the safety, the congestion. Traffic will cause the hotel's an issue. But I also want to encourage on the 146 proposal, I don't think, if for some reason you're going to vote for it, I don't think you should. I think it would cause a chilling effect on the process because it really didn't go thoroughly through the Planning Commission. I also don't think you should send it back to the Planning Commission because the Planning Commission did offer the developer, and I was at the meeting probably 3-4 times to say, do you want to continue? And so we can talk about this 146 proposal, and the developers said flat out no. So I don't think it should go back to the Planning Commission. I think you should deny it, the whole thing in its entirety. I live 200 steps from, and I walked it off, 200 steps from the proposed development. I'm a Redondo Beach resident for 16 years. It will personally affect me on this development, and so I ask you to turn it down. I am in favor of it getting developed, and as some other people said, I would not have an issue if it was around 90 to 100 apartments, the 23,000 square feet, Mediterranean, 2 stories, something like that. I wouldn't have a problem, but other than that, I say reject it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Karen Whitehead. I live in Redondo Beach. Thank you all for your time. I've heard some really interesting things here tonight. I've been against this project for a long, long time. Long ago, there was talk of condos, and a lot of us were interested. Apartments, not so much. I've never taken the podium, though, so I want to take a minute just to say some things. I was really interested to hear the millennials talk tonight who signed a petition at El Camino College, and that's how they heard about this, and that's how they were here. That fascinates me. Kudos. Wow, that was that's a really good idea for those of us against it. I want to see the plans for the hotel in whatever gets approved tonight or whatever night. I want to see some hotel plans. And I am agreeing with Mr. Oliveri. It would be great to see something fantastic on that corner. Maybe it'd have a big head on it with ivy and a big hat. Something grand for Redondo is what I'm in favor for, and I'm not seeing it yet. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Hello, Holly.
Holly Osborne. I live in North Redondo, and nobody has wined and dined me. But let me tell you, I learned two really interesting
Me neither,
things.
by the way.
Okay. I learned two really interesting things tonight, and the first one was by Mr. Jones when he said that just because we have a high arena number, you do not have to be blackmailed into approving this project. Okay? And that's the first time somebody had the guts to say that. And the second thing is, I'm an engineer, and I've never been able to understand how you could take a property, the acres, and multiply by 35 and come up with a number when part of that property has actually already got something on it. Okay? And so we had 4.2 acres or whatever it was and multiply by 35 and you get your 149, but yet there's already a hotel. And so finally somebody subtracted it out and came out with 105. And if your general plan doesn't allow you to subtract out for the stuff that's already there, then I think you ought to revisit the general plan in terms of how you define what can be built. I live in North Redondo, and I've seen what's happened when people just say, how many apartments can we build? Slam, bam, thank you, ma'am, there they are. That's what people did years ago, and those are the worst apartment complexes. And fortunately, they've downsized, but you don't want to get yourself trapped into approving something that's too big for what they can, this neighborhood can sustain. And then I also have a very cynical remark. All these people from other areas, like Hermosa, whose RENA number is 2, and Torrance, whose RENA number was about the same but is 3 times our size, and at 1450, I don't think they should come down here and tell us to build when their own RENA numbers are so much smaller in comparison to ours. Okay? That's...
Out, Holly, about half the people opposed to the place live in Torrance.
I
know what you mean. I know. Okay.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Aspol, City Council members. My name is Marcy Guillermo. Not only we want a fantastic project, but we want a colorful project, something that brings a lot of art to it. Okay. I'm opposed to the project as it is proposed and presented because I have serious concerns with the impact of the project on the health and safety of the community and visitors. That intersection is very dangerous, and let me repeat that. That intersection is very dangerous. Please do not allow them to remove the safety mediums. If anything, we need to take this opportunity to beautify that and add more plants and more color to it. Also, like everybody has said, we need to ask for the plans for the hotel. It's been too long and we haven't seen very little. So I would kindly and respectfully request that you listen to all these residents who came tonight and please do something about it. This is the time to show your leadership, your communications, and how to work with the developer on behalf of the residents. Please do not approve this project. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Igor Nastaskin, and I reside in the Hollywood Riviera, less than a mile from Legado project. I just want to address something. Let's just be honest. Let's see the white elephant in the room. This project is not about solving the housing issue in California. This project is about maximizing the profit. It's pure and simple. Now, I'm a realtor, and I believe in property rights, and I believe that somebody should be able to develop the property, but it has to be done in a responsible way. When we are trying to do something that's irresponsible, and we say that we want to do it in the name of solving the housing project, you know, that kind of irks me a little bit. To the Legado, it's another project. To us, it's a community. We had several people that have said that Riviera is a jewel. It's a special community that unless you live here, unless you drive by day in and day out, you don't really understand how special that location is. And once you allow this type of a project without really looking at its impact and how it affects everybody, you're going to do a damage that you won't be able to undo. Okay? So I hope that you take a look at it. I do think that something should be done there, but it's not what they're proposing. The other thing that irks me a little bit, Legado claims to be a good neighbor. So after being denied by the Planning Commission, what do? They appeal with a 149-unit project where they know that this is not what the community wants. So if they want to be a good neighbor, how is that being a good neighbor? Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, City staff, great residents of Redondo Beach, out-of-towners. So I first want to start off with saying that the community has come together for the last year and a half, and we have formed this great grassroots organization named City of Redondo. And with that organization, we've come together, and we've rolled up our sleeves, and we've looked at this project backwards and forwards, up and down. One of the things that we need to talk about are the loss of revenue. They say there's great gain of revenue. The Lost Hotel hasn't been open since June, since the fire. It's been derelict since years before that. The property, Bristol Farms, was kicked out years before that. Traffic, Caltrans traffic mitigation plan. That's what we're dealing with here from 2009. PCH, with the center medians being taken out, our own city traffic engineer has said himself, a median provides pedestrian refuges, inherently slows down traffic for vehicles, and trees also slow down traffic. It's odd that we take out center medians and we increase the sidewalks in the name of traffic, but yet we're trying to create focal points. Avenue G and PV Boulevard is a major issue. That is where the traffic is. What we're dealing with on the PV Boulevard aspect, by the Legado project, their exit, taking out that center median is purely for accessibility, not for traffic mitigation. That is for getting an entrance and exit out of this particular project, and that is important to note. Nowhere else along PV Boulevard, on the Torrance side or the Redondo side, has been looked at for the traffic mitigation. We need to look at that. Density. This is not an affordable housing project. This is a market rate apartment housing complex. We're building on a maximum of 3 acres, which gives us 110 units, minus the area of land being given to PCH and PV Boulevard for those right-hand turn lanes and the turnout lanes, gives us 106 units. Minus that from the 20% below that for the RENA numbers that we talked about earlier, that gives us a good grand total of 88. But yet still, with that density, in the 2009 Citizens Community Circulation Report said that wouldn't be enough by 2030. The big elephant in the room is a hotel. Is this one plan or 2 plans? If this is one plan, we do not need any more commercial. The commercial is fully satisfied by the mixed-use element by the hotel. If this is 2 plans, then we need to relook at this entire plan as a whole and include the hotel. But again, the big elephant in this room is the hotel. There is no plans for the remodeling of the hotel. There is no plans whatsoever for the hotel, the traffic mitigation of the hotel. We don't know what the hotel is going to look like. The last thing I'll finish up with is I read a great article a few minutes ago by Kathy Kaplan, Because PR firm. She wrote a great article for adding costs for Legado companies a few months ago as an employee of hers. And I would like to say, on behalf of Save the Riviera, I would like to give our cause in Save the Riviera to deny this project and to save the Riviera. Thank you very much.
Hi there, Amy Joseph, Hollywood Riviera. Thank you for listening carefully to all of us tonight. You've heard objections. It's too big, it's too dense, it's too tall, too traffic producing, and just plain wrong for this parcel of land in the Riviera Village area. We've been called obstructionists and apparently racists on top of that, who'll just say no to anything, and that's utter nonsense, and I have other words for it. We want a reasonable plan appropriate for this parcel and this location. Blocks of 3-story tall buildings crammed into, with almost 150 apartments and tens of thousands of square feet of commercial space into this small parcel jammed next to the Palos Verdes Inn. That's wrong for this entrance to Riviera Village. This belongs in South Bay Galleria near highways and mass transit. We're frustrated that outside developers appear spreading money and misinformation to convince people, many here tonight, I would turn around if I were allowed to, but I'm not, that this will be great for us. I'm thinking most of them were not told that the reason they call it rundown is because it's Legado, again, the people right behind me, who have let it deteriorate these 10 years that they have owned this property. I'll say it again. Legado has let this deteriorate for 10 years. For a start, maybe they could tell us their plans for the hotel, then renovate and reopen the hotel. We have concerns about traffic and safety, from 1,750 more cars daily to cyclists and pedestrians already endangered when they venture into this failing grade intersection. That concerns us for you new renters as well behind me. We're concerned about underground parking. People hate it, and women are particularly vulnerable. Simply painting more stripes for turn lanes will not mitigate the problems here. Bad traffic isn't improved by adding more traffic. A Google hit gave unflattering Legado news about Legado Encino, with residents blindsided by substitution of an ugly facade in place of what was expected. We read tenant complaints about shoddy construction, poor quality materials, and alarms going off in the middle of the night. We found Legado Playa del Rey quotes that we could have written ourselves, and I think Julie said this. The project threatens not just the character of the community, but also the safety of the surrounding areas, out of scale and out of character with a quaint beach community, which is what I believe we are. Those plus a hotel being held hostage makes Legado already a really bad neighbor. We know our realtors are excited, lack of housing stock in this desirable community, and we empathize with their wanting access to commission-producing properties. But millennial and other renters that are brought here for this purpose to support it, told that they could now afford this area, should really be told the truth, that it will actually be expensive market-rate housing, not affordable. And curious, we've never seen rental pricing, and it sure will not fix the homeless problem. Since last June, Redondo has already been unable to comply with mandated water usage reduction. How would another 446 units help that problem? Either deny this or knock off the 3rd floor and then have Planning Commission vet this properly. My neighbors and I welcome a quality 2-story product with median and trees intact, based on net acreage onto which they can actually build. Please remember your vision of Redondo Beach as the most livable, friendly, and attractive California beach city, and deny these Legado plans. By the way, the Shade Hotel is recovering from massive water damage faster than Legado's one-room fire. And finally, please don't add to the mistakes of the 70s when apartment buildings were built to block out the Pacific Ocean.
I'm going to ask these remaining speakers to please shut it off at 3 minutes, because we're getting down to the end. And because you're the last speakers doesn't give you more right to speak longer. So please, 3 minutes.
My name is Irina Shelby. I am a Redondo Beach resident living 1 block away from the Bristol Farm site, so this proposed project affects me directly. The fact that Legado has appealed the 180 plan, the 149 plan, and the 146 plan is like throwing spaghetti against the wall to see what sticks. In reality, they want the 146 plan, but their appeal to the City Council is an end run around the Planning Commission and circumvents the process set up by the City. Furthermore, Legado thumbed its nose at the city by submitting an incomplete 146 design late, despite repeated written reminders by the city. The 146 plan incorporates many suggestions given by Save the Riviera, which we acknowledge and appreciate. However, this project does not conform to the Redondo Beach general plan. The general plan specifically calls for density calculations based on net acreage, not on gross acreage. Additionally, at the City Council meeting on March 1st, it was affirmed by the city staff that the general plan takes precedence over any zoning ordinances. What Legado is trying to do is use the land underneath the hotel to calculate the number of dwelling units for the rest of the property. The hotel is a separate legal entity. At the same time, there are no plans to develop the hotel, and it is not included in any of the designs. This kind of double dipping with the hotel is absurd. When net acreage is used, the maximum density that can be on the property is 110 units, not the 146 or 149 that Legado is proposing. And don't be fooled by claims that this project will provide affordable housing. These will be market rate apartments. Some of us from Save the Riviera have developed an alternative project that conforms to the city's plan. It uses Legado's 146 design, but eliminates the third story, reduces the number of units to 106, and calls for the development of a boutique hotel. This is more in keeping with the surrounding neighborhood and will have less of an adverse effect on traffic and safety. I urge the City Council to vote down both the 149 and 146 plan. If Legado still wants to build in Redondo Beach, they can submit a new plan, as suggested by Save the Riviera, that meets the city's net density requirement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm Dave Nicholson. I reside with the love of my life, Susan, on Avenue G. I hope you'll reject this whole thing. More density, more traffic, more safety. We need less density, and we need to reduce the traffic, which increases more safety. So I hope you reject it. Thank you.
That was a good movie, man. Best one of the night. Scores place with his wife, too, at the same time. Okay, anybody else? We've got the point. So I think we are going to be here for a while. According to Mr. Webb, then, make sure we do this right. We want to give the proponent his opportunity to answer the opponents. So you don't have a 3-minute timer, but
I promise to be
the best way to not make us friends is to talk a lot.
Try to get to the point. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and again, members of the City Council. Again, my name is Fernando Villa. I have just a few points I'd like to respond to that were raised, and Michael Schonefeld will have some brief closing remarks following my responses. First, comments were made this evening about how to calculate the allowable residential density on this parcel. Just so that I think we clarify the record here, the way that is calculated, it's a formula that's embedded in your code, and it's based upon the entire parcel. There's only one parcel. They're not two separate lots. It's not a hotel lot, and it's not a residential lot. It's one parcel, and the calculation is translates into 35 units per acre, and that is how we get to 140. It was actually 149.5 is how the calculation develops. We work closely with Aaron Jones and Anita Kroger. I believe they agree with that calculation, and that's how we arrived at that number. The hotel there is not going to be a separate hotel parcel created. There's no service subdivision. It's simply an airspace lot that's going to be created. So the calculation is fixed in your code. Second, it's important to note that the City Planning Division recommended and found that in connection with the 180 unit project and also in connection with the 149 unit project, each version complied with all applicable state and local ordinances. Each version satisfied all of the findings that the City Planning Commission needed to make to approve the conditional use permit that's required for mixed-use project. Each version satisfied all of the elements and findings that needed to be made to approve the design review that the Commission was empowered to do. Each version met and satisfied all of the general plan policies and goals and requirements for this mixed-use development. And based upon those determinations by the Planning Division, recommended that the Commission approve each version of the project. It was only after the Commission, following its July 16th hearing, and after having received the testimony that from certain members of the public that found that some of the concerns that were expressed tonight, that the Commission directed the planning staff to reverse course and made diametrically opposing findings that essentially came to the opposite conclusion. And it's also important to note that there are a number of statements been made tonight about the impacts the project will cause traffic-wise, to parking conditions, and to noise. In fact, your mitigated negative declaration that your consultants, the city's consultants prepared, that your traffic consultant prepared after interacting with Caltrans and having Caltrans' approval of the recommended mitigation measures, after interacting closely with your in-house traffic engineer and working closely with city staff, determined that no significant impact would result in the form of parking impacts because the project met or now exceeds your parking requirements. No significant traffic impacts will result because of each of the mitigation measures that are going to be adopted, which in fact will improve performance at this critical intersection from LOSE to LOSD. And no other noise impacts would not result because the project will be below the city's own threshold requirements. It's important to keep that in mind. And it was only after statements were made following the July 16th Planning Commission, during and after that hearing, that the Planning Commission directed staff to make findings that ran contrary to their own experts' determinations. And what were the basis of those findings that went contrary to your own environmental studies? Unsubstantiated testimony, opinion testimony. And so that is, it's important to know your own traffic and environmental experts found no significant impacts would result from this project. The one or two other points I wanted to make with regard to statements made about whether or not the council may tonight consider the 146-unit version of the project. The way it's been presented to you is that it would be the 149-unit project that was appealed to this body had conditions of approval that would reflect the version that Mr. Zucker presented earlier. We sent a letter to the city attorney, and it was our view that, in fact, the Planning Commission has the power to, the City Council has the power to review the Commission's determinations on the 149-unit project and has the power, it's in your code, that says you can modify those conditions of approval that were before the Planning Commission. It is within your discretion. This is your de novo review. You have the power. It's reflected in your code. Obviously, your city attorney can advise you on that. So, but there is a process for you to do that. And finally, with regard to the hotel plans, absolutely the ownership intends to reopen that hotel as soon as reasonably possible. And with regard to the ultimate plans and design of what that hotel will look like, two important factors need to be considered. Number one, the final plans for the design and for the ultimate renovation of the hotel are conditions of approval that have been proposed. These are conditions that have to be satisfied before your city can issue a certificate of occupancy, not of the hotel, but of the residents. It's your guarantee that that renovation will be done in accordance with your requirements. Secondly, even before we get to that finish line with your city, we have been required to and did submit two documents that are important. One are design guidelines and operation guidelines that were fully vetted with the Planning Division, and ultimately, after much work with the Planning Division, were found satisfactory to present to your commission. So we have guidelines that will guide what our ultimate plans will look like so that we can get our certificate of occupancy and get your final approval, not just to the residential design and all the elements that go with it, but also all of our hotel plans and designs and our operation of the hotel. And so I think with that, I'll hand the mic over to Mr. Schonefeld. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, it's been a long night, so I'll go quickly. I just wanted to wrap this up by saying that you'll note that a lot of the issues are general issues about density concerns, height issues, and use issues. These issues were vetted pretty carefully when the land use element for the general plan adopted the MU zone for this property. That's when this discussion took place. It's not a discussion really that's appropriate now because it was part of the decision in the council's wisdom to adopt that zoning at that time. The same goes for the housing element. March 18th of 2014, this very project, as I said at my opening remarks, was highlighted and enshrined in that document as how a perfect example of how the housing RHNA numbers could be met at that lot. I just want to refer you back to those documents. Those documents went through a full public hearing. They went through CEQA review. The impacts for full build-out were studied, and a determination was made that there were no significant impacts. So this is a double environmental review, and both times the conclusion's been the same, no significant impacts. I just would like the City Council to remember their constitution, the housing element, the land use element of their own general plan, and I appreciate your time and patience. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Keith View. I'm the project manager of this project. I am terrible, horrible public speaker, so I tried not to speak, but I think there are a couple of issues I need to address, especially related to the outreach effort we have made. I took this project over in July last year from my predecessor, and I've been working in front line of community outreach effort. I have met many people. I shouldn't turn on, right? So I've met a lot of community members, and I have conducted a lot of meetings with Mr. Zucker and without Mr. Zucker. And the package we have not had a chance to deliver to you actually shows all the communication, not only the supporting communication, but opposing communication we had made throughout the years. And that there's the front section actually shows all the support letters and emails and the petitions. So I just wanted to address that. And we've been trying to deliver the facts for the last few months. And the reason being is there were a lot of, the inaccurate facts that people overheard or, they heard not directly from us, but, the indirectly. So what we've been trying to do for last 7-8 months was just to try to deliver the fact. And if the people like it, that's great. If they don't like it, there's nothing we can do about it. With that, we had a meeting with the Save the Riviera representative in September 24th.
Excuse me, this is really distracting.
Sorry.
Hold on, put those down. Down. We're not going to have time to look. I know, but we're not going to have time to look at them. We should have those a few days ago. So we'll receive a file them.
Okay.
We're trying to pay attention here. Okay, go
Thank
ahead.
you. I was going to say that we had a meeting, 2 meetings actually, with the representatives of the Save the Riviera group. The first meeting happened at the September 24th, and actually most of the people who came here at this evening and opposed the project. And at that time, the first comment we got from the representatives was they've learned through all the hearings the commercial space generates much greater traffic than residential, and because of that, they don't really, we don't really need to concern about the housing density anymore. We were asked to consider reduce the commercial space substantially because the first and the most concern from the neighbor is traffic, and that's why we presented, the almost 40% reduction of the commercial. And some people are talking about the negotiation. If you wanted to negotiate, we start from the 180 and we'll stick close to 180 or 170, 160. We wouldn't come down to 149. So if people telling me that, okay, reduce the retail, that's the most concern, we care about the traffic, but we don't really care about the residential, and saying that, oh, you still have too many units, you have to reduce the residential, I don't know which way is the negotiation. And about the hotel, a lot of people accusing us that we are using the hotel as a hostage. But I asked people at the March 12th District 1 community meetings, anybody is welcome to come and visit the hotel and look at the condition of the hotel and understand why it's not operable. And I gave my contact to Councilmember Ginsburg and invited everybody and welcome everybody to see and, the condition. We just wanted to show the truth. And no one has contacted me for last month and a half. And we're still hearing that we're using the hotel as a hostage. So I just wanted to deliver the facts to the city council members and mayor, and just wanted to set the record straight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to ask a few questions here. Now, Mr. City Attorney, refresh our memory. I want to ask some questions about the hotel. That is a separate entity. It's not part of the plan tonight, correct?
No, it's one of the issues that you have is that it's
understand
part
that.
of a subdivision, so you can ask
Okay,
questions
make
about
sure.
that. That's one of the things that's before you is are you going to grant a subdivision? It's also part of the, you have all the different resolutions, one of which is granting the appeal, and it has language in there as to the timing in terms of what has to be done with the appeal before, it has to be council approval before they can get the certificate of occupancy for the rest of the project. So it's certainly things you can ask about tonight.
Okay, so whoever wants it, what is up with the hotel? I need an answer. Somebody can go there. The fire was in June, and you haven't settled with the insurance company by now. You need a new insurance company. But why is it still not open? I'm assuming you're getting loss of income off that from your insurance policy.
No, we're still fighting to try to get loss of income from it. So no, we have not gotten loss of income. It's something we're still in dispute over. The hotel, obviously part of the hotel design and the retrofit and rehab was to be tied in with the entitlements for the new project for the apartments. And so part of the design vocabulary and the nature of what that ultimately will look like has a direct bearing on what project gets approved. And so
The insurance company, isn't the goal is to bring it back to what it was before and not to what the new designs are?
Yes, and there's still repair issues where, for example, the water and sewer on every floor is been whacked, to use that, where you have literally you turn on the faucets and you have black or brown water coming through every single pipe. You have smoke and smoke smells coming through the conduits and the electrical fixtures throughout the building. You had the fire department get a little zealous when they went through and literally broke down doors on 3 out of the 4 floors to the point where there's only one floor that doesn't have broken front doors on every unit. You have, excessive damage that, which is being summarized as 1 or 2 units, but that is a gross understatement of the current condition, and that's exactly why, at the suggestion at Councilman Ginsburg's district meeting, that we invited anyone who wanted to come in and see it with their own eyes to come in and check it out. And the elevators don't work, and the operations of the facility from top to bottom are in uninhabitable condition that is severe, not insignificant.
Okay. My understanding of the hotel through all the various meetings and the outreach meetings was that your goal is to have like a 4-star hotel.
The definition of 3-star,
Well,
4-star,
let me restate
5-star
that because with your written submission here, the Legado development would have a restaurant there that would service the hotel, and then the pool would be gone. Is that correct? There'd be no pool?
Correct.
So if it doesn't have a restaurant and if it doesn't have a pool, it's just a Motel 6 without a pool.
We were looking to possibly redesign the hotel with some form of food service. So that is something that's being studied, both either in the front where the Chez Melange used to be or in the reconfiguration of the general lobby area, which is oversized and could be reconfigured with a interior amenity. The access points were being studied to widen the parking and drive aisles on the Pancake House side, so it would actually house potentially more cars by striping it differently and dealing with the one-story protrusions. So there is a study that is part of the design elements that would go into the hotel, and part of that also is to try to be consistent with whatever the design vocabulary is for the balance of the site. So the entitlements, for example, on the 149 or the 146 are very different in the sense that one has a contemporary feel, which many of the community said they liked, and the other has a Mediterranean feel, which many of the community said they like. And so you're never pleasing everyone, but where you end up will change the look and feel of how everything communicates with each other and fits in to a master plan. So until the main project of the apartments are secured and finalized, hopefully tonight with your vote, that would then go into how and the style that would then need to be incorporated into the future design of the hotel.
See, because, you know, we try and let the planning commissions do their job, and you've been going through the system a long time, and most of my information has been based on your representatives and outreaches. When I was a council member, they'd come over to Alta Vista, now they're doing it at Jeff's. It started with Derek Jones, and I forgot the next person, and then you've had a number of people, but it was always the carrot and the stick thing. That it's always the hotel was going to be this. Someone said the word magnificent earlier. The hotel is going to be magnificent, and the trade-off was getting units. And you know, without a magnificent hotel, there's no reason to have a trade-off because the hotels bring in a lot of TOT. And the other apartments don't. But, you know, that's maybe not in here and not what is being required, but that's what myself and the council and the rest of the citizens were led to believe by your representatives that we are looking at this is a top-flight hotel.
And that's why the condition in the entitlements are such that the hotel has to be fully approved and under development before any certificate of occupancy
So
can be issued.
before there would be shovels in the dirt anywhere on a hotel, I mean on the Legado project, we'd have to be fully entitled on a hotel?
Reading from the resolution, and the downside with 4 resolutions and 4 options is it'll be hard for you to locate, but it's on page 6 of the resolution, the B resolution, where if you were to grant approval, and it's condition 6 at the bottom of page 6, and I'll just read it. That the applicant shall provide the city council with the proposed exterior modifications and sign for the hotel renovation at a future date, that the review and approval of the hotel renovations by the city council shall occur prior to the issuance of a building permit for the hotel and the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the mixed-use project. So I believe what Mr. Zucker is saying, and feel free to jump in, anyone, is that he doesn't get to utilize, no one gets to utilize the rest of the mixed-use project under this scenario if the council doesn't approve the design of the hotel.
And we have the authority to demand a very upscale hotel? Or that's negotiations with staff?
I will defer to Mr. Jones as to his belief on that.
And the words, that condition 6 of the recommended resolution, or one of the several recommended resolutions, should also be looked at to add the words operational plan. And if the council is so inclined, you would be able to require a certain type of operation. So we'd also want to see the construction of the hotel improvements completed prior to final inspection of the residential. That's kind of left out of that condition, is when the hotel's done. So,
all right, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to supplement Mr. Zucker's response to your question. We were directed to by the planning staff and did submit design guidelines as a precursor to the final plans that we would submit for approval. And the guidelines make clear that what in fact your city wants from us and we are required to provide is all the design elements of a high-end boutique hotel. Just a couple of examples. The very first guideline states that the city required of us the quality and elegance of the Legado brand with the boutique sophistication expected of a high-end boutique hotel. These are the guidelines that are going to guide the design that we ultimately submit for your approval. Sustain the landmark quality of this hotel in the Redondo Beach community for local residents and tourists. It also states that to embody a clear image of the California Mediterranean style, if of course this design is the one that's ultimately approved, an interpreted implementation of signature facets of this architectural style, and on the guidelines go, all again aimed towards providing a design that is, I think, what you're visualizing, or at least what the city told us they visualize, a high-end boutique hotel. And these are the guidelines that are going to influence and guide us in what plans we ultimately submit to you. And as Mr. Webb just indicated, ultimately you have to approve before we get our first certificate of occupancy for the residential use.
Not occupancy. I want a certificate of just a start, a shovel of dirt. Yeah. You know. Okay.
And the part I did read right before, so it's before you get the issuance of a building permit for the hotel and before they can use the rest of it, is the way it's written right now. So not put a shovel in the dirt for the rest of the project, before they can put a shovel in the dirt for the hotel, and before they can utilize the rest of the project is the way it's currently phrased.
Okay, I'm good right now.
And I'm not saying it's written in stone, just for.
I know, you guys sit down. The council has to make a tough decision here. I'm only around to moderate right this second. But see, the problem is, if we approve any unit, whether it's 80 units or 200 units, if it gets all completely built, they're waiting for a certificate of occupancy, but we don't give it to them because the hotel, we haven't come to terms on the hotel, then we have an abandoned building sitting there. And they would, and then with the way councils tend to foldo and shrinko and things like that, we'd go, oh, well, let's let them in and we'll get them the hotel later. Because the hotel is the anchor to me, you guys, not your units. Okay, the hotel, but I mean, I can't accept anything that doesn't have hotel entitled and financed before there's ground broken on the other stuff. I don't want a big building sitting there like there's a building outside of Laughlin. It's been sitting there for 30 years. All you see is a hull, a metal. And anyway, that's a concern. You know, I'll turn it over to the council in a second for questions, but I want to address some of the concerns for the citizens that are here, and thank you for staying so late. I was going to ask you another break, but I'm afraid we wouldn't come back. It's always difficult dealing with when you have projects on border cities, and because we have to deal with. I remember I talked to Amy about it last week. We have to deal with Rock and Brew that causes a lot of traffic on our corner of the world, and that's from Torrance. We have to deal with that mixed-use project there on PV Boulevard that used to be Pat's Ski Shop for your old-timers. That's Torrance. We have to deal with the new Bevmo going in next to Vaughn's. Now, if you didn't know this, Vaughn's is in Redondo. Bevmo is in Torrance. We didn't make the rules. It goes right through the building. When they called me and asked me to do a ribbon cutting and give a speech and a commendation, I said they needed to call Pat Fury. They better hurry. But I did say they better call Pat because I'm not the mayor for Redondo, that Redondo. And I had to argue with Bevmo about that. So, and then, you know, Rolf and people, we made a comment, comments were made about out-of-towners coming from Hermosa Beach or Westchester. Well, just because you live within eyesight of the project, you're still, you know, if you live in Torrance, you're out-of-towners, okay? Officially. We're listening to you. No one's discounting your statements, but there's no difference from somebody who lives in Torrance as from somebody that lives in Westchester or Lakewood or Newport Beach, because that's still, we don't answer to those votes, and we don't, the city of Torrance isn't saddled with our bills on legal bills or something like that, or lack of tax income. But the council and myself are happy to listen to everybody regardless. I mean, it could be Torrance or Lakewood or anywhere like that. So just remember that when you say they're out-of-towners are here. You know, about half the people testifying on both sides tonight were out-of-towners. I never did pick up on the moderate income thing. I know this thing about the millennials all started up. It's just young people are more open to change than us old people. And I don't think the 146 or 49 units takes into account moderate income housing, does it? It's just, that was the state mandated with SB 1818 for the moderate income housing on the 189 units. But, you know, it's just difficult when we have a border city. A lot of our traffic on that intersection, and believe me, I'm there all the time. It's horrible. No matter how many ways you slice and dice it, that traffic, no matter what the engineers say, if it walks like a duck, it is a duck, and it's a lot of traffic there. The center median comes out, that's a problem. But, you know, we have a lot of traffic coming from Torrance, Lomita, PV, Rancho PV, anywhere up the hill, and they're trying to make a left turn. If they don't make the left turn in the northbound lane of Palos Verdes Boulevard, they can't make that long red light, which a lot of you know about. They do tend to go up to the next street, which is G, and then F, and then E, and Gertruda, and then my street, Alberta, and they all cut down. And this will exacerbate that problem, but we didn't cause the problem. We're paying the price for other cities overbuilding, is what's a matter of fact. And, you know, PCH on the Torrance side is overbuilt too. And so, you know, it's not like all Redondo, you know, did something bad here. It's the other cities. We're paying the price. That is a horrible intersection, especially with the upside-down speed cushions we have there that break all the front ends of the cars. And I appreciate all the outreach you've done, and I believe what you have in the books here. It's fine. But you've made a comment that people are leaving. Somebody, I think, did about they're leaving because of the housing prices or rental prices. And they're not. They're leaving because California's losing jobs to Texas and to Tennessee. They're not leaving because of our rents. They're leaving because the jobs went there. You know, Torrance took our Nordstroms, but they lost Toyota to Plano, Texas, and that's, you know, that's major jobs in our city here. I mean, our cities. But I think, you know, the council has to make a tough decision on this. I will let them, and I'll speak at the end about what my preferences are. But I'm not. The affordable housing aspect isn't part of this equation, I don't believe. And just so the council knows that I think a hotel, if anything's approved, again, whether it's 80 units or whether it's 146 units, a hotel has to be in something stronger than concrete. It's got to be there ready to. You know, I don't want to hear somebody saying I ran out of money. I don't want to hear somebody saying the economy tanked or whatever. With no hotel approved, then with no hotel approved, and like we do to CenterCal, we're asking about proof of financing. We want proof of financing. So, I mean, I would probably not. I would veto this thing. But, and the traffic here, one more thing we mentioned about. This said the word CenterCal, or we have AES. You know, the traffic that would begin there, and that's a big hot button. It doesn't start any farther west than the harbor because there's nobody there. It just comes up and it goes back. This intersection down here, everybody gets traffic again from all the other cities around here. We're at ground zero. So at certain times of the day, it's not navigable, and I find it extremely dangerous intersection. We can't stop the people from the International Language School from jaywalking, but we try, but they still do, and someone will get hit. And I go there to that school and lecture them about once every month, but they change over kids. But anyway, we have an issue in that intersection. So anyway, I'm babbling. So the first speaker would be Councilman San Marco.
Yeah, just a couple. You bring up a great point, Mayor Aspel. The financing, which I don't think I heard you speak of at all, and I have been banging the table over the financing on the Senecal project, which I still don't think we have evidence of. But you know, one thing I failed to mention in regards to Redondo Beach, we were just voted #1 city to live in California by SmartTraveler.com. #1. And our schools were just ranked #6 in Southern California, ahead of Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach. Very upset about that. Because as everyone knows, I do a lot of work in Hermosa Beach. Anyway, a lot of numbers being thrown around, and I don't pretend to be a commercial real estate developer. I pretend to be a political consultant. And I do a lot of work with Police Officers Association, POAs, and I do a lot of work with labor unions, and I've participated in collective bargaining. So the one number I want to ask you about, you talked about in your handout the additional revenue to the city. And on the handout it says additional $752,000 to the city general fund. But then, Mr. Zucker, when you were talking, you said it was going to be $1 to $2 million. So am I to believe 1 or 2 million, or what you wrote on here is 752? That's the first question.
The city's economic fiscal report lists the 752.
Okay.
I believe that's underestimated, partly because if you build, for example, a high-end boutique hotel, the revenues are going to be higher than the fiscal report, which is looking more historical rents than they are future higher end boutique
but we don't know about
rents.
the hotel, so that's just
No, but the
another
hotel was
conversation.
in that number.
Okay.
The commercial rents, obviously the sales tax that is higher if you're doing the 149 unit project. The 149 unit project is fully code compliant, general plan compliant, asks no variance. It's fully entitled for its use based on the city code. And so,
Mike, why did we put 1 to 2 million on here then? Why does it say 752?
Those are our slides. We prepared the slide.
Okay, so
those are our presentation.
The
To be
752 is
conservative,
your-
we put in what the city's financial feasibility report said, but we're giving you our opinion that the real number, based on the
So is
type
that-
of retail
all right.
tenants and a more upscale
I
hotel,
get it.
would
It's a
be
conservative
more
number.
aggressive.
It's a conservative number.
Correct.
So underneath it says equates to 8 to 10 more firefighters and police. So is that a total? Or is
Total.
that like 16 to 20, or it's total?
That was total.
So is that conservative too, or is that
Yes.
aggressive? Okay.
Yeah, because if the real income is somewhere between
So the
1
two
to 2
numbers,
million.
So the two numbers relate to each other then?
Correct.
As it relates here. So did you run these numbers by the police chief or the fire chief or the city manager?
No, we looked it up online.
Oh. Because the way I understand it, a police officer, correct me if I'm wrong, costs anywhere from $150,000 to $175,000 a year, total benefits package. Maybe even a little more. So when I do the math on the $752,000, that actually equates to 4 to 5, not 8 to 10.
All we're representing is, with additional revenue to the city's general fund, the city has the right to do whatever it so chooses with those general fund
Yeah,
proceeds.
but you said 8 to 10 more
Although
firefighters.
that
and
was an
police.
estimate on our part, which may have been
Yeah, it should be 4 to 5 according to that.
Okay.
Now, if you had 1.5 million, then you could probably say 10 more police or
Correct.
firefighters.
So if you put more realistic revenue assumptions there.
More realistic numbers. All right, that's it for now. Thank you.
So, thank you.
Bill.
Thanks, Mayor Aspel. Mr. Zucker, I'm sorry, I wanted to ask you a couple questions. How much did you pay for the property?
You know, that's 10 years ago, and I don't remember the exact number, so that's something that we can look up, but, you know, that's not something I'm...
Somebody told me $26 million. Does that sound about right?
I don't know. I can verify it for you at a later date.
More importantly, how do you decide how much to pay for that property?
Well, part of the decision also goes back to a study as to what is the general plan, what is the zoning, what does the code allow, and based on the development potential of the site, you back into a residual value for the property. The fact that that study concluded 180 units was legal and permissible and consistent with both city and state law, that would obviously equate to a higher value for the land. And so the fact that we're not being allowed to provide what is legally permissible obviously has an economic negative impact on us financially.
How much do you expect to spend to build, let's say, the 146-unit plan and the hotel?
It really depends. So again, I'm not at a position to give you those numbers. It's a function, again, of how many stories and what design elements are. You tell me the final project and we can cost it out. But since that is part of the debate, until we have a definable project, we can't give you specific numbers to that.
Part of what we have to decide up here is on a subdivision. Why is there a subdivision of the property?
There's the airspace of the hotel itself so that we can never claim that space for developable units. Since the unit count is based on the total land obviously equates to whatever that acreage is, divided by the 35 per acre, comes to a specific number. The airspace subdivision maps out the actual land that's attributable to the footprint of the building, which is then excluded from the future.
Well, it seems to me that this is all one project, that if, you know, you're applying for entitlements and you're coming to us with a hotel, it seems...
Hotel is an existing use.
Right. It seems to me, by the way, it's a non-conforming building. Mixed use is 3 stories, and this hotel is 4 stories, so it is a non-conforming building.
But it's a legal permitted use as a non-conforming, but still legal structure.
How come you haven't, as everyone stated, the fire was last June? I mean, I understand, I guess you have problems with the insurance company, but it's just sitting there. How come you haven't started remodeling it or come to us with a plan to get started?
Well, part of it is we're still assessing all the damage and obviously fighting with the insurance company. But part of it is also we're hoping that we'll have our entitlements approved tonight, and based on that we can then lock into a design concept which starts with style, because obviously whether it's a contemporary style or a Mediterranean style will change the look and feel of the project, and come back with something that is designed that we can bring before you at a later date.
I don't understand why that's not part of the project right now. You know what you're applying for, 146, a certain amount of commercial.
Actually, I'm applying for 149. The formal application before you is 149.
Okay, correct.
And we would like
so
you to
applying
vote
for
on
149
this evening.
You know how much the commercial is, so then therefore you would know what the hotel would be.
The commercial is going up or down depending on which design concept you pick. Obviously, the larger retail component means more revenue for the city. There's a debate in the public based on public testimony. If you look, I know you haven't had an opportunity to look at the outreach, but you'll find in there conflicts with the general public where some community members and residents would like to see the larger retail footprint because it provides different kinds of neighborhood amenities, and others would prefer the smaller footprint because they would prefer less retail on the assumption that it's less traffic and smaller amenities. So, for example, the smaller footprint would have 2 6,000-ish square foot boxes, rectangles, and that means you're limited to the type of scope of retail tenant that would go in there to a certain type of tenant. One would probably be a restaurant, the other one, would be some type of boutique. If at the larger footprint, meaning with the larger scope retail, the possibility for more visitor serving or retail amenities, which could include a small boutique specialty market, could include wine or wine tasting, could include other amenities that some of the neighbors have said they would like to see as amenities for the community that they would personally use. That is not going to be available in the smaller retail configuration. So it's really which community members are we satisfying, since obviously not everybody speaks with one voice, and each of the neighbors have different opinions on what would service their needs and what would they personally benefit from.
Why can't you, and by the way, I wanted to respond to Mayor Aspel saying that Torrance is overbuilt too, right across the street, but actually right across the street it's 20 units per acre and it's 2-story. So you say that you wouldn't go below 146
the property
units.
The legal rights of the property are for 4 stories and 180 units.
Right, I understand.
And so even dropping it to 3 stories, which is consistent with the city's code, is 100%.
Why would you not go
compliant, and it's nice that community members keep saying take it lower, but that's arbitrary on their part. If you go back to one of the earlier slides, you'll see that the 3-story blocks no views, that the roof line of the neighboring property, since they're upslope and we're downslope and we're cutting into the hillside back towards the retaining wall, it means that the neighbors who are all concerned about views and light and air is illusory, and that's why these additional schedules were prepared, and some of those are relatively new, meaning in the last 30 days, so some of the Save the Riviera people have never seen it before, so they're not commenting on something they've never seen, but it does demonstrate clearly that a lot of their initial fears are ill-founded.
Well, it's not arbitrary when there aren't any other 3-story residential units on Pacific Coast Highway right there. That's not arbitrary.
Why? If you go up 1,800 PCH, you have, the structures over the podium deck of the retail mixed-use project. They do exist.
Let me ask staff something. So since they're going from Lot 1 to Lot 1 and Lot 2 and subdividing it, could they then sell Lot 2?
It's not a lot. I should clarify that again, because
that's what it says in the county records.
It's an airspace subdivision.
The county record says Lot 1 and Lot 2. So I'm just using their terminology.
This is essentially a pad subdivision within a site, similar to what we have in a retail center, where you have a separately financeable, potentially separately owned site within a site. It does count as part of the overall project lot area, and if we get talking about density and so forth, we can answer those questions.
So they could sell it separately?
It will be physically separate and divided from the property.
So do you plan to sell the hotel lot?
No, and what's not being clear is that it's the airspace subdivision that deals with the footprint of the hotel by itself does not, has a reciprocal relationship.
Well, that's okay. You're not planning to sell it. That was
no,
my
I'm not.
question. Okay.
Okay, I'll stop there if you like. I was going to describe the parking and the circulation.
Another question for staff. Aaron, why do we have to remove the medians?
Well, I was having a long talk with our Public Works Director and our traffic engineer, our consultant engineer on the project. There are, and perhaps they'll come up and explain the median breaks that need to be provided, but it may be possible for us to retain the pedestrian refuge portion. And
in the tree?
Ted Simon's here and could answer that.
I would like to add to that. The mitigation on the traffic was done based on the 180-unit project. So to the extent that even the 149-unit project is reviewed and approved tonight, the scope of the traffic can be mitigation could be reduced because you're mitigating a lower scope project.
Well, my question is
That is
a
something
little
that could
bit
be
broader
studied.
than that. It's like, why do we have to? I mean, where is it stated that the city has to remove medians and trees and make it unsafe because somebody wants to build a project?
Councilman Ted Saman, Public Works Director. The project now, with that median being removed, is creating a new ingress access point for southbound Pacific Coast Highway onto the project itself. Does it have to be? No. That's something that the council and the commission have the right to either concur with or to refuse.
And so if we refuse to remove the tree in the median,
then all
they
the
can't
traffic
mitigate it down to non-significant. Is that right?
Well, if you refuse to allow a break in the median, which would require tree removal, you would have no southbound PCH access to the primary project entry.
Turn it, Ortega.
Which would mean a U-turn down the road, although there is a striped median just a short distance south of the entry.
Correct. The alternative would be that southbound traffic on Pacific Coast Highway would turn left at PV Boulevard and then turn right into the project site.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah. So it is possible to not break or open that median to southbound left turns. We've studied it. It is also possible, and in fact recommended, that you require significant tree replacement if you're inclined to approve the project. Maybe that's a multiple number of trees to one for removal. Those type of things are open to your discussion.
What happened? What is going on with the right turn lane on PV Boulevard northbound that we've been talking about for ever since I've been here? Or did somebody else want to comment on that last?
Traffic people.
Go ahead. You're just talking about the
PV Boulevard northbound. I'm not aware of a dedicated right turn lane on PV northbound.
Not as part of this, no. But I thought that was
PV
Boulevard
southbound
or westbound, as I would call it.
Eastbound, northbound.
It would be.
Let me break them up. I know Aaron doesn't like me calling PCH eastbound and westbound. Just happens to be oriented a little bit more
I know
east
what you
and west
mean.
at that point.
So does everybody else.
With the proposed project, I see proposed dedicated right turn lanes in both directions of Pacific Coast Highway as they approach PV Boulevard. There's also a city project for southbound PV Boulevard to make a southbound to northbound, if that's the right way to call it, PV Boulevard to Pacific Coast Highway dedicated right turn lane in front of the Fat Burger. But nothing that I'm aware of on northbound PV Boulevard. That's on the City of Torrance side.
Okay. I thought there was something.
And if I'm Liz Culhane, Overland Traffic, if I may clarify the medians on Pacific Coast Highway, the southbound left has a median there with a large tree in it. And Caltrans has asked that that left turn pocket be extended so that you have more storage in the left turn pocket. So that would take away a portion of that median. And there's no proposal to have a left turn access into the property any longer because Caltrans again said no.
Well, I didn't follow that.
Okay. Northbound Pacific Coast Highway.
Okay.
There's a left turn pocket that goes to,
I do that a lot.
okay. The left turn pocket
We're going to
gets
extend
full.
that, and so they're going to take the tree out and the median.
Right.
And I'm
It would
just asking.
extend, it would extend that left turn pocket so that you
I
have
know.
more storage for
Okay, I know what
vehicles.
you mean. I'm sorry, I know what you mean now. I just don't know why we're obligated to do these mitigations because somebody wants to add a lot of units, and we're supposed to make it unsafe. So some people have cited, Aaron, 106 units if they just took the 3 acres of what was called Lot 1 in the, is that?
I mean, it's somewhat creative math. The site is 4.275 acres. At 35 units per acre is the 149 units. We have nothing to reduce the size of that or consider a smaller site. And there was a comment made that the net lot area was used for density calculation. That was a reference to the housing element. The general plan land use element, which is the control zoning, does not use that language and does not consider any type of a net calculation. So the site is zoned and allowed under the current zoning 149 units.
So the net mentioned in the general plan, you know?
It's mentioned in the housing element, and it was on a citywide net basis, because I've worked through the housing element twice. We always do our calculations on gross lot area. The net word in there was a citywide calculation, probably excluding streets, but the land use element, which sets zoning in place, prescribes that density is calculated per lot area, and it uses the word lot area and not net anywhere in the land use section.
By the way, just talking about housing, affordable, Redondo Beach has an incredible mix of housing. Okay, we're like half rental. We got single-family homes, multi-family homes, condos, senior living, and all senior living more than any city. And as somebody said up here, this is the most affordable beach community in the area. So, yeah, I mean, I don't see that we're in, we are not in a housing crisis. Yeah, it's expensive to live here. We're in a water crisis. Okay, the state's mandating all these additional housing. At the same time, they're telling us all to cut back 20% on water. By the way, we're not doing a good job anymore. I think Redondo only did 9% for February. So yeah, we're in a water crisis, and we're in a traffic crisis. I mean, several intersections are already F intersections, and maybe you can mitigate this one with a lower number of units, and some mitigations. But in general, we're not in a housing crisis. We're in a water crisis, and we're in a traffic crisis. And I just see a lot of this as unfunded mandates from the state. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you a bit of trivia just to lighten it up. I used to go to the Plush Horse Inn when I was a boy. The Rams with George Allen would stay at the Plush Horse Inn every Saturday night before a Ram game. The whole team, and we'd go down there and get autographs. Exactly. And they'd eat at the Plush Horse Hotel. And my dad knew one of the players. One time he took us to the game. It was just so cool. You know, Jack Snow and all those.
The greatest place in town back then.
That was really something back then. And I remember it was the Plush Horse. I had to write this down. It was the Plush Horse, and then I think it was Annabelle's, and then it was the Strand, and then it was Calypso, and then it was Bristol Farms.
Bring back Annabelle's.
Yeah.
You wouldn't like that. No, you wouldn't want that, right? No.
And I walked through there today because we were having this hearing. You know, it's just, there's nothing going on. And you've got those kryptonite bike locks on the front door where you would normally walk in. I mean, it looks like a slum. It looks like, you know, something run down that's of no value and just sitting there. So everybody wants to see something done there. They just want to see it done right. And that's been said 100 times. So, yeah, well, those are my questions. I just think, yeah, well, I'm leaning towards sending this back to the Planning Commission because, it's, I mean, you know, do we even know what the noise impacts are of a 146-unit complex? Do we know all those answers of? Regardless, we've been getting more and more data from Legado themselves. We were getting stuff late March, right? So I don't really see this as a right now anyway, as a charge of the City Council to decide on that 146-unit project. I think it should go back to the Planning Commission and let them decide, and then let's see if there's an appeal again after that.
Okay, Laura.
First, I want to thank all the people who had the courage to speak, especially after being attacked online, and it's amazing how online everybody attacks each other, but here everybody was really respectful. Both sides were really respectful, and I just want to thank you for that. I really love that. And I also want to just go throw back to remember, I love the fact that the rabbi called the 20-year-olds youngsters. I think that's great. And then And and I want to apologize if people feel that there's any coercion happening. It isn't that way. Everybody in this room is just trying to figure out what's the best fit and what's trying to go on. And there isn't any coercion. There's no backroom deals. Nobody's being negative. Legado's not being negative. They're trying to do what they feel is best for themselves. You guys are trying to do what's best for your neighborhood. It's just different sides to look at that. And I also want to do a shout out to people like Julie Moore and the others who did a prepared speech. That was really nice. And so just on there. When we're talking about the differential of 146 to the 110 that Save the Riviera wants, we're talking about 36 units. And so when you start to kind of decide whether or not when you're talking about traffic and impacts, we're really only discussing 36 units. And when you talk about traffic for residential, everyone agrees that residential doesn't do the huge impact. It has to do with the commercial. And when they knocked down the 146 project from 37,000 square feet to 27,000 square feet, I get the numbers mixed up around there. It's a huge difference. What is that?
2380.
2380. Wow. 23,800?
Yes.
23,800. That is a huge impact on traffic. And the residential isn't going to be anywhere close to that. That's the big factor when you're talking about the mitigation of traffic and the dealing with the traffic. That's the big part of it. And just if you were to take today, if you were to go put back, you keep everything the same, just fix up Bristol Farms, do the line retail and the hotel, you'd end up with 28,000 of retail. Now you're going to go down retail from 28,000 to 23,000, making that traffic mitigation less than what would be there if it was actually successful in doing stuff. So when they say that Legado isn't listening, that's not what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is they've gone down residential, not as much as you would like, but the commercial has gone down from 37 to 23,000. They asked, one of the first things that everybody said was that the building mass was too much, and they brought it down to 5 small buildings. And then the height. I know that Holly is gone now, but Holly, one of the things she really hates about our neighborhood is the 45-foot senior housing that's there. This is going down to 33 feet. There is some movement on Legado. There was a whole different. They've made strides on it, and what it comes down to is we have rules, and the rules are in the general plan, and you can't just arbitrarily change those rules. There's got to be some mitigating factors on that. So I'm really surprised that everybody wants to go back to planning. You guys really want to do this again?
Crazy, but yeah.
I'm blown away by that, especially when it's only 36 units we're talking about at the most. All right. So we're amazed that they want to do this again. So anyway, we're not falling for anything. We're not falling for Legado. It's about the numbers, it's about the rules, it's about the general impact. And also, if I remember looking at the plans, you also have electric charging stations for cars, do you not? So, I mean, that's never been brought up. There's a whole row for electric charging stations, which is a huge thing. I'll tell you why, so what? Because I'll tell you is that it's a huge thing in the county of LA is to get charging stations for multi-use apartment buildings. It's one of the biggest issues that they have, and it's very hard for owners to retrofit their buildings to do it. There's a big project in San Francisco to do that, and the fact that they have electric stations for multi-use is huge. It's a big, great thing. Counting the whole 4.275 acres for housing, can they sell the hotel property and get the 35 units on that 4th acre?
They have no hotel.
Well, in other words, right, because in other words, you're calculating 35 units per acre based on 4.75 acres. If they, and the hotel is on 1 acre. If they sell off the 1 acre, they decide they don't want to be in the hotel business, and they sell off the 1 acre, could they then put, the new owner put 35 units per acre on that property?
Yeah, this is a question to staff,
No,
I
I'm
believe.
asking staff.
What do you say?
I need clarification. Could they redevelop the hotel site for mixed use? Is that what you're saying?
Right, because the zoning, because the whole argument is that zoning allows for 35 units per acre. So if you were to then take 4.75 acres,
Right.
they decide, oh, I don't want to be in it, they decide to sell the hotel, then could the new owners then say, oh, well, it's zoned for 35 units per acre, we can now put 35 units in there?
Absolutely not. That land area has been relegated to the overall site calculation for density, so you can't count it twice. And the only way that the hotel building fits into the mathematics of this site is the overall floor area ratio. There's a maximum amount of square footage you can build on this property. If you were to tear down the hotel and say, I want to build more units, you couldn't, because you've already used the full 4.275 acres.
Will that be in some kind of documentation so that when what if this happens 20 years from now, none of us are here to do that? Will that be documented in there?
It will. It's in your approval documents, the
Okay.
basis for calculation.
I just want to make that really clear. Palos Verdes Boulevard traffic mitigation, I totally agree that needs to be one of the conditions. That has to be kind of looked at. I'm not saying that things have to be changed, but I really think that I would love to see our traffic people just take a look at Palos Verdes Boulevard, because in the last, one of the many hearings that planning had, the Livability Committee from Beach Cities Health District had asked about the bike lanes going down Palos Verdes Boulevard, and that is a major thoroughfare for bicyclists to head up to PV Drive East and go up and over Hawthorne. I did it many times myself. And so, let's see. Okay, so, and I'm sorry the people on Cleanest don't have sidewalks, but you really should go to Torrance Council to get that. And then actions speak louder than words. Like I said, they've done all these actions. I think they have been trying to meet everybody halfway, and I think if you guys want to go back to planning, God, I can't believe you guys want to do that. All right, I'm going to let that go for now.
And we'll do it again anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, Christian.
Okay. So I'm going to start off with what Rabbi Yossi said. He said Legado cares about the community, okay? And then he said life is about change and compromise. And what I hear tonight is, even though there's people opposed to this project, I hear them wanting something there. They're wanting some kind of compromise. And I'm hearing from you that you felt like you've already compromised already. And what I see is that, and this is just me speaking as a creative person who goes many rounds with clients over and over, and usually projects that I love conceptually don't end up happening exactly the way I want it. But at the end of the day, the client is happy, the consumers are happy, and I think at the end of the day, what we really want here is the community to be happy. Julie Moore said she wants a good neighbor. And I think that's what everybody wants. And I'm not telling you anything I didn't tell you last summer when we met, you know, and that was just based on perceptions back then. Tonight I can say it based on, you know, the feedback that you're hearing here. But I think people want to be able to work with you. They want to have that type of relationship where they feel there is a give and take and not a hard sell, as Susan Rennick said earlier. And I can remember meeting with Kai's previous person, who it was all about the hard sell. There wasn't really a lot of listening going on. And I told you last summer that her predecessor that was out here back in 2011 was doing a great job of really listening, really talking to the community. But he was somebody who was raised in the South Bay, and so he understood, I think, the dynamics of this area. And I don't mean that as a criticism. I just mean it that this is, Redondo is unique, Playa del Rey is unique, every community is unique. And I want to make sure that we can find a way to work together to come up with something that makes, as Mr. Oliveri said earlier, that site should be a beacon. You come down the hill from PV and you should just want to stop. You know, you should want to stop there and not go any further, you know. And whether you live in the residential areas off there, you should want to walk down to this, whatever it is you're going to make there, and patronize not only Riviera Village, but patronize whatever commercial you're planning on putting in there. So I'm regarding a lot of the community concerns when it comes to traffic, and we've talked about this at lots of other meetings, like we're really trying to work on it. It's a problem, you know, and we're not going to fix it overnight. And this project, whether it was here or not, that's still an F intersection. We would still have to fix it,
Not an S
or an E intersection, whatever, you know. But
whatever.
it's still a crap intersection, and so and our biggest problem there is that we as a city and Torrance, since they own half of it, we can't do anything just of our own accord. We have to go through Caltrans, and Caltrans is not exactly the easiest partner to work with. But that intersection is going to need to be resolved, whether this project happened or not. Like, because you would still be here complaining about the intersection. I'm glad that you are willing to take on some of that cost in helping change the infrastructure there. Chief, just a quick question. I'm just curious. One of the concerns is about safety and parking garages, and and they're talking about it's a 2-story underground parking that you're considering. Three. Off the top of your head, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but is there a real problem with underground parking in terms of what people are saying it's not safe?
Can you come to the microphone?
Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
And that is putting me on the spot.
Yes.
Well, maybe I could help the chief real quickly.
Yeah.
The police department fully reviewed the safety and security plan for the garage, and I think there are a half dozen conditions on cameras, monitoring, and so forth in the actual report and the recommended resolution, reflective of the police department's garage security requirements.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
There you go.
Chief, the little chief.
I know there's the community concern about the compatibility, the mass, the height, and the scale, and I'm glad that you guys have come down, and I am glad to see that now, with those height changes, it does make a difference. Whether going to 2 stories is something you're willing to entertain or not, I would leave that to the Planning Commission to decide. But I'm glad you're thinking about it, and I implore you to just look at it even further. And then I too am just concerned about that hotel, and I won't beat up on it, because the one thing I can remember 5 years ago was that all the talk was about the hotel. That was like the big pitch, around here. And it was how cool it was going to be, and all these changes that were going to be made, and there was no talk about anything else, at that point. It was just the hotel, and so I think a lot of people were really kind of holding on to that because they wanted to see that, what I would call low-hanging fruit for that space. Like Laura, I have concerns, and this is for us and/or you, with regards to PV Boulevard and the ingress-egress into there. It's not a really safe place to make a left turn out onto PV Boulevard from where your entrance is going to be, so that is a concerning piece to me that I've already talked with our traffic engineers about. The last thing I'm just going to say here before I wrap up is that a gentleman named Igor before, he said, and whether this is true or not, I'm just going to repeat it. He said, Legado looks at this as a project, and we look at this as a community. And I just want to leave you with that, going back to Rabbi's, Yossi's comments. Life is about change and compromise. This is a community. we would like you to be a part of this community, but I think it requires just going a little bit further to work with these people, because I really, I met with a lot of these people out there, and I know sometimes that word NIMBY can get thrown around, but it was one of the most respectful meetings I had, and it was a really thoughtful meeting, and they really care about the project and about that neighborhood. So, I'm all for making a motion to suspend and send it back to planning to consider to 146, because I think that's what the process should actually happen that way.
Jeff?
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate everything Mayor and council members have brought up on this. The thing that I think I've learned from community meeting and all the people have reached out is that the majority of folks that are against all this, that most of them could live with 110 units. That's really what I've heard from the majority out there. I guess really what it comes down to is I'm wondering if the applicant was open for 110 units as opposed to the 146, and if so, does the council have authority to approve a project like that, or would we have to send that back to the Planning Commission?
Well, why don't you, since the applicant said 146 was their limit, I'll answer the.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is, would the applicant, if the council were to consider approving a 110 project tonight without going back to planning, would the applicant be okay with that, or would the applicant rather do the 146 route through the?
So I will answer the hypothetical before they do that, and it gets to the crux of some of the options up there, and some of the members of the public talked about that, and it has to do with consistent difference of opinion between your planning staff and between the applicant, and that has to do with whether or not the 146 is a new unit which has not gone before the Planning Commission and therefore under our rules has to go to the Planning Commission, or can the 146 be considered as a modified version of the 149. And there aren't any definitive rules in the code. Past practice in some cases, Pearl Plaza was brought up by someone that was, although it was vetoed by Mayor Ginn, it was approved by the council, and it was approved that night as a modified version of a larger project. On the other hand, the 146 from the 149 is not just different in those three units, but as has been mentioned, it's completely different architectural style.
Right. I'm
so
saying the style of the 146 Mediterranean, and I'm saying I'm curious.
So the answer is maybe, because someone could challenge it. So if you did the 146, you'd likely get a challenge, and the challenge would be that the city's not following its own rules, because the rules require that each application go before the Planning Commission for at least one hearing. The applicant has taken the equally consistent view that this is a de novo hearing and the council has the ability to do that. And so we'd only know when a judge ruled.
But we could, as a council, approve 110 units tonight if we.
Okay, so you asked that, and everything I just said was contrary to that. So we're not communicating
I'm saying
well.
if the applicant was in agreement with 110 units.
Okay,
so Planning Commission.
Let's ask the applicant if they're okay with 110 based on the statement earlier. I'll assume no, and then we can stop going around a hypothetical.
We would tell you no, and we'd rather you rule on the 149.
Okay. Well, listen to what.
So the reason you have three is if the applicant's view is correct and based on past practice with Pier Plaza, that that view is that you could approve the 146 as a modified version of 149. However, that could be subject to challenge by somebody who opposes it, that we didn't follow our own rules. Number 4 is clearly not the applicant's preference, but they've communicated to the planning staff that if you continue it, meaning you're continuing jurisdiction over the current appeal and referred the 146 to the Planning Commission, that they won't oppose that, assuming that there's a date-specific return. It doesn't become, an ambiguous delay. And I think they proposed 45 days. So, meaning we wouldn't get a legal challenge in the meantime regarding that. That's clearly not their preference, but that would remove, when you come back with the 146, it removes the ambiguity as to whether or not the council had followed its own rules regarding the Planning Commission seeing that 146 project.
Okay.
So we send it back. We have a choice, as far as I could see, either kill it and they move forward, either walk away, or they go the legal route, or you send it back to the Planning Commission and let them negotiate there.
Right.
But I don't think they're going to negotiate lower than 146. This is heading down a dark path.
But you also could approve it. The question is, it's just subject to challenge by an opponent who views that, who would cite your planning staff's consistent statements that it was a new application and our code that it has to go to the Planning Commission. And you won't know until a judge rules on it. So,
Bill.
Okay, so these resolutions all refer to either sustaining or denial of the appeal. There's no resolution related to a continuance.
Number 4. System motion.
So,
yeah, it would just be a motion, and you'd be continuing the appeal, and you'd be directing the Planning Commission, you'd be directing planning staff to take the 146 project before the Planning Commission at its next available meeting, and to direct the Planning Commission to return with a decision prior in time for it to be considered at whatever date you pick for the continuance of the appeal.
Yeah, I just hate the fact, you guys, that they have this huge zoning out there, and you've got other properties in Redondo that are mixed use that are coming up right next door, right? The Pancake House, the Lens Crafters, and the FedEx. That's all zone mixed use. So guess what's going to happen with that? It's going to get bought, and they're going to value it based on the zoning, and then they're going to want to max it out, right? The old Smart and Final right over here on PCH, mixed use, big sign right now for lease available, whatever it says, right? And so, we really got to get going on the general plan update. I've been talking about that for 10 years. Anyway, I was going to, and I will say this, I still don't know why the hotel doesn't come back. Like, if we continue this and you come back with your 146 unit, I really don't understand why the hotel's just flat not in there. And if there's an ordinance in here to approve it, I'm going to change, as the mayor was suggesting, I'm going to recommend that, it's in conjunction, not that you have to get approval from the council before they get a certificate of occupancy. No, that the design of the hotel is part of the project, and then it's all agreed to at once. I don't know quite. I know that's some huge hurdle and effort for you guys, but I just don't understand why it's separate. I don't think it should be separate.
Mm-hmm. Well, and again, theoretically, depending on what the Planning Commission does with the 146, my assumption would be that they could have designs if you're looking at the 146 unit for approval, but perhaps I'm incorrect.
We would have to. Difficult to say right now.
Okay.
Good, Bill?
And if
Well,
it- well-
I think they're hearing you, and I think they need to see how this plays out.
And if the traffic is mitigated enough without removing the median, I mean, if it ever comes back to us on appeal, I'm not going to vote to remove the median and the tree. I mean,
So again, that will be, one of the conditions that one of the reasons the Planning Commission rejected the 149 with the much higher commercial was based on their belief that the mitigation didn't go far enough to mitigate the traffic problems created by the project. What I hear Mr. Zucker saying is that that the traffic mitigation was, from their point of view, designed for the 180 unit, and somewhere between the traffic mitigation could be changed because you're going from the 180 to the 146 to much less commercial. But then again, planning didn't think that was enough for the 149. And so that would be something that I think the Planning Commission would have to take a look at. Is there something with the lower commercial, to Councilwoman Emdy's point, is there now, because they didn't have a chance to review that, are they now less concerned about the ability to mitigate traffic so that you don't need as robust mitigation involving removal of the medians? And I think everyone's
that's
heard
up
your
to the
comments.
Planning Commission.
Well, and ultimately up to you, but they just haven't looked at it yet.
Right.
So, and I heard the applicant saying that they would consider that because it was designed for the 180. Is that correct? It's past midnight, so I'm having trouble remembering what was going on, but I believe I heard Mr. Zucker saying that's because the mitigation was designed for the 180, it wouldn't necessarily have to be the same.
Well, we like to have projects that are over mitigated so that we're sure that we're taking care of potentially significant impacts. We think it's better to provide more mitigation than less. This is a CEQA issue too. It's the mitigation that's being prescribed is in the MND that was circulated. We're concerned about straying from the MND. We also have Caltrans issues. This is a Caltrans right-of-way. It's not a city right-of-way. So it's all well and good that we might come up with some ideas of what we consider to be good mitigation and with respect to the median, but the final say is the state of California. And we have approved Caltrans mitigation. We have an MND that prescribed it. It is for 180 units, but we think that's a selling point for 146 that's falling very loosely into a large impact envelope where we're providing over more mitigation for this particular.
I was addressing Mr. Zucker's comments regarding the 180.
Okay, well,
and that.
You were, but his counsel didn't have a chance to opine.
I understand that, and so we can argue about that later. But I think that's certainly because, again, one of the things that certainly is within your purview is whether or not the mitigation is sufficient to meet the traffic impacts. And the Planning Commission decided it wasn't for the 149 with the higher commercial. We'll see what, if that's your preference is for, then we'll see what the Planning Commission does with the lesser commercial.
Well, maybe my concern is missed. My concern is why do we have to do the mitigation if we don't want to?
Don't have to.
Because under the state code that council has cited several times, you can't deny a project for housing, including mixed use, unless you find those objective standards.
Yeah, but if you're making
if I can finish, and you find that it can't be mitigated other than by the denial of the project or the reduction in the number of units. So you don't have to do that mitigation, but then if you find the mitigation would work, or more to the point, if a court found the mitigation would work, then you can't just say no to the mitigation because you don't like it and go to the reduction because of state law.
Yeah, well, I'd be willing to let a court decide that making a place less safe is more important than you know what I'm saying. It's getting late. Anyway,
it's entirely up to you. I'm just saying what the law is. I didn't
that's what we have to do. We have to decide whether to let it go to court. Anyway, I'm going to make a motion on number 4, continue the applicant's appeal and refer the 146-unit project to the Planning Commission for review.
Now, I would...
Close the public hearing first?
Well, here's the thing, and you'd have to close it, but I would say, so that we don't end up litigation, I'd have a date specific as to when you're continuing it, and direct your staff to bring it to the Planning Commission at the next available opportunity and direct the Planning Commission to handle it in such a way that it can be brought back before you by that date, if that's part of it.
But we got to close the public hearing
Correct.
first. And
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Okay, now I'm.
That means you guys can't talk anymore.
That was my motion. For 45 days. To continue the applicant's appeal and refer the 146-unit project to the Planning Commission for review within 45 days.
That's been motion.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Go ahead.
I'd like to add in that the Planning Commission and the applicant consider lowering the density as well.
That would be.
And
I wouldn't be giving any direction as to what you're going to be hearing on probably an inevitable appeal. So I would recommend against that. I would literally just.
And we're not, that's kind of not specific enough, is it?
Well, no, you shouldn't be giving direction to them before you probably will hear something on appeal from them. So.
Right.
They're just going to hear it. We're going to send it back to them.
So I would just.
Never mind.
Okay.
So your light's on. I can't turn it off there, Jeff.
no, well, I've got a possible friendly amendment.
Well, go
but I've got
ahead.
to
I want him to
consult
clarify.
our city attorney here.
So let him say something.
I did close the public.
You did. I'm sorry. I know you did, but I had a question on a point of order. That one
And-
clarification from city attorney, if it'd be okay. If
The
we,
motion to open the public hearing again?
So moved.
Second.
Your second, okay.
Thank you very
Okay.
much. It will be quick. I understand the motion to be that the city council will retain jurisdiction over the appeal, in which case there would be no possibility of appealing from planning commission. It's the appeal is before the city council. We already appealed from the planning commission. It's being referred back for the planning commission to provide input back to the city council. I just wanted to make sure it was clear for the record.
The council is continuing jurisdiction over this appeal. Whether or not, so for example, if the Planning Commission approved the 146, and this is what we were talking about, in some hypothetical world I can't envision, if no one appealed it, you'd have your 146 project approved, and you wouldn't necessarily need this appeal to go forward. And so we can do it either way. It makes it simpler in terms of timing.
It would seem to me that the consistent way per your code, there's only one appeal ever from a planning commission. You can't have two.
They're different projects. And that
this
goes
is-
back, that goes back to your dispute. I don't quarrel with that. So
But
if you
there-
want to
there-
just continue direction, refer the 146 for input and to have them return it that day, it makes it simpler.
Well, wait a minute. We're not
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
advocating people's right to appeal. I mean, that's a separate project.
What he's saying is not only are you not abdicating it, that the Planning Commission can't approve it. So they could recommend approval, but there'd be no need for an appeal because they're giving up their right to have the Planning Commission
What if the
go.
planning commission denied it? Doesn't mean anything then.
If they, under what he's proposing, so what I was discussing was you'd send it as a new project to the Planning Commission. If they approved it and no one appealed, this appeal becomes moot because they'd have approval for a 146. That's not likely to happen. If they recommend denial, if they denied it, then it would be appealed here. What he's suggesting instead, knowing the inevitability of an appeal, is that the Planning Commission won't be able to approve 146. They'll just be able to recommend to you that you approve it or that you deny it. So there's no need for an appeal because the Planning Commission is not going to be able to separately and independently.
Regardless of be coming back here.
Correct. It's just a different process, and I don't have a.
May I add to this, because I think it's very important that we get this clear. As a matter of law, there's an appeal pending right here. There's only one appeal. And that appeal will be carried over 45 days as a continued hearing. And then under Section 2-9.1003 of your code, the City Council has the authority and the discretion to refer a matter back to the Planning Commission for consultation. Now, if you guys are going to consider this to be a direction back to Planning Commission has full approval authority, and we would have to appeal a denial, then you have to deny the 149 tonight. Because we can't have, this is very schizophrenic, the way this is being outlined.
Mike, I mean, guys, ladies,
So,
it seems like it's easier to the first one, A, just deny the project, and then they have to resubmit at the planning commission the lower units or go to court.
Or, well, and you can do that.
Well, we'd prefer not to have the
We
city
know that. We
get
don't want to
engaged
do
in
it either.
litigation, right? But it seems very simple, and you have the authority in your own code to send this matter back for input, not for a decision, but for input, because the planning commission, we know, wanted more input. This way, we get the input. The city council maintains jurisdiction over this appeal, and then we don't have to worry about it.
We're not abdicating. We're still going to hear it.
It's going to go down to 146, and they may approve, and then we're going to have 146. Not one person in this room is going to want 146, so we're going to have to hear this all over again for 3 units, and I don't think it's going to fly.
I wouldn't assume that.
Whatever.
Yeah, otherwise, we'll just
It's
deny
not
it.
just 3 units. It's like
Yeah,
over 10,000.
I understand that, but the people aren't listening. Okay, let's go back. So it would be the planning commission gets it for review and sends it back to us.
For input, for review and input to you. And so I don't see, so council's just assuming that we're adopting the applicant's view that this wasn't a new project, and that's not been your planning department's.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
That's not been your planning department's view. I'm trying to come up with a way that doesn't lead to immediate litigation and gets you the ability to have the planning commission review it under, and I don't have a quarrel with doing it the way council proposes it, where it just comes to you for input. What I have concerns understanding is that I want to make clear that the Planning Commission wouldn't be able to deny it, forcing the applicant to file a new appeal. But if that's true, the Planning Commission would not have the ability to approve the 146. They would solely have the ability to recommend to you that you approve it, which is the basis of my statement to you, Councilman Brand, that you're not forcing anybody to appeal it. You're just sending it to them to recommend. Correct. It goes both ways. So it's coming back here. What they want to keep, because one of the other way.
Significance of this not being a new project once we agree to.
So the other issue, if it comes down to, if you had to, if planning staff is right and you have to have this new application go to the council, it's a little bit like the car wash hearing that we had, that if you had to deny this and then direct staff to take the new project to the planning commission, then if and when there's a lawsuit, their view is that the 180 with affordable housing is still on the table. That's been part of what they set forth in their appeal grounds. That's certainly not the planning staff view. Even one of the proponents, supporters who talked, said that the 180 was clearly off the table. But I think, I'm guessing, and they don't have to state, but I'm guessing if I were in their shoes, they want to keep the 180 available so that if they are forced to litigate it and they find that you don't follow state law, that they'll be able to end up with a 180 project with the additional commercial and the affordable.
Why is
affordable
180
housing.
still on the table if we go down this route?
Their view is that it was never off the table, that the 149 is a modified version of the 180.
What's that got to do with this arrangement we were crafting?
It has to do with continuing the appeal and retaining jurisdiction. Their view is that the appeal includes the 180. It's specifically set out as one of the things that they indicated that they were.
80's not even up there.
Well, they didn't write that. That was your planning staff, and your planning staff believes that the 180 is no longer on the table, that the 149 was a new and replacement application. I'm not suggesting that we litigate this now, but I just want you to understand what it is that you would be doing. If you continue the appeal, both your planning staff and the applicant's view are both preserved. You will get from the Planning Commission only a recommendation on the 146, whether they think you should approve it or deny it, and then you'd be coming back at whatever date you hear to continue this appeal and also consider the 146, and you no longer have the issue of whether or not we were not following our own process by not having the 146 considered by the Planning Commission.
So an advisory vote is enough for us to be considered following our process?
It's not an advisory vote. They're recommending, and the code section says that every application has to go for one hearing, at least one hearing before the Planning Commission, and this would consider, at least without litigating now, the issue of whether your planning staff is correct, it's a new application, or the proponent is correct, it's not. It would have that one hearing before the Planning Commission, so that if we're not going to end up on the path of litigation, it doesn't jumpstart that. And
so if we deny the appeal, we're going to court. If we
Yes.
just flat out deny, if we do this arrangement here and preserves their right to bring up the 180 project later in court, we may not go to court, and they may come back with something more agreeable, or they may not. And if they don't, and the Planning Commission recommends a no vote, and we agree with them, then we're going to court anyway.
Correct. But the issue is, and just to pick out in no particular order of importance, if the 146 comes back and it has different changes in the mitigation measures, sorts of things, if it's to the point where 3 of you are in favor of the project.
I'll just stick with my motion then.
Okay, which is
stick
just
with it. Number 4.
Doesn't this sending it back mean that they don't have to do anything with the hotel? It's just going to come right back to the hotel and
Remains to be seen.
So your motion is to continue the hearing, correct? Till what date?
What date?
So pick
City
45
manager.
dates.
I've got some suggestions looking at the calendar and when you meet. The first opportunity to take it to the Planning Commission would be May 19th. Looking at your other meetings in June, we're getting in the budget. We've got some heavy agendas coming up. If you're open to it and the applicant's open to it, we could have it back before the City Council at your second meeting in June, which is typically closed session, but it could be the only open session item, so that would be bringing it back on June 14th.
June 14, yeah.
So May 19th to the Planning Commission for their public hearing and input, and then back to the council June 14th for your
Can't do
review.
it June 7th.
Can you do it June 7th?
That's getting the budget.
It is a budget hearing meeting, but...
I'm just trying to be sensitive not to load you up with too many items on the agenda.
Okay,
that you're
June
too late.
14th in my motion. Is that okay? Did you say?
You need a
It
second.
said the 14th.
Yeah.
With clarification again that this is a continuation of the
Correct.
appeal, that the Planning Commission's involvement will be as to provide only advice. and
Correct.
that this
And
hearing-
with further clarification, meaning they don't have the ability to approve it.
Correct.
Okay.
Let me ask you the question because it was blurted out, but, we all are concerned about the hotel, and that's not really part of the motion as far as.
Certainly, the Planning Commission has every ability to discuss any part of the 146 project. They could discuss what the plans for the.
Maybe they need direction. Do you want to talk?
So,
about
go
ahead there.
Okay, I wouldn't give direction, and here's the thing. When it ultimately comes back to you, and as Mr. Jones has said, and as I indicated in here, the resolution in support, which is what you would have been.
We can make sure the hotel parts.
You have the opportunity to bolster the items that are in there.
Yes.
The resolution is drafted by your planning department, but ultimately it's up to you whether it's a resolution denying an appeal or granting an appeal and issuing the CUP and the other items listed to the applicant. But ultimately, it's up to you within the confines of the law.
So what I was wanted to propose as a friendly amendment is that the hotel remodeling would have to be finished before, just as the mayor had suggested, before shovels.
I already tried that.
Okay, but here's the thing. You're just continuing this.
Yeah.
Right.
When you will be talking about, if hypothetically you
But
get
sending
to...
that to the planning commission is what I'm talking about, so, or is
Well,
that not,
we
we
can still
can't do
address
that?
that when it comes back to us.
Yes, address it when it comes back to you. Don't give the direction to the planning commission on what to do. Have it come back to you, and then you'll decide
all right
what you want to do with your resolutions.
And I can say with a high likelihood, any and all of the issues discussed tonight will be considered by the planning commission.
You were writing furiously, were you?
All right.
Christian? Is there a motion to close the public hearing? Yeah, all in favor? Okay. Is there we're going to do a poll vote on this. There's a motion on the floor by Councilmember Brand and seconded by Councilmember Samarco on number 4 to continue applicant's appeal and refer the 146-unit project to the Planning Commission for review.
And that you're continuing it to June 14th and
To
directing
June
planning
14th.
commission to give you their input by that date.
So, will you please do a poll vote?
May 19th.
Individual?
So just to be clear, are we closing the public hearing today?
Yes,
And we'll
we did that.
reopen it up again on June 14th? Okay. Councilmember Ginsburg?
Yes.
Councilmember Brand?
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath?
Yes.
Councilmember San Marco?
Yes.
Councilmember MD?
Yes.
Mayor Aspel?
I don't get to vote.
Sorry.
Veto, but that's not, can't veto 5, huh?
Passes 5-0.
Hey, thank you. You'll be back again, so thank you very much for your patience and sticking around. I said 1 o'clock. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, so holy moly. Mr. Tregarthen, you live on Juanita? Are you on Juanita? Are you on Juanita? Is that your dad, Pat? Oh, really? Okay. I probably reffed you in soccer.
Oh, you probably did.
Yeah, I did. That's right. I was wondering. Not too many names like Tregarthen.
Yes, sir.
Dad.
We're not done yet.
Meeting?
We're not done. No, we didn't adjourn.
Joe hasn't.
Doesn't Joe
busted.
have this thing? You still have stuff
All
to
right, we're still in session. Hello? Hello? We are still in session, please. Mike Webb.
It's late.
Can we close the gates, please?
Want to go home?
Everybody, we're still in session. You get to leave, go home and watch whatever it is. Never up this late. Okay. We are moving on to items, nothing from previous city manager items.
Two brief items at this late hour. About 8 hours from now, the gas company will be doing some work on 190th Street. They'll be doing some underground boring, as I mentioned before in my weekly update. They'll be accessing the underground gas line through some drilling that will take part of the dog park. So there's signs.
I
that
can't
are
hear.
going-
Will you people outside in the lobby, please? Hush.
So maintenance work by the gas company. They will occupy a portion of the dog park at 190th and Flagler. That will take about a week. There's signs that are up. The gas company is the point of contact. So I just wanted to make mention that this will happen beginning tomorrow. We'll
Okay,
put some
thanks.
information on our webpage.
Okay.
That's
thank
the
you.
first item. The second item is as a follow-up to the strategic planning session that you had on March 29th. The plan has to come back for council for adoption on April 19th. As part of that was a draft plan. There was supplemental information that's needed to be included by the staff in terms of dates and assignments and that additional information. I have also received some input from Councilmember Horvath and Councilmember MD on some changes to the plan, some modifications. So my intention is, rather than just spring that on you on the 19th, to let you know that there are some additions that would be coming to make that opportunity available to all of the council, that if in looking at the draft plan that you've seen a copy of, you'd like to see some things modified or changed, I'm open to receiving that, and we'll incorporate that as part of what comes back on the 19th.
All right, Jeff.
All good?
Bill?
Nothing.
Christian? No. You had something.
I got a couple things. So first thing, we had our active shooter training at Madison, and I really, hats off to the chief. I mean, amazing. Feedback was incredible. Everyone loved it. I will say there was one question that came up that I thought was a good question. And, you know, with the kids, how they're supposed to run now, we talked about how do we notify or educate, and you don't have to answer this now, I'm just throwing it out at you. How do we notify or educate the surrounding residents? And I said I'd volunteer to go knock on doors and explain, but Corey said, you know, you guys would come up with a great answer for that. So that was the only question. Everybody, people I thought wouldn't like it came up to me and they said they loved it. So, I mean, it was 100% right on. Speed bump on Ford. I don't have to talk to Joe about that. I know he's working hard on that speed bump on Ford. And I know we're working hard on that steam cleaning in Artesia. You told me that bid was out. Here's something I want to agendize a conversation. You know, this whole Hagen's thing, everyone's talking about Hagen's and what's going to go there. And I've called, like I said before, I've called 4 times, no answer. So I thought I got a great idea, and I'm going to call the Chamber of Commerce. I'm going to call Marna and get Marna on board. And and this is no reflection on Marna or the Chamber, but I was really disappointed. Her email back to me, and I'm going to read it. City Manager Workman made it clear to me that he felt the Chamber had no place in working on recruiting businesses for our city. I think I talked to Jeff about this. He couldn't believe it either. So, and Marna went on to say her EDC committee is very interested, so I'd like to agendize a conversation having the Chamber back involved in recruiting businesses. Not that it's going to solve the Hagen's issue, but while I'm talking about it, do I have a second on that? Second. Okay, so we're all good on that. Where are we on OSH? Any updates on OSH, or whether or not they're really coming, or?
They're the only operator that's, we've had inquiries from. They've not submitted specific plans. We're basically waiting to see what they come up with.
But they're still on the bus, more or less?
They're still interested.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Laura?
The water company went through Felton, has been going, you know, they cut a big hole and then they repaved over it. But are they going to go back? You can follow it up next time. Are they going to go back and actually really repave it? Because they did a crappy job if that's all they're doing.
Yes, they would. They do an initial base setup of the asphalt. They do let the cars beat up on it a little bit more before they come back and do the final cut.
And do you have a time frame? Because I got people asking.
I can find out for you.
Would you? That'd be great. Thank you. Or you can just announce it when you come to my meeting.
So question, you good?
I'm good.
Okay, question for you, and this kind of came up tonight a little bit, but I've had conversations about the parking meter fees in the village. Does that have to be agendized to increase the hours on some of the locations?
Yeah, that would have to come.
For a budget hearing or a fee hearing?
That would have to come back as a separate, I'm not sure whether it's a public hearing or just a separate agenda item, but it would definitely have to be agendized.
Does that have to be voted on tonight, or to bring it back, or what? How do we get that on an agenda?
You could provide direction, a referral to staff to move forward with.
I'd like to give a referral to staff to look into agendizing the parking meters time schedule at the Triangle in the Riviera Village to increase it to 10 p.m.
Oh, sir. Yeah. Concurrence.
Sounds good.
Good?
Okay.
That's good, okay. And I think it's almost,
Motion to adjourn.
Happy Thursday.
Motion to adjourn.
It's Thursday in Australia, probably. But it's happy Wednesday. Out of towners. Rolf.
No, she does like me.
Out.